let's get started. Good morning. Welcome to the special meeting of the City Council of Pacifica. It is 9:02 a.m. and this is our council goal setting meeting. We'll start with the pledge. Councilmember Big Stick, would you give us the pledge today? I know that you were on the agenda for yesterday and we didn't get to that.
No worries. Do we usually stand for this?
No, not in the Zoom land. We stand mentally.
Planning Commission, they do a standing thing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And shall we have our roll call vote, roll call attendance? City Clerk Coffey.
Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Badalas.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Here.
And I'll make a few statements about the format of today's meeting. Today's meeting will be held by video conference with no physical location open to the public. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. This meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through participation by Zoom. For members of the public participating via Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate that you wish to speak. Or if you're participating by phone, use *9 or *9 to raise your hand to request to speak when the mayor calls upon the public comment period. Because this is a special meeting, public comments will be limited to the special order of business as listed on the agenda. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time and allow you to unmute to talk after calling you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if you're dialing in. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and provided to council members. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you. All right, so before I open public comment, I just want to state that I see there are 32 attendees. I know sometimes people ask that question, and thus far I see 6 hands raised. We are going to limit public comment to a specific time period for this meeting, so we'll have 1 hour, if needed, of public comment. And now that I see additional hands, City Clerk Coffey, Assistant City Clerk Brooks, how many are you seeing right now? About
they keep coming.
15?
I see 25 hands raised.
All right. Given that, we'll be limiting public comment to council. Will you agree we should limit public comment to 2 minutes? And people, don't use all your time if you don't need to, please. If someone stated what you intended to state, please go ahead and reference that comment. And without further discussion, we'll start our public comment.
Hey, Mayor?
Yes.
Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. If appropriate, I wanted to just do a couple comments about meeting overview before we dive in.
Oh, okay. You wanted to do that first? Sure. Yeah. I thought we'd do that after. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just so that, and then we'll launch into public comment. So just so everyone that is also viewing knows what's on the agenda today and sort of the sequence of what we're doing. So thank you. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. And, it's really a pleasure to be here to do goal setting this year. I was reflecting on this time last year, approximately exactly a year ago, where we were set to do goal setting using our very able facilitator, Stacy McLaughlin from Mountaintop Insight Consulting. And then the shutdown hit related to coronavirus. And last year, we didn't hold a goal setting session. In a way that worked out because most of our major priorities were multi-year priorities and a couple were added, and I'll talk more about that later. But we didn't know about Zoom, or maybe knew a little bit at that time. We certainly weren't really well versed in using Zoom. And over the last year, for better or for worse, everyone has become more familiar with using Zoom. So it does allow this public forum and ability to hold these sessions. So that's where we find ourselves a year later. We never would have thought that was the case, but here we are. So we'll do our best for goal setting this year in this format. What the session today will consist of really is we'll have public input in the beginning, and then Stacy will take some time to go over some of the outcomes from yesterday's relationship development team building session, and we'll spend some time on that. What I normally do to kick off goal setting session is a quick overview of where are we with our current priorities, just to provide the context. So I'll do that briefly. The staff report that's available for this meeting today is a more detailed summary of all of our current city council priorities and what the results are of our annual environmental scan. So I'll review that, which is all of the internal, external pressures the city organization and the community is under, and major takeaways from that. And then at that point, we will dive into, looking at our priorities and the deliberation. We'll spend the rest of the day doing that and looking to adjourn sometime between 3 and 4 this afternoon with a half-hour break for lunch. So that's a brief overview. I did want to call out special thank you to City Clerk Sarah Coffey and Deputy City Clerk Elizabeth Brooks, not only for yesterday and today's session, but for the whole past year as we've conducted these meetings under Zoom. They've really been the expert logistics folks for Zoom. And also in attendance today, we have all of the department directors, so that when we get into more detailed discussion, if there are questions about projects that I cannot answer, then the department directors are here to offer their insights as well to help the council's deliberation. That's all I really wanted to say for the meeting overview, and turn it back to you for public input.
All right, thank you. And City Clerk Coffey and Deputy City Clerk Brooks, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Elizabeth Brooks, your Deputy City Clerk. Our first public speaker will be Pete Shoemaker, followed by Paul Toda. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Gail Benton Shoemaker, and I am speaking as a member of Tree City Pacifica. Tree City Pacifica helped Pacifica become a Tree City USA and organizes the annual Arbor Day tree planting event. When we learned that the city's heritage tree ordinance was going to be revised, we got to work. Members researched tree ordinances and policies in 15 cities. We talked to arborists in many of those cities about best practices. Then we summarized our findings into a document called Tree Policy Best Practices and have submitted it to the goal setting meeting. We are happy to discuss these findings with you and hope the council will review the tree policy best practices and seriously consider our requests regarding the heritage tree ordinance. In the 31 years I have lived in Pacifica, the number of city trees have been reduced significantly. When we moved to Valimar, the entrance to the valley was a tunnel of trees. That is no longer the case. In many instances, trees have been removed throughout Pacifica without being replaced. As you know, trees combat climate change, improve property values, and increase commerce. Recently, I attended the Tree City USA virtual conference and learned that most tree cities have canopy goals. That means that they not only replace trees that have been removed, but operate within plans to increase the number of trees in the city. These goals are lofty and speak to the potential of canopy coverage. South San Francisco has a canopy goal of 22.6%. Other tree cities are reaching for closer to 40%. Tree City Pacifica would like to request that Pacifica adopt a canopy goal and manage our urban forest with that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Toda, you'll be up next, followed by Jennifer Braun. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, thank you. My name is Paul Toda, and I'm also with Tree City Pacifica. And we are asking the city to provide 30 trees for this coming fall and going forward so that we can continue to help the city beautify, fight climate change, increase property values, improve our business district, and create a healthy biotic community. For the past 2 years, we have partnered with the city and numerous organizations to plant more than 50 trees around town. This has proven to be a great way to teach neighbors and school children about the value of trees and has provided service project opportunities, as well as a way for us to maintain our Tree City USA status. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jennifer Braun, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by Lynn Adams. Please state your name for the record. Jennifer Braun, you've been unmuted.
So we're not hearing your speaking. I don't know if you can hear us.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, my name is Jennifer Braume. I'm a homeowner in Pacifica since 2012. I'm a single mom of 2 school-aged children, 8 and 9. And I started building a tiny house in my backyard, only to find out that tiny houses are not, movable tiny houses on wheels are not part of the additional dwelling unit amendment and thus not allowed to be able to use as an ADU. So I would like to ask the city of Pacifica to consider making an amendment to allow movable tiny houses on wheels as an ADU in Pacifica's backyards. I started building this ADU because I needed to find a way to stay in Pacifica. It's very expensive to stay here. I also would like to have possibly a place to have my mother come help me watch the children while I work. And I have that tiny house in the backyard. Other cities around the Bay Area already allow tiny houses on wheels: San Jose, San Diego, Fresno, Los Angeles, just to name a few. But they're currently considered an RV. But they look nothing like an RV. They look like actual tiny houses, like small houses. So I think there would be a great way. It would be great to allow them as tiny houses, as ADUs in Pacifica. They also would provide instant housing relief because they can be towed in and instantly used, unlike an ADU that has to be built over the course of like a year or so. And they're also much cheaper to build and more affordable, although they're actually stronger than actual houses. They're built really, really strongly because they potentially have to move down the road. And they're much easier to acquire for the homeowner. So again, I would like the Pacifica to consider allowing movable tiny houses on wheels to be used as ADUs in Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Adams, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by username Ellen H. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Yes, hi, my name is Lynn Adams with the Pacific Beach Coalition, and I'd like to request that the City Council make goals regarding to sustainability in Pacifica, particularly in our food service, so that we have no more plastic cups anywhere in our city. I think it's a small thing that we could do for our beaches, but for our planet, because of global warming created by manufacturing plastic and drawing oil from the earth. I also commend you, first of all, for adding more garbage cans and different garbage cans, new garbage cans in many different places, and ask you to continue addressing the additional visitors we have to Pacifica, the additional waste that we are asked to manage, so that our trash cans are suitable and sustainable, and that there's enough of them and they're serviced regularly enough to manage the waste that people are doing, because otherwise it becomes litter. I'd like to commend Public Works for all their work to keep the dumped trash, picking up the dumped trash, and for addressing, some of the homeless litter problems that we've had as well. So thank you for your attention. I also ask for your support for our work for the Pacific Beach Coalition. And if any resources become available, maybe we could work on some education components, whether it's virtual or signage. Thank you.
Thank you.
LNH, you're our next speaker. Oh, we've lost you. Bill Tugnosy, you'll be our next speaker, followed by Cliff Lawrence. Please state your name for the record.
Be quiet. Billy Tugnosy.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. I was calling in regards to a natural spring on Rockaway Beach Avenue in front of 633 Rockaway. I've been contacting the city for approximately 2 years about this problem. It's been in existence for about 20 years. We were seeking funding to have a permanent solution implemented, which would be a drain for this natural spring. It runs year-round along the north side of Rockaway Beach Avenue from 633 Rockaway past 527. Although you guys have been sending a street sweeper out to keep the algae down that is built up, it doesn't address the numerous potholes that the spring causes or the dirty water that accumulates and runs down the north side of the street. The potholes are also a tripping hazard that are caused from this stream. And because we don't have sidewalks in Rockaway, we're forced to walk near and sometimes through the stream when traffic builds up on Rockaway. Multiple people have fallen from slipping in this stream or tripping in the potholes it has created. People are splashed, and I've seen numerous other neighbors splashed also while walking down our street from vehicles passing by. The potholes are not good for anyone's suspension that drives down Rockaway Street. Our street is very narrow and the space is limited when passing vehicles in the opposite direction, forcing cars to drive in the stream and through the potholes. Also, while driving through this stream, dirty water kicks up onto our vehicles, causing damage to our vehicles' paint. Like I said, we've been trying to get this solution implemented for the past couple of years. We came very close with Dieter and Martin last year, but then COVID happened, and as you guys stated, the budget meeting was suspended. We've already had the city come out and get bids done, specifically by Dryco, and the bid came in for under $150,000. So we would like to see the drain put in and implemented. And
okay.
That is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cliff Lawrence, you're our next speaker, followed by Nancy V. Please state your name for the record.
We're not hearing you, Cliff Lawrence. I don't know if you hear us. It looks like your microphone might be off. You can unmute.
There, can you hear me now?
Sure can.
You can?
Yes.
You're nodding your head?
Yes.
Okay,
and you can,
good.
thank you. And they've reset the clock for you.
Sorry about that. I was a tech guy and I have so tech challenge, I can't tell you. Anyway, so I sympathize with many others. My name is Clifford Lawrence. I'm a resident of West Fairmont, and I thank you very much for this opportunity. Worked in government for a long time, dealt with the GAO and many other things, so I appreciate much of the task that lies before you. So I have two things. One, old, that's the general plan. To my view, the general plan is pretty much your mission statement. Everything should flow from it, be consistent, and help you be compliant in all the areas that you are required. And I think it's a little bit of embarrassment to me personally that we have not updated and approved our general plan in this area in such a long time. I think our due diligence and responsibility as a community to ourselves and to the state, to the rest, we need to do that and get it done and move along with the rest of that. And as for my new item, things change. We are now in the 21st century and we have a 21st century problem. You may have heard recently that a small city in Florida had its water treatment plant hacked, which seriously threatened the life and well-being of that community. I don't know, and it's probably a good thing I don't know, but I am hopeful that somebody has already looked at whether we have a threat in this area and prepare for it and harden our IT structure to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nancy B., you'll be our next speaker, followed by Matt McPhail. Please state your name for the record when you begin to speak.
Hi, I'm Nancy Vargas, and I've had a house here in Pacifica since 1978, longtime resident in Lindenmore. Well, anyway, my main purpose here, I found a quote that speaks to my heart. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. That's Mahatma Gandhi. Right now, there's no shelter in Pacifica. We have a need to find housing for those that are unhoused in Pacifica. And I'd like to live in a city that cares about our most vulnerable populations. Supervisor Don Horsley has stated San Mateo County will support efforts in Pacifica if there is a plan. There are federal funds available. Pacifica needs solutions. The Coastside Inn in Half Moon Bay, as well as 2 hotels in Redwood City, have been purchased to provide housing for homeless people with the support of San Mateo County's Board of Supervisors and federal funds. Pacifica needs a safe parking lot for unhoused people living in RVs. Creating transitional housing to prepare unhoused to enter and retain permanent housing. And we need to advocate for affordable housing, especially for those from extremely low income through moderate income needs. So my request is that we take some measures to address the needs of those that are unhoused and those that are vulnerable in Pacifica. I would like to believe that I live in a city that cares. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt McPhail, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by Suzanne Moore. Beginning of your turn, please state your name for the record.
We're not hearing you, Matt.
Matt, you've been unmuted. When you begin speaking, your turn will start.
Hello?
There you go. We can hear you now.
Hello?
You're frozen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello?
I think he can't hear us, Assistant City
Hello?
Clerk. Maybe
Hello,
we
hello,
could.
hello?
Go ahead and speak,
Hello?
Matt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you, Matt.
Can you hear us, Matt? Oh, maybe try to call back again. I don't know how he's going to get that message.
Deputy City Clerk, do you want to move on to the next caller and then we'll circle
Hello?
back?
Hello?
Matt. Suzanne Moore, you'll be our next speaker, followed by Summer Lee. Please state your name at the beginning of your turn.
Suzanne Moore, Manor resident. I want to summarize a wish list of community concerns shared with me as the editor of a local newsletter. 1, equitable recovery after COVID. Continue efforts to garner support for our local businesses. assist tenants and property owners to access support from SB 91 to prevent eviction, foreclosure, and debt. Outreach to tenants and property owners most at risk due to digital divide who lack online computer access. Use monies earmarked from SB 91 to notify those most at risk: elders, people of color, families with low income. 2, housing. Totally agree with Nancy. COVID has increased the number of unhoused. Work with the county to purchase and service properties for safe parking and transitional housing. Co-side In is an example of collaboration between Half Moon Bay and the county. These case-managed programs have demonstrated success as stepping stones to permanent housing. Create very low to moderate income housing so desperately needed in our community. 3, updates. Agree with Cliff. Our general plan, coastal plan, and safety plans needed as guides for Pacifica's future need updates. COVID impact suggests that health and wellness focus should be a part of our general plan. 4, redistricting. Census data will be out around Halloween. Does Pacifica have communities of interest, neighborhoods of shared social or economic interests that deserve a more equitable voice in selecting a council member? 5, transportation. Seamless, reliable public transportation on the coast would assist in equitable economic recovery for all coastal communities. And 6, Pacifica Police in the city can further dialogue. Similar to workshops conducted in the city of San Mateo, create two-way dialogue with nonpartisan mediators and proceed with solutions from community input. That's it. Lots of work to do. The community is willing to help. Thank you.
Summerlee, you're our next speaker, followed by Carolyn Jaramillo. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn.
Hi, this is Summerlee. I've been a resident in Pacifica for over 20 years. I agree with everything Suzanne just said. I want to pull out 2 wishes. My wish for the city is to identify areas where high density housing is appropriate and safe and sustainable, and to raise development impact fees. This is the easy solution to the legal messes that result from letting developers put luxury units on burdened infill parcels and Pacifica's open spaces, all while charging a fraction of the amount of development impact fees charged elsewhere in the Bay Area. This practice takes away Pacifica's beauty as it sells out the city to the short-term developers' needs and leaves years and years of infrastructure bills for Pacificans and their children to pay. At the least, this council could do a study to compare the development impact fees charged in Pacifica in relationship to other jurisdictions and raise them to comparable levels. This simple gesture shows that the council cares about its citizens and the city's resources as much as those who want to profit off our city. Genuinely affordable housing, by the way, not the one below market unit that's tacked on to a monstrous development. I'm talking about genuinely affordable housing for those who are at median income or below, contrary to what some might have been led to believe, does not have to be at odds with climate change adaptation. With a general plan and housing element that analyzes not just what is convenient, but what is safe and appropriate, there could be a consensus on where high density is appropriate. Developers shouldn't tell us that, city planners should. This takes vision, a comprehensive general plan, not piecemeal specific plans, which are legally out of compliance the moment they are voted on. A general plan is how functioning cities don't bankrupt by further burdening the city infrastructure that's already vulnerable. And a general plan lasts longer than council members who do what is expedient and then are turned out when the bills come due. My wish is that Pacifica evolves out of the tired polemics and identifies where high density affordable housing is appropriate and raises development impact fees, which are easy achievable goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Jaramillo, you'll be up next, followed by Victor Carmichael. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Jaramillo, homeowner here in Pacifica. Today, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue of goal setting for our community. I would like to focus on 3 goals that are very interconnected: a healthy and compassionate community, which includes addressing affordable housing and homelessness. To adopt this in your heart, you will need to strive and engage with others to develop and pilot creative solutions. The city can no longer just focus on getting rid of homeless people or people living in their vehicles. You will need to work consistently with county officials to demonstrate this city's interest in working on bold projects. Continue to explore the San Francisco RV Park with the county as part of the city and county's continuum of care for the unhoused families and individuals. County officials tell us that they need to see political will and community support. Second goal, an engaged community, which includes taking action to restore trust in city government and expand communication and build community. This is such an admirable goal, but developing an advisory board to the chief of police is not the way to do this. Research has shown that boards selected and terminated by a chief can be nothing more than a big rubber stamp. Third goal, safe community, which includes supporting first responders. We can support the police by asking them not to do what they are not professionally trained to do. The city needs to develop a non-police crisis team composed of clinicians to respond to mental health issues, addiction, and homelessness. Please engage with the advocates in DC for Black Lives, Daly City for Black Lives. I would also encourage anyone working on housing issues to read The Color of Law. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Victor Carmichael, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by Mark Hubble. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn. Victor, you've been given permission to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm Victor Carmichael. I live in West Fairmont. I've been here since 1992. I recognize that managing the city with a reduced tax base through the COVID-19 shutdown hangs over everything. Yet the issues facing our city still abound. For instance, the city is being required to provide more housing by the state to do our part in alleviating a statewide housing shortage, even as we are ill-suited for such. The critical infrastructure below Beach Boulevard is in danger due to a coastline battered by seasonal storms and now sea level rise. And as previous speakers have mentioned, sectors of our population are ill-housed. Some of them responsibly living in RVs with no place to park them. This issue has never been properly addressed. And now there's a growing realization of the fire danger posed by eucalyptus groves where Montera Mountain meets the southeastern end of Pacifica. Underlying all of this is a refusal to recognize that high-end housing, especially in the coastal zone, parenthetically now being discouraged by the Coastal Commission due to sea level rise concerns, will not really address the statewide need for affordable housing. Furthermore, it is well known that in the long run, more residential housing always costs a city more in infrastructure support costs, roads, sewers, water lines, so forth, and it brings in additional revenue. I urge the city to explore encouraging more affordable housing, possibly even higher rise structures than we already now allow, merged with revenue producing commercial safe units. These parcels, however, should be in already developed areas east of Highway 1.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The coastal zone.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Hubble, to be followed by Barbara Erbacher. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn, Mark.
This is Mark Hubble. Good day, Madam Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm a 32-year homeowner, taxpayer, resident of Park Pacifica. Thank you for your opportunity to express our recommendations for goals for the governance of our great community. First, I believe that our voice is currently less important at this time than at any other point that I can remember since I've lived here. However, I believe outside interests have more of a voice than ever before. That really concerns me. It also concerns a good many of my friends and neighbors who share this opinion. That is bad. I would suggest you can do what you can do to improve communications. I was excited about the opportunity to offer my suggestions for goals, but when I went to the city site to find this, on this date, the site said no activity for this date. So I have to call somebody to find out how to get here. And I took a screenshot of that. You can check it, but it says no activity, on your site. And I want to mention that there seems to be a mashup of these specific plans lately. And it really puts the onus on the citizens of Pacifica without any tools to try to see how they fit together and assess them ourselves, which is almost impossible, especially in terms of fiscal priorities, and how that would fit. We need a master plan. We are entitled to that. I feel that we have lost many valuable opportunities over the long period that we've gone without one. And that's my concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barbara Ehrbacher, your next speaker. You'll be followed by user James N. Kramer at your email provider. Please state your name for the record. Barbara, you've been given, there you go.
Okay. I'm Barbara Ehrbacher, and I'm here to advocate that Pacifica seriously address our needs for affordable housing, as has previously been stated, and also for safe parking, a safe parking program. I know it's been discussed in the past, but sort of dwindled away. Nothing has been done meaningful, and the people who are housed in their vehicles continue to be demonized and complaints about litter, but nothing has been done to help these people who are really our Pacificans. I served 12 years on the San Mateo County's Health Commission. It's become increasingly clear over this last year when people, the homeless have been housed in hotels with their own space, how much of a difference it makes in people's health, not only mental health, but in physical health as well. It's essential to house people. We could use the available resources that the county and the feds have for these purposes. I also agree with raising the impact fees as previously stated, and I agree with the goal of higher density, affordable development, and with Carolyn Jaramillo's advocacy about police relations. All of these are very important goals, and I thank you.
Thank you.
James N. Kramer, your email address will be followed by Lilia. I'm not going to try to say your last name. Please state your name for the record when your turn begins.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jim Kramer, a resident of Sharp Park. I will make 2 suggestions under environmental factors related to the first and last of the staff's listed priorities. First, concerning efforts to identify funding sources for sea level rise adaptation, I encourage the city to consider not only the sources, but also the strategies to maximize our chances of funding. I suggest that resisting compliance with state law is likely to be counterproductive. But if we minimize conflict with the mandatory approval process, we surely save time and we increase our chances of approval. I urge you to appreciate that this cooperative approach may well improve our chances for funding. Second, concerning the goal, refine the annual process for maintenance review of the city's aging coastal infrastructure. I strongly endorse this goal. I assume this means not just review, but also planning and prioritizing projects. Planning needs to be broad and comprehensive because infrastructure systems involve a combination of coupled assets. The ongoing Beach Boulevard Resiliency Project is an example of this. We have a seawall, a promenade, a street, plus sewer, power, and water services. The planning phase needs to consider all of these together, even if the implementation is in stages. I have argued before that these are physically related both by proximity and risk, and that they have similarly urgent timescales. If the scope of the design alternatives being considered now were broader and sufficiently detailed, I'm pretty sure that the chances of approval and the pursuit of funding would be expedited. This is actually an example of my earlier point. I hope this is constructive. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a productive day.
Thank you.
Lilia, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by Diana Seeger. Please state your name for the record.
We're not hearing you if you are speaking.
Lilia Makievsky, 977 Fassler Avenue, Seacrest, homeowner. Thank you, council members, for giving me an opportunity to speak to you about our petition. It will fall under your goals as stewardship of the city infrastructure and a safe community. Sometime in November, I have contacted your DPW engineer, Lawrence Henriquez. He studied heavy traffic issues on Fassler Avenue, but informed there is no funding available for crosswalk. Many neighborhoods use Fassler as shortcut to Highway 1. Only crosswalk is available on Crespi and Fassler. All cars speed uphill, downhill, exceeding 25 miles per hour limit. Residents of Seacrest have no sidewalk and unable to get to Crespi because of thick shrubbery and dirt. We residents of Seacrest petitioned the city to put sidewalk and connect 3 by 25 feet of walkway from 1007 Fassler Avenue to the fire service road for Seacrest apartments. It is very dangerous to cross due to speeding cars approaching on blind curves. Until funding is approved, I petition to include this project as priority for health and safety of Seacrest residents and Pacificans. In the meantime, I am asking to place 3-4 temporary orange signs used widely in construction, strategically placed like slow down, blind curves, dogs, children, safety, pictures, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana Seeger, you'll be our next speaker, followed by user Vicky. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn.
Diana, it looks like your microphone is muted. We can't hear you.
Hi, this is Diana Seeger.
Okay.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm a 32-year resident of Park Pacifica, and I really appreciate everything you guys have all done under COVID conditions. I'm very impressed. I want to make 3 short comments. The first one is to second Lynn Adams. Thank you so much for adding more trash receptacles. It's made a huge difference. So thank you so much. The other one is more of a question than a comment. Is it possible for our police department to have the flexibility to place more patrol officers in the field as needed? So on a temporary basis, people that might not normally patrol for us come out and patrol when we have rashes of crime. It seems to be there's an uptick in crime in certain neighborhoods. And I don't know if I'm just more aware of it because I am a very regular participant of Nextdoor. And so people post local issues, or if it truly is an uptick. But I just was wondering if our police department can have a little bit more flexibility and place people out in the field as needed. And then the last thing that my daughter actually pointed out to me and asked that I speak about is, could we explore as one of our goals in the future a mentor program to reach out to people who live here in Pacifica who would represent an ethnic minority on our city council and planning commissions who might be qualified but not necessarily consider a position on the council, because I'd like to infuse more diversity on our boards. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vicky, you'll be our next speaker, followed by Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn.
Hi, my name is, excuse me, my name is Vicki Sundstrom. I live in West Fairmont and I've lived in Pacifica for 25 years. Actually, I have a long list, but I'm going to limit it to 3 items. One is that there needs to be some visibility into the work that the city is doing, you know, towards like how much of the goals from last year were actually accomplished, what are the projects doing and how far along they are, to get a better understanding of, you know, what is and is not happening. Two, traffic. The city needs to look at the traffic. This is getting pretty ridiculous, and I don't see it on the goals. So there's definitely a need to hire a proper consultant to review the traffic conditions through Pacifica and review whether it's the capacity issues, signal delays, whatever it is, and come up with some kind of plan on how to address it. And then the third part is the state of California and the county of San Mateo require traffic demand management goals. There is nothing that says that Pacifica cannot adapt those goals differently towards managing traffic here. I understand we don't have large employers here, and that's primarily what the TDM looks at, is at least that's how it's written. But ultimately, we have traffic problems and we're not doing anything about it. And we cannot sustain the level of traffic growth that we're looking at without actually looking at what needs to happen. So that's where I am at. I'm good.
Thank you.
Christine Bowles, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by Marcia Murphy. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn.
Good morning, council and staff. My name is Christine Bowles. I'm an architect and live in the Manor District. I applaud last year's priority number 6 to complete a comprehensive update to the general plan. I want to stress the word comprehensive. I know the planning department is working on the local coastal plan and the Sharp Park specific plan, but I want to make sure the council understands that there are other elements of the general plan that need a fair amount of work. The safety element, for example, is out of compliance with state law for updates for fire and flooding risk, and the landslide maps in the 2014 draft general plan were proven inaccurate 37 years ago. As Kevin Woodhouse stated so well, updates for climate resiliency and adaptation also need to be added to the general plan so it can guide us in these critical issues that are already affecting us now and will continue to worsen in the next decades. These updates are all critical to align with the council goals of maintaining a safe community. Proposed housing element updates in 2022 may need modifications to the general plan as well. I wholeheartedly agree with Summerlee and Victor Carmichael's statements, and I would also suggest considering zoning changes to other key sites in the city and transit corridors for low to moderate income housing. Perhaps height limits can be increased for sites such as the Manor Safeway as they are for Sharp Park, for example. Besides development fees for low income housing, what other incentives could we offer? Building low-income housing is apparently a great tax write-off for wealthy people, so it should not be difficult to find willing development partners if the city's planning laws were more open to that. State law also requires consistency between the general plan and the municipal code, and there are currently major conflicts between the documents that not only make interpretation difficult, they also create additional legal exposure for the city. I agree with Kevin Woodhouse's statement also too that document needs to be updated. Finally, my impression is that planning staff is currently overwhelmed. Emails I sent with major concerns about improper zoning for the Higgins project remain unanswered for over 3 weeks. Perhaps more temporary staff could be hired to ensure proper service to both residents and
Mayor
developers.
Beckmeyer, her time is.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was taking notes. Thank you very much, Ms. Bowles. I'm sorry. Next speaker, please.
Marcia Murphy, you are our next speaker. You'll be followed by Rick Nahas. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Marcia Murphy, and I'm a longtime homeowner in Lindemar. I want to first say thank you all for your continuing service on behalf of our town. Also, like previous speakers, I too support all efforts by council to find solutions for our homeless and vehicularly housed populations, possibly using the SFRV park and local motels. There is money available to willing councils. So that's it. Have a lovely spring day.
Thank you.
Rick Nahas, you will be our next speaker, followed by username Christine Bowles, who is perhaps a different speaker using the same name. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Rick Nahas. The city spent about $100,000 putting together a bike and ped plan where they prioritized and sized a number of projects with the input of hundreds of Pacifica citizens. And I don't see any projects related to that on the goals. So I'd like to understand why. On a somewhat related topic, on the third attachment, page 10, the city has tactical goals for city staff, but no strategic goals. So I'd like to suggest a strategic goal of relationship building. You know, we have good city staff people, and perhaps they can, for example, make a phone call outside. One example might be to the Measure W folks, where they did allocate $3 million to bike and ped, and they did have a call for projects last August. I don't know what happened to that. But there's a phone number on their site. Maybe they can call and just start talking to people about what it would take to apply next time. And to have such strategic goal, you might want to talk to our police chief, because he does communicate. He wants to communicate outside of Pacifica to San Mateo and our region. I'm sure if our department has asked him for some tips on how do we have a strategic goal of relationship building, he might give you some tips. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Bowles, if you're a different user, you'll be our next speaker, followed by Delia McGrath. Please state your name for the record. Oh, Christine lowered her hand. Delia McGrath, you are now our next speaker. You'll be followed by user Renee. Please state your name for the record.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Delia McGrath. I'm a 43 years resident homeowner of Pacifica and an active public citizen of our community, working to upgrade efforts to make Pacifica responsive to the needs of our times. I request that your goal setting for 2021-2022 move forward with changes that will be more inclusive of our whole community. As a member of Pacifica Peace People, I ask you to help transform this city into a compassionate city with not just lip service. This is a request we have made for at least the last 5 years. It means creating a realistic plan for inclusion of all our citizens into a harmonious city where your kindness and resolve is required. To meet the needs of those who are unhoused, to assist renters who are low income, to require our police to address meaningfully the racial bias which was publicly declared during last year's open forum on this subject, to realistically address the city's water, sewage, infrastructure issues before sea level rise causes further damage, and to show real leadership without fear to do the right thing with respect to all of these concerns. I wave my hand to the Tree City people, to the wonderful speakers that preceded me on housing issues, Nancy, Suzanne, Carolyn Jaramillo's wonderful suggestions regarding policing issues. And I end by saying, peace always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee, you are our next speaker. You'll be followed by Sandy Ayers. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Renee Daniel, and I'm a Pacific Manor resident. And I'm here to address the goal in today's goal setting that addresses healthy and compassionate community. And one of the ways that I was thinking of how we could specifically address that is to revise priority number 6, which is to complete a comprehensive general plan for the city of Pacifica. So city general plans usually consist of 7 elements that cover issues of housing, open space, land use, safety, mobility, conservation, and noise. And cities also have the ability to add additional elements in order to reflect their additional priorities. I would strongly advise that the city of Pacifica add an element to the general plan of health and wellness. Many cities have added this to their general plan, which helps them prioritize and hold themselves accountable to their residents. I think the general plan needs a huge overhaul, and I believe that health and wellness should be at the forefront of our planning. This kind of change could include, but not limit, our ability to address COVID-19 safety and access to care, safe and affordable housing and transportation, access to healthy and affordable food, as well as address mental health services and have a specific response team for mental health that does not involve the police or other first responders that are not specifically trained to handle these issues. I think as much as we want to focus on a lot of other areas of growth in Pacifica, we need to prioritize the sustainable health and wellness of our existing community, and that includes all residents of Pacifica, housed or unhoused. So I thank you for your time, and I really urge you to consider prioritizing making health and wellness an element of our general plan.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sandy Ayers, you will be our next speaker, followed by Crystal and Josue Serrano. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your turn.
My name is Sandy Ayers. I'm a 20-plus year resident of Pacifica, a landscape architect and contractor, as well as a member of Tree City Pacifica. I am speaking today as a representative of Tree City Pacifica. It is so important that we continue to establish and maintain our urban forest. We're keenly aware as a group that for a long time, the city's been working extremely hard to maintain our trees with a budget that was stretched far too thin. Tree City Pacifica would like to formally request that the city establish a dedicated tree fund used solely for the planting and maintenance of our urban forests. Most other Bay Area communities have established dedicated tree funds where revenue is generated from tree pruning removal permit fees, in lieu replanting fees, and even private donations and fundraising. These funds need not be a draw on the general fund if structured properly. We would also like to request that the city employ the services of an ISA certified arborist, preferably a full-time, long-term employee, but at a minimum as a paid consultant, to oversee the management of our urban forests. As an example, the city of San Mateo employs 2 full-time arborists and 2 part-time arborists with a population roughly only twice that of ours. As our city continues to grow, it is imperative that we continue to expand and maintain our existing urban forest, that we establish a way to pay for it, and that it be overseen with competent and ethical leadership in the form of an ISA certified arborist. Thank you for your time and consideration today. It is much appreciated.
Thank you.
Crystal and Josue Serrano, you're our next speaker. You also are following after that with another Crystal Serrano, who perhaps is a different speaker. Please state your name for the record.
We're not hearing you speak.
Josue Serrano.
Okay, we can hear you now.
My name is Josh, the owner of Pacifica Tiny Homes. I would like to address 2 reasons why adopting a tiny home ordinance is important and beneficial to the city of Pacifica and will solve the affordable housing crisis that many have expressed in this meeting. The first reason is because as builders, those reaching out to us are middle-class homeowners, such as teachers, nurses, city officials, lawyers, police officers, firefighters, and other professionals. What they all have in common is that they all need this home for their children or an elderly family member. Although they own a home in Pacifica, they're concerned about their children being able to afford $1 million home in the area. A lot of them are struggling and feel that they're going to be pushed out and forced to relocate very soon. And they do. They relocate to RVs on our streets. As I express myself, many of the people here listening to me can identify with this scenario because many of you have growing children or elderly parents. The second reason is because we need to find a solution to the growing need for housing here in Pacifica. And the simplest, affordable, and best solution is to adopt a tiny home ordinance. We have all seen that apartment buildings and condos are not the solution. The solution is literally in our backyard. Why should we adopt a tiny home ordinance? because it will keep Pacifica families together, as they will be able to afford a space for their children to live in while they go to college, or for their parents to stay as they get older and need more care, and for young families to start off and save money. For these two reasons, adopting tiny homes ordinances for tiny homes is important and beneficial to the city of Pacifica.
Crystal Serrano, you're our next speaker, followed by Michael Malone. When it's your turn, please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Crystal Serrano. I am also from Pacifica Tiny Homes and have been a Pacifica resident for over 5 years. I'm here to discuss the benefits of adopting a tiny home ordinance for movable tiny homes as an ADU. At the moment, planning departments struggle to understand what a tiny home is, and it's understandable because their main job is to enforce codes. Although the majority of tiny homes are RV certified, tiny homes are not RVs because they're not as fragile and the quality is much better. Teachers, nurses, artists, students, elderly, families, and so many others are not using these for recreational purposes. They're living in them full time. Tiny homes are built just like a regular home with wood framing, headers, and insulation, but are even stronger and better than an actual house. They also blend in better in residential areas. They're safe and are more pleasant to look at and live in as opposed to a standard RV. A tiny home ordinance will help make it easier for planning departments to oversee that an established checklist is being followed, which meets their concerns around safety, quality, and code enforcement. To our advantage, we don't have to start from zero, as many cities have already jumped on board and have changed ordinances to allow movable tiny homes, such as Los Angeles, San Diego, San Luis Obispo, Fresno, and San Jose. The benefit is that we can review their ordinances and take the best parts from them to create our own, and which would be beneficial to Pacifica's residents. Adopting a tiny home ordinance will make it easier for Pacifica residents and the planning department to work together and facilitate a faster permit process. It will provide safer and more quality housing at an affordable cost and help strengthen our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Malone, you're our next speaker. You will be followed by Nancy V. Please state your name for the record when it's your turn.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Michael Malone. I first moved to Pacifica in 1983. And anyone get caught in the rain last night? Yeah. It reminded me of the times I was unhoused, trying to find a dry place, trying to find a warm place, especially in winter. Getting medical aid when I caught pneumonia because I got drenched and I didn't have a warm place. Finding food. These are all things that most of us don't have to worry about. Most of us have all those things, but there are a lot of people who don't. And so I want to speak to the conscience of Pacifica. You know, in the mission statement, you talk about equity and inclusion in this community. And I'd like to see more than just empty words, but let's do something. Half Moon Bay, with a tenth of the population, already has contracted for a place for unhoused people with services, the services they need, medical, food, shelter, okay? So I think we can do better than we have done. Just like to close with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says that everyone in the world has the right to food, clothing, housing, and Medicare. So let's make Pacifica a better, more inclusive, more equitable place. We can do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy V, you're our next speaker, and you will be followed by Ellen H. When it's your turn, please state your name for the record.
Nancy Vargas, I already spoke, so
I'll lower your hand. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ellen H., you're our next speaker. You will be followed by Matt McPhail. Please state your name.
Good morning, City Council members and City staff. My name is Ellen Haig.
I live in Park Pacifica, a homeowner and resident of Pacifica since 1974. I strongly urge you to make housing for low-income households and unhoused members of our community a top priority for the goals you're setting today. That would include 3 elements. 1, a safe parking lot and program for unhoused people living in their motorhomes. 2, find opportunities to create transitional housing to prepare unhoused residents to enter and retain permanent housing. 3, advocate for affordable housing. And by affordable housing, I mean specifically housing that very low income folks can afford. During COVID, we've all become aware of the essential workers we rely on. Essential workers are low income folks. At a recent meeting, Supervisor Don Horsley stated, when Pacifica comes up with a plan, San Mateo County will follow your lead and support your plan. Pacifica needs solutions to the ongoing crisis of homelessness that has become even more serious because of the loss of employment and evictions due to COVID. There are federal funds available to accomplish this. We need a plan. Half Moon Bay came up with a plan. Redwood City came up with a plan. I look forward to seeing a plan that will not only benefit the members of our community that need housing, but the health and well-being of our whole community. This will truly make Pacifica a compassionate city. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Assistant City Clerk, before we go on to the next person, I need to check in. It looks like we're past our time for public comment. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names left. Council, what is your preference? Shall we allow these 7 to go forward and then?
Yes. Allow the last 7, but don't continue.
Yeah,
All right.
I agree with that.
We're going to stop. I see Christine Bull's name on the list again. Christine Bowles has spoken already, and I know we need to get to Matt McPhail because he couldn't speak before. So do you see the line where we're stopping as a deputy city clerk?
I do, Madam Mayor, and since you spoke, Claudia DeLuna raised her hand also as the last
she
speaker.
Snuck in under the wire. I saw that.
All right.
So let's move forward, and we'll draw the line there.
Matt McPhail, you're our next speaker. You will be followed by Gloria Stofan. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Matt McPhail with the Pacifica Bike Park Committee. I just wanted to thank you guys for taking the time to meet with us back in November. Since then, we've made significant progress in the goals that we established at that meeting. I just wanted to suggest that for the upcoming goals document that we reflect the language reflect that progress. That's about it. In a semi-related note, I just want to say that over the years, we've lost a bunch of talented riders from the local community just because they couldn't afford to stay here. And I support the Tiny House Initiative. All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Gloria Stofan, you are next, followed by Shanice Stevenson. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Gloria Stofan, a Pacifica homeowner and resident since 1966 and a member of Faith in Action Bay Area. On April 27, 2020, one of the goals set by the City Council was a healthy and compassionate community. And now, in reading the status of the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 City Council priorities, much information was given on the continuance of working on affordable housing in Pacifica, which is important, information on ADUs, technical assistance to property owners. But what really caught my eye was that the city is continuing to inquire about potential opportunities such as the San Francisco RV Resort to assist the unhoused in motorhomes. This is such a positive move from the city, and I'm hoping that these inquiries continue. I also understand that there is another piece of property where the industrial bakery once was, and that it's also for sale. And maybe the city can make some inquiries concerning this as well. This may be used for transitional housing. I so wanted to see more action from Pacifica on the issues of homelessness. I thought the data and solid information from the task force would help the public and city council better understand what's going on in our city and use that information on homelessness. Our community is suffering. It's hurting. I would like to see the City of Pacifica continue to work with the Pacifica Resource Center and to aggressively continue reaching out to other cities, the county, and other homeless programs, so much so that direct services can be immediately implemented. Stable homes make for healthy communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Shawnee Stevenson, you are our next speaker. Please state your name for the record. You will be followed by Cindy Abbott.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much for you all meeting on a Saturday. I wanted to share that I'm Shawnee Stevenson. I'm a resident of San Mateo County, and I work for the Bay Area Community Health Advisory Council. And we work around health inequities. And one of the areas that we are have worked intensely in since about 2017, 2018, we'd worked with the Ingrid B. School, the middle school there in Pacifica, to really talk about the epidemic of vaping that was declared in 2018. And we really worked with those students to create a vaping campaign called vapestopshere.com. And it's related to a healthy and compassionate community goal. They collected over 79 petitions of students who really wanted us to really focus on the adverse impacts of vaping in our community. 80% of young people have used tobacco, started with flavored tobacco, and they're using new devices to really target our students to be able to use. And they're using as young as 4th grade, but primarily middle school and high school and young adults. And they actually target individuals of color, particularly African Americans or individuals of the LGBTQ community or Latinos. And they're targeting us as young as they can by using flavoring that really attracts them. And so I wanted to underscore your healthy and compassionate community, that it's really important that you include vaping as part of your study sessions, to look at the restrictions around that, whether it's in your comprehensive general plan to include health and wellness, as vaping and mental health is part of that, or strategic plan and long-term vision around creating a healthy community and promoting healthy businesses within Pacifica. So thank you so much for being there on Saturday and hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Abbott, you're our next speaker, and you'll be followed by Cherry or Cherie Chan. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, everyone. Cindy Abbott in West Sharp Park. For the City Council goals, fiscal sustainability, environmental sustainability, stewardship of city infrastructure, and maintaining a safe community are intertwined, and yet the community is often presented with projects in a piecemeal fashion without sharing how they fit into the whole. An update to the general plan with robust community engagement, community-friendly documents, and clear comparisons of proposed changes is necessary and should be a primary focus. Woven into this planning must be a recognition of the climate crisis. Proposals for developments are being put forth without sufficient time for community input and too often locally approved, without apparent regard to environmental hazards such as coastal erosion, sea level rise, fire, landslides, or the value of limiting encroachment into natural areas. I recognize the position cities like Pacifica are in with significant housing goals doled out by the state's housing allocation process. It's up to us, though, to speak out based on Pacifica's challenged landscape that is resulting in proposals that place future generations at tremendous physical and fiscal risk. I support the statements of many of the eloquent prior speakers, highlighting the need for smart development that provides affordable housing in already developed areas east of Highway 1 and long-term comprehensive infrastructure planning, including strategies for coastal adaptation and resiliency that won't further degrade our beaches and natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Chan, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by Anita Reese. Please state your name for the record when it's your turn.
Hi there, my name is Sherry Chan. Thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yes.
Hi. Holy smokes. Hi, my name is Sherry Chan, CHERIE, CHAN. I live in Pedro Point. Holy moly, I just followed Cindy Abbott and she said everything I wanted to say. It's like she read my mind. So I won't say it again because I know you guys are tired. Thank you for your service to this community. I don't envy you and all these hard decisions that you face, but as she said, sustainability, a big picture overview of what we need to do is what needs that addresses in a realistic way the changing geology and sea level rise and adaptation that we are all forced to consider in this community that we all love, as well as observing state law and science. So thank you for your service on this gorgeous Saturday. I hope you can enjoy this beautiful open space that we have, and I will cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anita Reese, you are next, and you'll be followed by our last speaker, Claudia DeLuna. Please state your name for the record.
Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. I want to start off by thanking you for your ongoing support and for being a partner in our work to support Pacifica families and individuals who are struggling to make ends meet, especially during this global pandemic. I reflected on the city's past goal-setting work and remember being excited that the city prioritized addressing homelessness as a goal. But I am disappointed that the city chose to respond to homelessness by focusing on getting individuals living in motorhomes out of Pacifica instead of working on ways to help unhoused families and individuals return to housing. The city had an opportunity to do something forward-thinking, to care for and support some of our city's most vulnerable members, and we failed. It's not too late. There's a new council. There's more community and state support for services and interventions to reduce and end homelessness. Take advantage of this moment. I encourage and challenge you to use this goal setting to think bigger and bolder. Continue to explore the SFRV Park with the county as part of the city and county's continuum of care for unhoused families and individuals. It is part of a continuum, not the only solution. Show the political will and community support that is needed to get the county to have the county invest in the city's solutions for homelessness, including affordable housing. The city is not alone in this. The impact of COVID has pushed us all to be more creative and resilient, but we all need a bit more compassion and support. And I just want to thank you for serving Pacifica and for the often unrecognized work you do every day.
Thank you.
Claudia DeLuna, you're our last speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Claudia DeLuna. My family and I have been homeowners in the Pacific Manor area of Pacifica since 2009. We would like to request the city make updating our general plan a priority. The general plan is the tool used to help the city achieve many of its land use goals, but it's also an essential component of maintaining the things that make Pacifica a destination for visitors as well as our home. A general plan can help achieve housing goals without substantially damaging the city's precious environment. It can also safeguard the city from undue influence from industries such as real estate and inappropriate development. Our city is a gem, and a modern, environmentally aware general plan will be instrumental in keeping it that way. Pacifica should be setting the example of how to operate a safe, vibrant, collaborative coastal community in this age of climate change and societal challenges. Thank you for providing this forum and for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you very much. All right, council members, I suggest that we take a break. It's 10:20, and I'm suggesting a 5-minute break. Does that sound reasonable? to you? Yes?
Yes.
All right, then we'll resume at 10:25. City manager and go on to reporting out goals and achievements from last year.
Sure, thank you. And I just want to introduce our facilitator, Stacy McLaughlin from Mountaintop Insight Consulting, and turn it directly over to Stacy at this point.
Great, thank you. Stacy, you're muted.
I'm unmuted.
There you go.
I hope. Okay, thank you. Good morning. It is a beautiful day there, I hear from your speakers, and then also it's one where I am as well. I want to thank the City Council for all of the work that they did yesterday, starting off, and also offer my commendations to both the City Clerk and the Deputy City Clerk for the flawless day that we had yesterday. So, with that said, we did a lot of good work yesterday, City Council, as far as looking at ways to work together and so forth. I'm going to ask that we revisit the ground rules that we established to work together yesterday and have Sarah put those up on the screen so that our audience can see them as well. And I'll just go through these briefly for the department heads as well as the public, and share that yesterday, these were the ground rules that the City Council agreed to utilize in their interactions for the session. Now, it's taken a few years to develop these. However, I will say that they seem to work in just about every situation. So I'll talk a little bit about each one, and then I'll ask the council and the department heads to step in, as they will be my working group today in facilitating the meeting as we go forward. So the first one is being aware of your intentions. And that's intentional leadership. It is having a consciousness of what your intention is with what you are about to say, what you are about to do, or how you're moving forward. And so when we're being intentional, we have a split second to make a different decision. So for example, if I'm working in a group and somebody in that group is pushing my buttons and I'm not having a good time with them, and I feel like I really need to put them in their place, I have a split second to consider, is that a good idea, or should I be a little more intentional about how I need to interact with folks? So the council agreed yesterday to have a consciousness and be aware of their intentions. The second one is important because it's clarifying our assumptions. Now, especially in today's world with texting, Zooming, emailing, and the lack of the ability to be right next to the person and in the same room with them, it's important that we clarify our assumptions. So I would really like people to have that permission today as we're talking about the various projects and proposals and responding to some of the community's concerns, to clarify what your assumptions might be. Don't just assume you know what they mean with the words that they use or that they write. Ask them if you're not clear. It's so simple. And I'll use Kevin as an example. If I'm not understanding something, then I have permission to say, Kevin, can you tell me a little bit more about that? Do you mean this? And then that gives him the opportunity to step in and better explain if it's not something you understand. The third ground rule is pretty simple. It's always do your best. And by your best, I mean what you're capable of doing, not in comparison to someone else. And more, it has to do with people that can remember facts and figures and dates. For me, that's not something that I retain. And so my best is not trying to compare myself to the fact that they can remember that and I can't. So it's knowing that I'm coming to the table with everything that I have. And I really don't think that's in short supply with this group. So I'm not too worried about that. The next one is really important, and it's something that we have had a lack of on many levels in government sectors. And I will tell you, it will come back to get you if you don't pay attention to that. And that is to speak with integrity. And by speaking with integrity, what we mean by that is that you are being authentic and real and truthful in what you are saying. You're not misleading or misguiding, but you are speaking with integrity. And it's very important for people in leadership positions to really take this to heart, especially in today's world, after we've suffered so much of misinformation being out there in our communities. Number 5 is to take care. And it is that simple, to take care. Taking care of yourself, taking care of one another, and just having a compassionate approach to the way that you're interacting. And so the one that's kind of the hardest is to take care of ourselves. We're very good at taking care of other people most times, but having that ability to say what we need and what would help us is very important as well. So please, if you need something, take care to share that with the group and ask them or get clarification. Okay? And then my favorite and the most important, and the reason that it's at the bottom, is to be in love. And it's there because it's supporting everything else. It's at the core of everything we need to do. When we are interacting with one another, when we are making decisions, when we are showing up, everything we need to do is based in love. Now, you may not hear that word very often in public settings, in public sectors. That's a shame, because it is one of the most important things that we need to be conscious of. We need to have that kind of wonderful spirit within us as we move forward in taking care of our communities. So I'm going to ask the department heads to please turn on their video and make sure that they're present so that we can all see each other. Thank you. All right. How do you feel? How do those ground rules feel for the day and for moving forward? You can also unmute yourselves. That would help, so you can talk to me.
All good.
Wow. Okay. I hope I haven't put you on the spot, but it's going to be a little interactive here for a bit. And so I'm anticipating that everybody will join in along with the City Council. And City Council, feel free to pipe up and jump in here at any point and share your thoughts on things. I'm going to ask that you tell me if there's any problem with any of those ground rules, anybody. How did they work for us yesterday, Council?
Really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Generated a good discussion. I think that we spent a good bit of time discussing them and finding ways that they fit in the work that we do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So yesterday, the City Council went through the DISC, and for those of you out in the community and the public, the DISC is a communication assessment, and it's a style tool to help them communicate better. It's a way of creating a formal and common language within an organization about the way that we interact with one another. And having an awareness of that, I'm not going to go into a lot of details about that, but the department, the city staff, as well as the City Council, all took the assessment. And there's two things. First of all, I want to go to our little white envelopes that you all had yesterday. The City Council opened theirs. Department heads, did you open yours? You had instructions to do that last night? Okay, I need feedback. I need you to shake your heads, give me thumbs up. All right. So I'm going to call names unless I have volunteers to share what's in your envelope, what your impression was when you saw it, and how you think that might be helpful to you today. And so we're all on the same and level playing field right now, council and staff. So whoever wants to share with us on that, let me know. Or just start talking. Not all at once, though.
Stacy, thank you for trying. I know this is so hard to facilitate a bunch of boxes. It really is.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. All right, so Mary, would you mind starting with us?
Can you ask me the question one more time, please?
So, in your white envelope yesterday, the council opened theirs last night, where they got their little card.
Oh, right.
Okay. And the department heads also had an envelope. So if you want to start, that'd be great. Or
sure, I'll start.
Okay. Thank you.
So the card that I chose, I mean, I didn't choose. The card that chose me was enthusiasm. And I have to say that over the past year, my enthusiasm for everything has diminished. And so I really felt that, how do I say this? Yes, I need a renewed enthusiasm for this work. I need renewed enthusiasm to connect with the community. Like I haven't been able to connect with people, and that's what fills me. And so I need this, and it's exactly the card for me right now. So,
yay,
Stacy.
Good. Okay. Michelle.
Yes. Well, my card was creativity, which for me was enlightening because I don't think of myself as creative in an artistic way, but I believe that I am creative in creative problem solving in my job. So while I would really like to be creative artistically, like draw and paint, I'm realizing that I really am creative when I try to creatively solve problems. So.
Okay, thank you. I love creative city attorneys. They can help communities achieve things often that they don't think they can. So lovely card for you. All right, I'm going to jump down to somebody that I've known for a long time. Michael, would you mind telling us what was in your envelope?
Not at all. Mine was flexibility. And I guess two things about flexibility, I think, is that this whole year has been about being flexible for me in work and in non-work time. And then I thought, as it might relate to today, is that a lot of this is part of flexibility is I think about supporting and being able to kind of go with the flow. And my experience with the council goal setting sessions is something that is needed from the city staff to support them and be flexible during the process.
Good. All right, let's see. Any volunteers, or do I still pick and choose?
Go ahead and pick.
Oh, okay. What, Mary?
You said go ahead and pick.
All right, I'm going to pick Dan. Oh, first of all, Dan, are you alone in your office?
Hey, you know what? There are no other human beings in my office.
Who's in your office with you?
I mean...
Oh, yay. I hope he's not talking to a person like that.
Who's in my office?
Thank you. This is Penny. This is Dan.
This is my therapy dog on the weekends.
Just so you know, my dog looks a lot like Dan's dog, and he has a crush on Penny. So So Dan, what was your card?
So my card was tenderness. To me, that goes to compassion, sensitivity, gentleness. I think that's I think that resonates with me in my function, both on a personal level, but also, as a personal level, as a father and a grandfather, but also as a, in law enforcement, or as would not just law enforcement, as just a member of the executive team of the city and dealing with our community, because everything that we're dealing with has an impact on our community, has an impact on the human element. So I think there's always that need to, when you are checking your intentions, to be considering tenderness in terms of sensitivity.
Great. I thought that was a perfect card for you for these times, I think, because the one thing I want to share is when we talk about those ground rules and taking care, I think it's also important that we're not just taking care, like I said, of others, we're taking care of ourselves. So remember that these cards apply, that these words that are a gift to you from the universe, or however else you want to look at it, in a way that that is very, very personal. So think about it in those terms. Okay, let's see. Who's next, Tiger?
Hi. My card was a depth, D-E-P-T-H, depth. And I think that for me, one way that I look at it is with any given issue, it can be very easy to look at what our initial impulse is toward that issue. And sometimes to the detriment of the communication we might have with somebody else who feels very differently about an issue. So one thing that depth definitely means to me is going beneath the surface of what that issue is. Because usually at any given issue, even two people who feel like they come from different places often really want the exact same thing on that issue and don't know how to meet each other in that place. And I feel like if we dive beneath the issue and meet each other in that place, then it's more likely that we're both going to get what we want out of the deal. And so this word is very important to me in trying to bring to the table what I really hope to bring to the table.
Great, thank you. It's a tough one. That's a pretty a card that really makes us accountable and responsible. So good. I'm glad that you see the value and importance of it. Any questions? You guys can talk to each other. I'm not the only one that can, has to talk here. I'm going to go to Ron. How about you, Ron? What was your card?
Hey, good morning, I guess. Mine is harmony. And I think that I'm a very big proponent of interest-based problem solving, conflict resolution. The fire and police services, that doesn't come into play when there's an emergency. We don't do interest-based. We act, we give commands. But 95+% of the time is dealing with people, internally, externally, and looking to meet interests, not just win and lose type of agreements where somebody feels like they lost. Try and find and build upon an interest that can essentially help everybody find a better solution than the one that's in front of them. And so I think that's where harmony would come into play from that perspective.
Great, thank you. How about Mike O'Neill?
Okay, my little tag was celebration. And as I told everybody last night, this is March of St. Patrick's Day. So we can't have our big party this year. I'm brining my own corned beef to do a little bit of an experiment. And one of the brines actually has Irish whiskey in it. And I'm debating if I want to put Irish whiskey in a brine for corned beef. It's just kind of different recipe, But I also think it's every time you look at, some of the challenges we have, opportunities we have, and every month during COVID, you just have to look at it and have something to celebrate that day. And that look at like some of the issues we're facing, such as, the city hall. This is an opportunity for us to actually make an impact to celebrate not the challenge, but the fact that this is an opportunity for us to maybe move forward in a critical piece of infrastructure and for some of the goals of the city.
Oh, great. That's one of the things I really want to, I'm glad one of the council members got that card. And the reason is that celebrating is something that we forget to do. We forget to acknowledge and we forget to pat ourselves on the back. And let me just say that as somebody on the outside looking in at what cities and communities have had to deal with on that level of governing over the last year, it's unbelievable to me. While we look at our healthcare workers as being essential and valuable workers in dealing with the pandemic, one of the things we've forgotten is to really acknowledge the people that have been at the front lines of city government, state government, and the federal government in responding. So please try to keep in mind that it's important to celebrate your wins, little ones and big ones, and to acknowledge, because it's good for morale, as well as, who doesn't like a good party? How about you, Tina? Do you like a good party?
Yes, I do.
Thank you for saying yes. How about you? What was your card?
My card was courage. And I thought of all of us collectively when I read that. Just that being a public servant, whether or not it's as a staff member or as an elected official, takes courage many times, much of the time.
Okay. How might courage help you going forward within the scope of all the things that you have on your plate?
Well, maybe not like running away from the big long list of things to do. That takes courage, but I don't know, just courage to face the challenges, I guess, and to have some resolve to stick in there and work with the community and the council to make the best decisions for the community.
Okay, great. Okay, let's see who's left. Sue V.
Okay, my card was forgiveness. And generally, I'll repeat what I said yesterday, which was that I need to learn to forgive the people who, just because we oppose each other and they continue to beat me up, I still need to, because if I don't forgive them, then it's only hurting me. So I just need to pass that up and decide that everything is okay.
Nice.
And I'm done.
That's a good word. Let's talk a little bit about that, about forgiveness. When we get angry, we can get over it pretty quickly most of the time. We're mad. It's an emotion that comes and goes. But if something hurts us, it's a little harder to get there. So we really have to spend some time thinking about that. And I love that you have put it into perspective, Sue, about where forgiveness has its impact. And you're right, it's our personal impact. So good, I'm glad. All right, let's see, there's Lisa. Lisa, I understand your envelope is missing.
So I do have a word that was given to me. So the word was empathy. And I would say it's actually a great word, and it's a great word for, I think, folks in public service and for myself as the director of public works. Because you really need to understand where people are coming from when they're talking to you about what's going on, with their street or, some other issue that's happening to them. You really need to kind of be able to get in their shoes and figure out what's happening. And also with your employees, with your city manager, with your council, really to be able to understand other people's perspectives. So I think that is a great word.
Great, thank you. And certainly our mayor got one.
Yes, our mayor did get one. My word is freedom. And it struck me on two levels. Yesterday, I was speaking about freedom from the point of view of freeing myself to speak my mind, say what I need to say, put it out there in maybe a more obvious way, because that would enable other people to respond with freedom. But I also was reflecting on that this morning and thinking about, in this time, freedom of speech and freedom to express ourselves in a democratic society, and how it's so important for me to remember that, and I do, and I keep that in mind when I'm recognizing disparate viewpoints in the community, that we all have the freedom to share where we are. And it's important to maintain that.
Great, thank you. Kevin, did we hear from you?
Not yet. My word was honesty. And that is certainly a keystone value to me personally, as well as to the organization, to the executive team. In the work that we do, we will be honest in communicating, whether that's transparency about budget challenges, honest about the status of projects and programs. And it is just key to a healthy organization and key to healthy communication between the organization amongst its employees as well as with the public.
Thank you. It is, and it goes to speaking with integrity, which is to being honest and protecting the community at a very high and ethical level. So thank you all. I'd like you to try to find ways to use these over the course of the year, since what we're talking about right now is the 2021-22 fiscal year. So if you would keep those handy and around, then I will probably check in with you maybe periodically to find out how they might be impacting you. You may not recognize it at the moment, but somehow those words will infiltrate some things in your life. So be prepared. All right? Okay, now, one of the things I want to express before we move on to the next part and we get into the meat and potatoes of the day is I'd like to share with you all that one of the greatest gifts that we can give each other is the gift of being present. That means being here now, fully participating, listening, paying attention, and seeing what's going on from the standpoint of people's words. It's hard to be able to see all of the ways that we communicate via Zoom, so you don't necessarily get to read or see body language or maybe hear people's deep sighs if you're going on and on and on or whatever. But what I'd like you to do is recognize that in today's world of constant distraction, this one being one of the worst, and the television and the noise of radio and people talking and surfing the net, that you try really hard today to be present. So those things to me mean not checking your emails because you're sitting at your computer. That means to be paying attention to all of the people in this meeting, and also making sure that because of the way that this is set up, I know that, I might be looking at my computer screen and I'm zeroing in over there on somebody who's speaking. But when you're talking, maybe try to look into your green or red dot so that people can see you when you're commenting and participating and you're looking at them. All right. We have to learn how to do all these things new and in different ways so that people know that we're there for them. So being present. And by the way, just so you know, that was something I was going to say anyway, but that was my word for the day, was to be present. Okay. And I think that was, a message to me to make sure that Tyler and Summit aren't in the room with me at certain times. They're my Dan dogs. They are always there. My security detail, as my husband calls them. So I'll try to keep them under control as we move forward. All right, now, all of you have taken the disc. All of you know what your style is. And so the city council and the department head should have an envelope that they are going to open right now, which will let them see what everybody else is. And this is my way of interacting, sending you envelopes to open. This is our participatory process. And I really want to, again, thank Sarah and Elizabeth for making all of that happen. Ron, did you get one? Lisa, everybody got an envelope?
If you give me a moment, mine had to be overnighted because it didn't get there until yesterday afternoon. So I actually saw a mail truck pull up. So let me go make a run and see if it's in the mail.
Go get it. We had that happen yesterday. People had people knocking on their doors. So go, run. Dang it, I thought we were going to get to see him run. He took his camera off.
You just told the fire chief to run. I like it.
Okay. We'll wait for Ron really quick. So if anybody needs to make a quick trip anywhere, make sure you're back in like 1 minute, please. Otherwise, just hang out with us. And I'll go through the styles just very briefly for those that are attending the meeting.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I think if you can, I don't know if you have a visual on that, Stacy, for going over what DISC is, what they all mean and such.
Sarah can put up one of the slides. She could. It would be the one, Sarah, that's got the 4 styles. I'll tell you what number it is very quickly here. When I can.
You mean that one?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yay, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. And I don't see everybody now because the way the view is. So would somebody let me know when Ron's back if I don't have him on the screen here? I only get 3 of you at a time on my Zoom screen.
Stacy, there's an arrow at the bottom that you can scroll to the next to see all the people. Just keep scrolling.
Oh no, I can do it. I just can't see when he comes back. If he's not, I've got him on there now, so I'll watch. Thank you, Michelle. Was that a D action right there?
I think so.
All right.
No, I think it was helpful. It was, where would I put that?
S.
Yeah, the S.
Yeah, I'm going to be sharing stories about yesterday a little bit, and I'm going to probably focus in on Michelle.
Oh,
since I know
Michelle is so disappointed she's not a D.
I know. But the thing is, Tina, every person who has mine and Michelle's style we are just destined to want to be a D. Okay, I'm missing, let's see. Where are you, Tina? There you are. That was my struggle yesterday as the screen will change, and a person that I was looking at on the left-hand side of the screen, the next time I look up, they're not there anymore. They're over here. And so I kept trying to find people in the screen when I was talking.
And the fire chief is back.
Okay. All right. Was it the envelope that we needed you to have, Ron?
Yes, it was.
Yay. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to give just a brief overview of what the DISC is as a tool. It's not new. It's been around for a while. I really like it. It's not unlike many others. It's not as detailed, for example, as maybe the Myers-Briggs, which I'm certified to do that one, but I don't use it very often because it tends to be a little bit more complex, and this gets at most of that. So as you're looking at this screen, you'll see that there are 4 styles: dominance, influence, conscientiousness, and steadiness. And the 2 styles on the top of the quadrant, I'm going to ask Sarah to kind of follow my words here and use her cursor. Dominance and influence, you'll see over on the right hand in their chart, are fast-paced. So these styles tend to talk faster. They make decisions faster. They take they don't take as much time to get things done in their decision making. Now then, if you go down to the next level under conscientiousness and steadiness, you'll see that they're more slow paced. These styles tend to need to take a lot more time in making decisions. Now, the left hand, you'll see that the ones on the left hand are task oriented. Sorry, my clock is telling me it's 11 o'clock, so I apologize. So the folks who are D and C styles tend to focus on tasks. If you go over to the other side for the influence and the steadiness styles, they tend to be more relationship oriented. So they're focused on the people more so. Now, here's the really important thing for everybody to realize and recognize. We use all 4 styles. It depends on a circumstance. They all come into play. One of them just is more natural for us and becomes our home base. So, for example, I'll use the example of a police chief. So if a police chief is in a high and intense situation where there's problems and he's trying to get things under control, he's probably going to be operating in the D style. Command and control, we've got situations going on, we have to take care of business. Now then, if the police chief is in the middle of putting together his annual departmental budget, he's probably very much utilizing skills that come with the C style, which is highly analytical. Now, if they're going to have a public event to where they really want to promote the police department and what they've done and how they're doing it, he's probably going to be over there in the right-hand corner, the I style, because he's going to try to influence and give the community a certain impression. So he's using the skills that come with influence. Now then, if you go down to steadiness, this style, I kind of liked using the word supportive because it's a very supportive style. If he has an officer-involved incident where somebody's been hurt or something's happened, he's probably going to be operating out of this area. He's going to be supportive, and he's going to be even-tempered, and he's going to be there to really be present in a much more supportive way than he's not going to walk in the room and say, hey, and be a D. So we use all the styles. Now, those are just brief words to kind of give you some sense of what that kind of style is. Now, if your dot is in the middle, like closer to the middle of this, and let's go, Sarah, let's use this, that put it in the middle, kind of but not all the way in the middle. The closer your dot is to the middle, the more flexible you are around the characteristics assigned to or a part of your home base style. Now, the farther out you are towards the outer edge of the circle, that is a little less flexible. That is that you are a little more rigid within the context of that style. So you heavily lean into the characteristics of that style, okay? Now, I'm going to ask, has everybody got that? We don't need the screen anymore? Okay. So let's take that down and go to everybody. Now, the envelope that you have should be a team view. It should look like this. And it should have all the council members as well as all of the department heads. And I'm going to go through this very quickly and let people know what the style, I'm going to read it for people to let them know what the styles are. I'm going to start with the mayor. The mayor's style was almost smack dab in the middle of the line between, well, she is on the line, she's a CS. And she's kind of right in the middle of between the inner circle and the outer circle. So her style is analytical with supportive and steadiness tendencies. The deputy mayor, or the mayor pro tem, Mary, is an SI, but her dot falls in the I, or excuse me, in the S, and it's almost outside the circle. So she's very much an SI. Now then, council member Big Stick is a C. And he's kind of towards the center, so he's a little bit flexible with that, but he's a little closer to the S line than he is to the outside of the C. Council member O'Neill, Mike, is a D, and his D is close to the middle, which means he's pretty flexible around it. He's kind of close to the I, but he's a little closer to the C. So, but he's pretty much a D. All right, now then, Councilmember Vetterlos is also a D. And her D is towards the C side, all right? No pun intended with your picture.
Stacey, maybe you could just let the public know what that is, because they probably don't remember after seeing the screen once. So like D is whatever.
All right, you know what? I'll tell you what, Sarah, if you want to put that slide back up, we'll use that. And you've got the team view. You can actually put your cursor where the dot is. So let's give her a second. Maybe. Okay, we'll get there in just a second. Okay, so then the D, oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to the staff. Our city manager is a CD, and she's going to put the dot about where it is. So that's where Kevin falls on the spectrum. And this style is pretty comfortable for Kevin. He said that it really fits. So I'm gonna leave that one there. And then I'm going to go to Tina, who is our assistant city manager. And Tina is also on that side. So you can see that both your city manager and your assistant city manager are task oriented. All right. Now let's go to our public works director, Lisa. She's over on the right-hand side on the S, which is a good thing. We need to have a balance. Now then, and as we're doing this, I want you to think about this person and think about where their style is and see how that reflects. Let's go to Dan Steidel, our police chief. Where does Dan fall? He's like on mine, he's like right inside the D. He's a DD. So this is not uncommon to see folks in law enforcement and public safety, fire and police in the D style. But let's go to our fire chief, Ron Myers. That's where he is. He's in the S. Okay, which is the steadiness. And let's see, Michael Perez. Mike is over on the right-hand side. He's an IS, which if you know Mike and you know his style and you know the things that he's involved in, really fits. He's in a lot of human service kind of activities in his department. And he's also an entertainer. So we know that kind of fits for him. Let's go to, let's see, did I get everybody? Let's go to Sarah, our city clerk. Now, I'm going to spend a bit of time here on the C's because we have, technically, we don't have as many as normal in a group. But Sarah's C shows that she's also along the, she's very much towards the S. So she's probably a CS on the diagrams within the reviews that they get. Now then, if you look at the I style, we're going to go up there for our city attorney and Michael. Now, Sarah, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to go to the I dot, the dot on the I, and then go to the outer circle and go down a little bit more. There you go. That's me. That's where I am. I'm there in fact, I'm probably off from being an I. Now then, if you go back to where Sarah was on the C style, I want to give you examples of why these styles need each other. If I had to try to do the facilitation and then also do the management of this meeting, it would be impossible for two reasons. One, I have zero interest in the technical aspect of this and how it works. I don't want to know how to do it. I don't think I would be very good at doing it. And so having a C style supportive to me is critical in a leadership and management position. So the styles really do need each other. And so I'm going to use examples. All right, we can take that down now, unless you want to make it a little window or something, because I want to talk to everybody a bit about the value and importance of the different styles within a group context. And I want to see all their pretty faces. All right. So what I'd like you to really focus on with respect to this is it's a tool for you to use as common language. Now, imagine if you had a city council that were all D's. What would that be like? I'm not going to talk until somebody else comments.
Nothing would get accomplished. They would all always be at odds with each other, or it would very easily get accomplished without much thought because they'd all be immediately on the same page.
Good. Yeah, you don't want all of the same styles. What if you had a city council that was all C's? What would happen?
A lot of process.
What, Sue? I'm sorry. Say it again.
A lot of process.
Yeah. You know what happens with C's? If you give C's some information, you know what that does?
They ask for more information.
They ask you for more information. And they're slow to making a decision. Imagine having a city council with all S's. What do you think would be the case?
Nothing would ever get done except for like picnics or something.
Right. They want everybody to be happy. Now, I'm going to ask the council a realistic question. Can you keep everybody in your community happy?
Not all at the same time.
Okay.
Not at all.
If you had a city council that were all S's, you're going to have a hard time because they want everybody to be okay with all the decisions that you're making. Okay, so if you look at your staff and you look at the styles that they have, it's really evenly matched. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the I style, and I'm going to use Michelle because Michelle is a city attorney, and Michelle is like most I's, thinking that they need to be a D because they think that D's are, like they get to tell you what to do and how to do it. The problem is that she's not a D. So I'm going to she wants to be a D, but I'm going to use her to reinforce the fact that we operate in all of the styles.
But in fairness, Stacy, I'm an SI. Okay, let's just be accurate.
Okay. And that, my friends, isn't I speaking. With a little bit of D behavior.
Thank you.
Telling me what to do and how to do it.
Yes, it is.
So, it's a tool. Not every component or characteristic of the style is going to fit you. But was there anybody that was not comfortable at all with what their style was, that didn't feel like it fit?
I didn't.
And why is that?
Well, I think when I was answering the questions, I'm looking more from an organizational interest-based approach. It's clearly in my position, you got to make decisions and you make them. But if you're coming from an interest-based conflict resolution, it's not that you're afraid of making a decision. It's not that you're trying to make everybody happy. It's trying to keep an organization in harmony, your word, and allow everybody to have an interest in what's going on. And you can afford that when you're trying to operate in a non-emergency setting. So for me, I think if I would have looked at it in two different ways, one, about making a decision when there's an emergency or there's critical things that need to be done, there's no hesitancy on my part to make a decision and act. So I see myself more DS if you were working through it. And so I hear what you're saying about you do a lot of those, but I was kind of surprised that I fell into the S. But I think it's the way I approached answering the questions.
Well, first of all, you can't fool the test. I mean, I guess you could really take some time to try to fool it. So what I'm going to suggest is, based on Ron, what you just said, and unfortunately you didn't have the benefit of being with us during the staff explanation of this, is just listening to what he just said about he looked at it from an organizational standpoint and keeping, things sort of, his word, harmony, was the fact that he was kind of relationship focused as opposed to task focused. Now, what about the statement that S's can't make good decisions or can't make decisions? S's make excellent decisions. They just do it in a different way than a D. And as I shared, we use all the styles. And I use Dan in his public safety perspective to demonstrate how those styles will come into play. So have a consciousness of, and if it doesn't fit, that's fine. But Ron, you didn't get the chance to go through page 4 or 6. They've changed it up on me. I think it might be 4. And look at the characteristics there and kind of see which ones might fit for you in your full review. Okay? All right. So anything else you want to, I'm going to move. The council wanted the staff to participate because they wanted to see the styles. And I think it's helpful for the staff to also see the styles that the council has. This is not a weapon. We're not going to ever make D's out to be bad guys because they make quick decisions. They typically will make a decision like this: ready, fire, aim. An I makes a decision based on how they feel about it. They don't need a lot of detail and a lot of information. It's whether they like it or they don't like it, or whether it feels right for them. It's a highly emotional kind of style. The C's do not make decisions without having all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. They want to make sure, because one of the most important things for a C is to be accurate and precise. And we want that. We want all of these styles within an organizational structure. Now then, the S is the one, and thank goodness you have Lisa around, because she's going to be the one that's going to make sure that people are, not rushing to decisions that aren't going to be good for a lot of folks and for everybody, because the S's want people to be happy. They want to make sure they're okay with the decisions that are being made. It doesn't mean that they're going to hold it up. It just means that they're going to be a little more conscious of the relationship versus the task. Okay? And remember, we use all 4. All right. Any questions, comments? Nope. Okay. Then I think we're going to move along. Thank you all. And our next step is, I believe I'm turning it over to you, Kevin.
Great. Thank you for that, Stacy. It's really, really great to have that common language and understanding about our different styles, and really understanding that we all embody all of those styles. I certainly see that in the council members as well as the executive team, that everyone has each one of these styles in the way they conduct their work. I'm going to try to move pretty quickly through this presentation, which will really hit on the current status of the City Council priorities from fiscal year 2021. And City Clerk Coffey is bringing up the presentation now. Next slide, Sarah. So I have two slides here that list the current 7 value-laden goals and the current 19 City Council priorities. I'll just make a couple brief comments about them, because really what I want to spend most time on is this one particular slide about the current status of priorities. And then I'll just conclude with some pretty high-level takeaways from the environmental scan that we performed. So next slide, please. And these are the 7 value-laden goals that have been priority to City Council for many years, slightly revised the year before last, but still in place. And I won't go into detail on these, and Stacy may come back to this later today. Next slide. The following 2 slides list the list of council priorities for this fiscal year. And as I mentioned in the intro comments to this morning, last year we didn't do this goal setting session because of COVID. And but we essentially, and in April, the City Council, at a City Council meeting, adopted this goals list. We essentially rolled over most of the FY 19-20 priorities that are on this list into 2021. And while we had made progress on many goals and completed numerous ones from 19-20, coronavirus and the city's response to that certainly did have some operational impacts, and so slowed down numerous items. So we were able to fortunately roll over, continue to make significant progress on many of these, and I'll get into that a little bit in the next slide. You can flip to the next slide, Sarah. So that shows the other half of the 19. What I wanted to point out is during the FY 19-20 fiscal year, there were actually 2 really significant priority projects that came up mid-year. So those were added to this fiscal year list. And that is the Evaluate the City Tree Program and Heritage Tree Ordinance. That's priority number 17. And priority number 18, to evaluate and remediate the Civic Center facility health and safety issues. So those were newly added for this fiscal year, and we'll get into the status of those. Now, you'll see, go ahead to the next slide, Sarah. This is a fairly detailed slide, and I want to explain a couple things about this, and then we may refer back to this later during deliberation. The list of about 40 priorities that you see here is the status of the fiscal year priorities, but understanding that priority number 19 on the council's list is a list of other priorities. And there are a whole bunch of significant initiatives and projects that have been and continue to be underway. So this list includes those priorities as well. I'm going to go through and just hold on this slide for a bit, spend a bit of time. First, I want to explain that I want to explain the categories that are shown here. And these are not absolute categories, but it's just a way to be able to talk about where we are. We'll get into more detail undoubtedly during deliberation about each of these projects and can answer more questions about them. So I won't get really deep about each of them for now. But regarding the categories, the left column for continuing projects, those are actually distinct projects or initiatives that are on the current work plan, council priorities, that are not complete and are continuing into the next fiscal year, or I would anticipate they're continuing into the next fiscal year. The second column, well, let me draw the distinction between what's continuing and the far right column, which says ongoing. So the difference between continuing and ongoing is continuing projects are distinct projects and priorities. There's a start, there's a finish. What ongoing represents is there are many programs and initiatives that, while at one point when they first began, they might have been a distinct initiative, now they're really part of the day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month work that the organization is doing. So an ongoing project or priority doesn't mean it's not something that the council may not want to list in their annual priorities list. That would be fine to do. But I just want to capture that there are many of these projects and programs that the city continues to work on, regardless of whether they're listed as a council priority or not, because it's the normal business of the city, essentially, to do that. The completed column, the second one from the left, really represents those projects, those distinct projects and priorities that we anticipate to be completed this fiscal year or early next fiscal year. So that's the list there. And then there's a few that are on hold, and these are projects that and priorities that we maybe don't control the steps in them. That is, the city doesn't, because or we're waiting for grant funding in order to be able to pursue them. So that's what the on hold column represents. So if we look at the continuing column, some of the major ones that the council is very familiar with is the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project, continuing outreach at this point regarding the new Sharp Park Library and the renovated Sanchez Library. The Climate Action Plan update has been on the priority list. And I'll say regarding that is the year before last, the council authorized a limited term management analyst position that would bring some staff resource. Part of their job would be to work on the climate action plan. And due to coronavirus, that hiring hasn't been done yet, but will this spring. The Vision 2025 and Beyond project, which is really a multi-year financial sustainability strategic plan process and project that we'll be pursuing, is continuing. We're working on the RFP to get that out on the street, hire a consultant team to begin that process. There's the different bluff resiliency infrastructure protection projects up along Esplanade Avenue that are continuing and underway at various phases of each of those projects. I mentioned that the city tree program evaluation is underway. Consultant has been hired for that and will be continuing, as well as the Civic Center renovation and remediation project. Also added in the mid-year timeframe, some additional priorities were the quarry site specific plan. The owner of the quarry site is interested in doing a city-led specific planning process for the quarry site. So that's on the list. At that same time, mid-year, another priority that came up was to look at the feasibility of a wireless communication facilities ordinance update. So that's anticipated to occur next fiscal year. And then, as the council knows, the Anza pump station was destroyed in a fire, and our work to repair that and get it back up online is continuing. There were moving over to the completed column, there are a number of comments from the public during public input about the general plan. And so, you know, to say that we, during 2019, held some significant outreach, 5 community meetings for input about the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan. And that's scheduled to be completed in the June-July timeframe. So our general plan, outdated general plan, will be updated, certified by council in the June-July timeframe. So that's why it falls in this completed column. Similarly for the Sharp Park specific plan. Also completed was the first phase of the Beach Boulevard Public Park and Plaza project. And the second phase to that is tied to the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project. The bike park, I put in here the bike park study session because the council's priority was that we kind of initiate the conversation and hold a study session about the status of the bike park. Really the progress now on the bike park resides with the Community Bike Park Committee and the fundraising efforts and outreach efforts that they're conducting. So the work so far for the city is completed. We did do that. Similarly, for the Safe and Sane Fireworks next steps, the council made a decision recently to push off to the 2022 November election a question to the community about whether that program should continue or not. A couple projects here, which include paving projects and playground replacements, you'll notice that are listed both in the completed column and the ongoing column. So that's to say that we completed significant paving projects, we completed significant playground replacement projects, and more of those are part of the ongoing operating and infrastructure upgrading that the city will be doing. So they appear in that ongoing column as well. Regarding oversized vehicle ordinance that was adopted, and the council evaluated the feasibility of a permit parking program. So that priority was completed during this last fiscal year. And on that, you'll notice that in the ongoing column is the continuing work to review funding or program opportunities to assist the unhoused. So the EQ Basin and Balboa Way projects have been completed, Balboa Way rehabilitation. Also the beekeeping ordinance, nuisance ordinance revisions to allow beekeeping, and emergency seawall repairs. So, you know, a lot of robust projects have been tackled during this past year, which of course has been challenging on top of the city's coronavirus response. In the on hold column, just very quickly, the Manor Drive overcrossing project, which is a very significant and expensive infrastructure project with Caltrans, is on hold, waiting for grant opportunities to move that into the next phase. Priority-based budgeting is an internal finance tool that has been gradually underway, and we're reviewing the status of that. That's sort of been on hold. And the Adobe Bridge culvert was also on the council priority list, and that's pending the study that the Resource Conservation District as well as the Watershed Coalition were granted money to do a study, and next steps regarding that project would depend on that study outcome. Then moving over in kind of this category of that I call ongoing, affordable housing initiatives, significant progress has been made. You know, the Marymount apartment conversion, lots of ADUs. The more detailed staff report provides a lot of update about affordable housing initiatives. That's a regular ongoing focus and priority from the council that the planning department is continuing. Similarly, for economic development efforts, the economic development program, and I should say here that next month, the new Chief Financial Sustainability Officer will come on board, who will be running the economic development program. as well as serving as the finance director, that position with some management analyst support will continue very significant economic development initiatives and working with the Economic Development Committee appointed by the council. We continue advocacy regarding wildfire safety education, historical tourism, aircraft overflight noise. Those were initiatives, advocacy initiatives that the council had on the priorities list, and we continue, those. I already mentioned the funding or program opportunities to assist the unhoused. We're always working closely, the police department and city staff working closely with the Pacifica Resource Center on assistance to unhoused in the community, and looking at opportunities, future opportunities for funding or sites that might become an opportunity for helping unhoused, whether in motorhomes or just unhoused generally. The local coastal plan update was the city finished its step, but it's an ongoing process with the Coastal Commission to bring it to the point where they consider certification of that. Similarly, for litter strategies are just part of a normal code enforcement and public works activities that are occurring and are important to continue. Most recently with a revision to our franchise agreement with Recology of the Coast to do some enhanced routes and pickup to help those issues. I mentioned paving projects and playground replacements are continuing important infrastructure annually that we do. And the council this last year adopted a 5-year plan for our paving program. The 2212 Beach Boulevard Hotel site, we continue to work on. That is when we get to the point of hotel visitation stabilizing or coming back to whatever the new normal will be, is when we'll pick up again doing the hotel market study and marketing for a developer to propose for that site for a hotel. Caltrans Highway 1 signal improvements. Caltrans is continuing work on what they've done for each of the 4 signals on Highway 1. And the Palmetto, next steps regarding Palmetto Avenue are being evaluated, and the year before last, the street banner program was put into place, which will be teeing up again for this year. Significantly, we have numerous information services and technology improvements, including document management system that are underway for the city. So as the council knows, we have about 8 different information technology initiatives that we're launching. So those are important to acknowledge, as well as permit processing improvements. We evaluated building permit processing this last year, completed that evaluation and looking at enhancements to that program. We continue the city's hazardous tree removal program, a very safe, very important safety program. And there are various miscellaneous administrative policy updates we're working on. And most recently, the council's aware also of damage to the pier, and an assessment about the pier and next steps is occurring as well. So I know that was a lot of information to digest, and I went through it quickly, but we can later on keep this slide up or refer back to it during deliberation on any of these types of initiatives. Importantly, I think it's to note that much of the public input that was provided is on this list. It was my observation. Next slide, please. So as the council is aware, each year it's my practice to really look at what are some of the financial and social and legislative and health pressures that are on the organization, either coming from external sources or coming from internal to Pacifica and internal to the organization. And we analyze those in what's called the environmental scan. And this is just a quick list of takeaways from the environmental scan. And this just frames context for the council's deliberation about priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. They're meant to be fairly high level. First, under the category of economic and financial factors, certainly budget balancing is very challenging with various operational and capital needs that the city has when revenues have declined and been impacted from coronavirus. And we're in a time period where the economic recovery is complex to understand and forecast. We do our best on that forecasting, have expert input from various tax revenue consultants and economists, but no one can tell precisely when our TOT tax for hotels is going to get back to the norm. So that's a factor that we are constantly working on and trying to forecast. You may have heard the great news today. The federal relief package was approved in the Senate. It has to go back to the House and then to the president's desk. So, you know, we don't know yet what strings are attached to the $350 billion out of the $1.9 trillion in that package that is intended to go towards relief for local government. We don't know what strings are attached to that money, but we'll be looking at it closely. And certainly any relief dollars from the federal level will help with our financial condition. The city has lost a significant amount of revenue this past year due to coronavirus. And, you know, another important part of that is not just the money directly earmarked for local government, but in other sectors that need that support, be it schools, businesses, everything. Those all add up to very important economic factors for the community and for the city. Economic development efforts to increase local sales and hotel tax revenue remain critical, and there's a lot of exciting work the Economic Development Committee is pursuing for that, and the Economic Development Program will continue to launch. And I mentioned and talked a little bit about the Vision 2025 and Beyond Strategic Financial Sustainability Plan, which is going to be a significantly important effort starting this spring about how whatever the council's vision is and the community's vision for Pacifica 5 years from now, how financially are we going to get there? What are the necessary steps to sustain all the programs and services that we think are really important for the health and happiness of Pacifica? Next item, Sarah. Under the political legislative category factors, you know, we have significant local issues and studies that are underway that include a lot of significant public engagement. Shark Park specific plan, we had gone through the local coastal plan, general plan, upcoming quarry site specific plan. Those are significant studies with a lot of public engagement, and that translates to staff time and expense for each of those. So it's important to keep in mind those are very time consuming and involved processes. There's a significant amount of housing related legislation and pressures. As the council is aware, the state allocations for housing needs is coming out, and the regional housing needs allocations and our requirement for increasing housing units dramatically increases. So that's an important pressure. We will need to go through the redistricting update process based on 2020 census results this next year. And additionally, on the policing front, and of course, evaluation of policing policies and practices was an important issue that came up last year that we have a policing work plan working towards. Legislatively, the AB 953, the Racial Identity and Profiling Act, goes into effect at the beginning of 2021. 22, I believe it is. On the technology front, I already mentioned that we have a significant number of technology improvements and tools underway, GIS system, a work order management system, document management system, a software tool that helps us manage Public Records Act requests. The city receives significant number of Public Records Act requests that cost a lot of money and staff time, and this tool will hopefully help make that process a little bit more efficient. And we have a new customer relations management system that we've just launched and are working with internally to help our responsiveness to those citizen requests. So a lot of technology happening, and the goal, while there's an initial ramp up and impact to staff time on technology improvements, the goal is more efficiency and effectiveness with those tools. So that's, we'll get there. Next page. On the environmental front, and really, there's only, I don't want to, this is an important factor. There is so much about environmental sustainability that runs through everything we do. Our infrastructure projects, take the EQ Basin, for example, significant environmental project that benefits Pacifica environmentally. In terms of the scan takeaways, what I want to highlight is the long-term infrastructure protection strategies and planning are very critical to our long-term coastal erosion issues, and being ready for sudden storm damage response and disaster preparedness are also critical items that we prepare for through multiple departments: police, fire, public works, etc. Next item. And then the last two categories are organizational factors and social safety and health factors. Under organizational factors, Council is well aware of the challenges with the Civic Center, and you'll notice that the Civic Center remediation renovation project is listed both under organization and health. And that's because, city facilities has a very important organizational impact. To just have decent facilities that have a working bathroom for employees is important. And so that's going to be a major project, if the council approves the funding strategy for that next year, which will include relocating City Hall to the community center as we begin the renovation work on the Civic Center. Tied into the organization issues is really the post-COVID, and we're still in COVID, but post-COVID reopening and safety. It's going to be an ongoing thing for the community and for the organization. And really succession planning, we're doing a great job on succession planning, but it's an ongoing effort that's really vital to the organizational health and effectiveness. Under social safety and health factors, again, continuing response to COVID-19 and the variants that are presenting themselves. And it's exciting. We're moving towards vaccinations, but then we'll move into boosters and variants. And so it's going to be an ongoing, just part of our new normal. Again, Civic Center remediation and renovation has a significant health component. If we want employees to work in healthy conditions, which we do, that's a project that is high priority. And continuing partnership with, as I mentioned, the PRC and the county and other continuity of care providers to assist the unhoused populations in Pacifica. And then finally, emergency evacuation preparedness, disaster response and preparedness is a continuing work and an important factor. I believe that completes my presentation. I tried to move through that pretty quickly, and we can come back. I don't know, Stacy, if we want to take questions now or just move on.
We are coming up 10 minutes into our break time. So if the council has quick questions about anything, maybe. Otherwise, I'd say let's save that for our deliberations, if that works for you, Kevin and council. I'll defer to them. Will that work? That we kind of use the questions up during deliberations? Nod, yes, raise hand, something. Okay, good.
I think that would work.
Okay. So if we have about 10 minutes, so what I'm going to do with this 10 minutes so that we can stay on track with the agenda from the public perspective, because they may be tuning in at certain times to be able to listen. I'm going to ask, please, that the department heads join us with their video if they can, so that I have everybody there.
And Stacey, I just want to let you know that Mayor Pro Tem Beer's having trouble with her computer. So she's switching computers right now. She's going to be right back.
Okay, so should we adjourn to lunch and come back, or what's your preference? We're very close. You want to add 10 minutes to that, or because I think we're coming back and starting up again based on our agenda at 12:30. What's your preference?
I definitely want to have Mary involved, so I don't want to get too far down the road on anything that she would miss.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we treat ourselves to an extra now 9 minutes of a lunch break. Oh,
there she is.
Okay. I'm going to take it away, and you have no extra 9 minutes.
Welcome back.
Welcome
Mayor
back,
Pro Tem.
Mary. Okay, and so
we return 12:30 then, right?
yeah, we're going to come back at 12:30. I'm just going to go through a couple of quick things so that we can start right up with our deliberations. How's that sound? Okay, yesterday we talked about I love the fact that Kevin incorporated the word efficiency throughout his presentation, because that's my word for the year, is efficiency, in a lot of different ways and a lot of different levels. And yesterday we talked a bit in our in the council's governing session and training. We talked about efficiency from the standpoint of less is more. And sometimes doing less accomplishes more. And certainly over the past 12 months, we've learned that doing less is just kind of okay when you have a lot of constraints and a lot of difficult conditions. So I don't know that that's not going to be a good way to proceed in the future, is to be a little more efficient and try to get the most important things done that we need to get done. For those of you that were not with us yesterday, one of the things we talked about was the law of diminishing returns as an economic theory. And the fact that, you know, when we have certain stages, and I use 3 when I'm talking about this, in the stage 1 is that we get increasing returns. Means it pays off. As we progress, the returns start to diminish. And then if we do too much, we actually start to lose ground. And I asked the council members to offer some examples of how that might play out. And if Sue Vatterloss remembers the example that she shared, I'm going to ask her to share that as an example of how the law of diminishing returns can impact us in our decision-making and as we move forward.
My counsel feeling on the diminishing, return is that if we go to midnight, we're very good until we get to a certain point in our council meeting, and then we go downhill. We are not processing things the same. Sometimes I think that at that time, things just get finished because we need to get them done, instead of spending a lot of time on a subject. But because it's midnight, we do not have the same ability anymore.
Thank you. And so as we move forward in our deliberations today, I want you to think about that. The council went over this and we spent a little bit of time on it yesterday. So Kevin gave us a very full plate. I want you to understand that You don't know what else might get added to that plate over the course of the next 12 months. We've tried to predict the future, but we haven't. I mean, certainly who would have predicted the COVID pandemic last year in maybe early January? We knew something like this was coming, but we were not prepared for what we actually had to confront. And so when we're looking at the deliberations, and it will be the council, the department heads will serve as their support team, along with Kevin, in helping them to make those wise decisions. Now, as I was listening to the public comment, I found it very enlightening. And a couple things I wanted to just share with you from the perspective of being a former city manager, as well as someone who is sort of an observer of cities and city councils now as an outside consultant. And that is that it's so easy to compare other communities to our community, because we might like what's going on in another community, and we're not seeing that kind of action in our own city. So what I want to just kind of put in the back of your mind around some of that, because I heard some of your neighboring communities being used as comparisons. We don't necessarily know everything that community is dealing with. And Pacifica's entire agenda and plate might have a whole different environment that's not being experienced by a neighboring community. So just keeping that in mind, I want to just share with you that you are a unique community. And I think, Kevin, if I can't remember exactly what it was you and I were talking about a couple of weeks ago, but it was some decision somewhere. It might be that the community that's next door has implemented a new recreational program. Oh, I know what it was. You used a pool, I believe, as an example. A pool. So if my town that's next door to Pacifica opens up my pool, there might be some pressure and a push within the city of Pacifica to start opening their pool. And of course, that's all COVID related. So just keep in mind that the importance of comparisons being valuable and or not. All right. Okay, any questions about the law of diminishing returns or anything that we're going to move forward with? Kevin gave us a lot of information. I'm just going to say, unless somebody takes us back to this, in my discussions with the council prior to and in preparation of this meeting, everybody seemed very comfortable with the goals as they are. Now, the goals are that overarching thing that Kevin gave us the slide on here, which I thank you for condensing it down to fiscal sustainability and engaged community, stewardship, a healthy and compassionate of infrastructure, a healthy and compassionate community, environmental sustainability, a strong city workforce infrastructure, and maintaining a safe community. Now, of course, each one of those has a nice little narrative that better describes it. Everybody seemed to be very comfortable with those, and they still seem to fit. So we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on that. We're just going to move right straight into looking at what's going to be on your plate next year and discussion around that. Is that all right? Are we good? Wow, we have 2 minutes to spare. Any comments about the morning? You can all unmute.
Stacey, I'll say it's a lot to take in. Trying to get the public comment done, and thank you to the public for limiting comments to 2 minutes to make that happen, and we did run over. A lot of information to take in there, and then with the summary of all the city projects and project status, trying to mesh all this together along with what we're going to be bringing forward after lunch is a lot of information to process for this C that sits on the council.
Okay. Mary?
I was actually going to say a little, like there are some things that I wanted to talk about the goals. So will we have an opportunity just to do that, just even for a minute? Because, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. This is your day. This is what this is about. And so when we come back from lunch, we can start off just quickly going through the goals. And Mary, I will turn it over to you to start that discussion, if that will work.
That's great. Thank you, Stacy.
All right, everybody, have a great lunch. I will see you back here at 12:30 on the dot.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Stacy.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to first apologize to Mary because she did tell me she wanted to talk about the goals. It was right there on my agenda and I totally missed it, Mary. So I am so sorry. Okay. So I'm going to now turn it over to you. And we're talking about these, everybody, so you know. Okay, Mary.
Thank you. Yeah. When I was going over the goals, it just seems like it might be a good opportunity to add some things, like under environmental sustainability. Maybe we can talk about adding in like clean energy or reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Maybe the word sea level rise. Now I'm just throwing things out there so you guys can think about it. And then maintaining a safe community, we might want to add in fire safety and evacuation because that's been a big topic with our community lately. Thoughts?
Mary, can you say you had on the environmental sustainability, you had clean energy, and then what were the next two?
Reducing greenhouse gas emissions and addressing sea level rise. Just so it's more specific.
Okay.
But maybe it's not supposed to be specific, huh?
Mm-hmm. Goals are kind of like the 30,000 foot view.
Yeah.
But if you need to have it in front of you, if you need to, and I mean specifically around clean energy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, that's big now. I mean, they're starting to put that in a lot of legislation. So I'm going to defer to you guys and your staff to see if that's something that you want to have that prompts you.
I also wanted to kind of talk about kind of the same vein as what Mary said is no matter what you do, you have a list, right? And no matter what's there, the first one is always kind of like the priority, right? No matter how you might actually feel you order them. So I was almost thinking of kind of changing goal one is to economic, infrastructure, and environmental sustainability, all equal level. Instead of having three separate ones. And then when you get into the goal, that is the 30,000 foot goal, just to answer kind of like Mary, is the 30,000 foot goal is all three are equally important. But then when we get into objectives, policies, and procedures, they can each be separate and action plans.
So, Mike, which ones were you putting? Fiscal sustainability?
Basically, fiscal, infrastructure, and environmental sustainability, all in one goal, one sentence, roughly.
Oh, okay.
So that they're all equally important because they all, you know what I mean?
All right, how would we distinguish? You've got infrastructure there a couple times. You have, which I think you're referring, Michael, to the infrastructure from like utility systems, street systems, and so forth.
Yeah, hardscapes. And we could even put in there social sustainability also. Because I think they're all equally important goals for the town.
So here's a way to think about this. I'm going to just lay this out there for you. When you start putting things all together, it might be a little bit harder to keep track of them from the standpoint of the value and importance of each of the individual ones. It might just be easier to put a footnote around some of this that these are not in any priority order. Because I think I'm going to clarify an assumption here with our ground rule. We're assuming that the first one is our most important one. Is that true?
I'm not saying we list them, but no matter what you do, people look at it and see, oh, their first thing is economic sustainability. You know what I mean? Or fiscal sustainability. And I just think if you have them all listed up there as number one, you know, it works that way. I mean, I'm not like drawing a line in the sand on this. I'm just thinking people look at it and they naturally assume the first one is your priority. However, I think they're so interdependent on each other here in Pacifica that they all are as equally important. And then we break them down when we go into the objectives and the, you know, policies, procedures, et cetera.
So maybe instead of a footnote, a header that indicates that these are not in any particular order. They are all important to the city, regardless of the order that they're shown below. Because I think people read the top more than they would read the bottom.
That's what I'm trying to say, Sue. That's right. That's what I'm trying to say. People read first one and then, you know.
Mike and Stacy, I have a question for you because my recollection from, I think it was 5 years ago that this was put together, fiscal sustainability was very specifically put as the first thing because of that last bit there about grant opportunities. The idea being that if we can show the pertinent parties that fiscal sustainability is at the top of our list, our odds of getting those grant opportunities fulfilled just went up. That was my recollection, so I just wanted to add that into the mix.
Great memory. I think you might be right now that you bring it up.
Well, I think in addition to that, that's why the specific strategy of funding a reserve emergency fund is called out in there, because that was lacking a few years ago when that was first added. And there is one now.
Right.
So I have to say, I agree with Mike. I think that no matter how hard you try to, you know, people do read things and maybe they only read the first three and then they stop. That happens a lot too. And in the same print, you know, the principle in journalism is you put the important information up at the head of the article because people stop. So would it help if we reordered these a little?
Let me ask this question, because the common thread here is sustainability. Mm-hmm. So what, and I don't know if this will diminish anything or not, but what if you, and Kevin, please jump in here from the standpoint of workability. If you had sustainability as the goal, and then you had bullet points underneath, which was the fiscal, the environmental, and the, you know, infrastructure, stewardship of infrastructure, then would that accomplish what you're trying to get at, Michael, or no? Would that take away from the broader picture of the individual goals?
Probably not. I think, yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to look at it as I think they're all equally important for the ecosystem we call Pacifica, you know?
Okay, so Mary, I think, not Mary, excuse me, but the mayor's saying, do we want to just reorder what we have? I'm saying, do you want to change the way that you've presented it in the document?
I have two observations. One regarding the sustainability comments that traditionally the sort of triple bottom line definition of sustainability is environmental, economic, and social. So, you know, oftentimes people hear sustainability, and depending on sort of which, you know, viewpoint they have, they think of it as just environmental or just financial or just social, but it does have that broader definition. So just for your, you know, one nugget.
Thank
you. The other is that the idea that if ordering is a challenge here or sends a different message, you know, we could look at a more graphical approach to this list of goals and have a pie with, each of the, fiscal sustainability, engaged community, et cetera. And then you have more of a narrative discussion below defining stuff. So if you had it in a graphical presentation, there's not like one that's above the other. It's all part of the same wheel. Just a thought to throw out there.
I like that idea.
Me too.
I mean, hey, that kind of goes with our sketchbooks. Maybe you could sketch what you want it to look like from the standpoint of, and as soon as Kevin said that, I went, oh, that sounds good. What if you had like City of Pacifica in the middle and then bubbles on the outside that showed your goals without any kind of order? Because this is a very linear thing. So nicely done. I knew those books would come in handy.
All right, so less of the de-persuasion or more, what is it? Either right hemisphere, I think, is more business oriented or whatever. You know what I mean? You're kind of used to that list thing. You know what I mean?
So maybe we can go down in fiscal sustainability. Thank you for bringing that up, Sue, that finding a reserve emergency fund doesn't necessarily need to be there anymore. And maybe something about the COVID recovery, or just to make it more of where we are today.
Well, I think that what Kevin brought up in his drawing, I guess yesterday, about, revenues need to outpace expenses instead of the other way around. I'm not sure how to say that in a reasonable way.
Well, maybe it's the word emergency that's throwing people off, because the way that our world is working now, emergency has taken on a bit of a different meaning. So maybe just a reserve fund.
Well, I think it's important that we continue. I mean, it is an ongoing goal. It's not like you set it up once and walk away unless you get a huge endowment or something like that, which we have not, to my knowledge.
Or just continue funding a reserve fund.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, reserve can be multi-level.
Maintain reserve.
So maintain, you want to add the word maintain after increased revenues?
Mm-hmm. Does that seem right, or is maintain mean it's not growing? Maybe that's too, what do you think?
Maintain is the root word of maintenance. So I don't think maintain is good. I think we need to, expand it.
Okay.
Because I think, the county, we just had this discussion at LAFCO. The county's goal is to have 3 months of reserves, so as if there was no tax revenue or income coming in at all. Do we want to make it a hard and fast? I think ours is 10%, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, our policy, so when I started, we had a policy, but no reserves. And we now have 10% reserves. So we've achieved that policy goal. However, the policy also says, as we attain that goal, to look at expanding it. I can't remember the exact language, we can look it up, but to look at expanding it, because a normal general fund reserve, operating reserve for cities, is from 15 to 25% of your general fund expenditures, not 10%. That's way low. But it was an aspirational goal that we targeted because we started at zero.
See, now that's something to use my word for, celebration, that we're actually at the 10%, right? So I think I kind of like that idea of setting another goal, since we were able to attain this, of hitting the 15 or 20%, because we just really never know what's coming down the pike again.
So does this, okay, I'm gonna break in here and I'm gonna say, does this, what you're talking about, is that not covered in the language of this goal as it stands now? Because Kevin just said you have a policy, which is a little bit different, but if you have a policy, then you are fulfilling the goal to a certain extent. So I want you to look at the words and see, what do you really need to change? And I want to just clarify that we've sort of tentatively made a decision that we're going to change the linear approach or the linear visual to something else, so we can move past that now. And now we're just working on some of the wording. Okay. All right, so take a look at that. And if you have a policy in place that's dictating that what you have, then that's different than the goal.
Okay, I see what you mean. I'm okay with that one as it is, I guess.
Okay.
How about everyone else?
In terms of fiscal, I mean, you're just
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's all right as long as we, our policy states that we're expanding it.
Yeah. Okay.
So we need to verify that. Otherwise, I say we need to put the word expand in.
Okay.
And then we should probably move on to the next one because.
We can go quick. We can go quick. In the engaged community, maybe we can add in gather community input.
I think that's kind of redundant. I think engaged and gather input is kind of the same thing.
Expanding communications and building community.
Mary?
I mean, it's fine. I'm just putting out things that I had thought about when I was looking over the goals. So that's why we're deliberating this.
If you want to eliminate engaged and put in your verbiage, Mary, I'm okay with that.
What did you say again?
If you want to, I don't want to have redundancies there.
Yeah.
You're to me, engaged in what you said sounds redundant, but if you eliminate engaged and put in your words, I'm fine with that. Because goals are just supposed to be very clear, measurable, attainable.
This is true.
Things.
Good job, Michael.
Expanding communication part of it that I think speaks to what Mary was talking about, especially when I think in terms of those meetings we've been having in public, especially regarding housing, where everyone's sitting around the tables. That to me was a massive expansion of communication compared to what we had before. And so I think that that's here with that verbiage, but also speaks to what Mary's talking about. So if we're going to swap something out, that would be my recommendation.
So expanding communication, I'll just point this out. Expanding communication goes in a lot of different directions. Gathering input is pretty specific. It's saying that, we're gonna get information. We're gonna go get people's thoughts and feelings on things. So you want, like Michael said, you want your goal to be broad.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about an engaged community through expanded communication? Or something like that. Encouraging in communication, you know what I mean?
Any communication, yeah.
Think about what you're doing. Are you changing the goal, because that's what we're working on here, or are you just changing words?
I think my point was that a lot of the times our community doesn't feel like we are hearing them or gathering information from them. And so that seems to be a reoccurring theme. And so that's what I was thinking of when I saw that. If somehow we can boost that piece so they know that it's one of our goals.
Well, that's a good word. How about if we did this? An engaged community includes taking actions to boost and restore trust in city government through communication and building our community. And building community. I like your word, boost.
You want that as the goal?
That's your call.
No, it just seems wordy.
The goal is the engaged community still.
Yeah.
And Mary, I'm sorry, but I have been around the block long enough that, I swear to God, we could be everywhere, but you'll always have somebody that says, I didn't know this was happening, and at some point, what can you do?
Okay.
Are you okay, Mary? Is it good enough, or do we need to keep working on this?
I mean, I'm okay, but because it doesn't seem like there's a way to put it in there, or maybe it's already in there and I'm just not seeing it. So I'm okay with moving on.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the next one you had?
Just under environmental sustainability.
We do have effects of sea level rise in stewardship of city infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Responding to.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Subi.
So the two things I see there, Mary, that maybe aren't necessarily spelled out sufficiently for you are focusing around clean energy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Now, those are specific, so check the wording and see if they are incorporated.
I'm thinking about reducing carbon footprint.
Ah, yeah.
That's a good one.
I like that. Thank you, Tiger. I like that. If we add that, then I'll be done if we add that.
So environmental sustainability includes reducing our carbon footprint, mapping out parks and open space, preserving blah, 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 blah. You want carbon footprint up front or towards the end of that sentence?
I guess one question I would ask, because climate adaptation is in there, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions and our carbon, which is our carbon, reducing our carbon footprint, is part of the broader climate actions, right?
Yep.
Adaptation.
Thank you, Kevin. Good point.
So I still would like to add it, but we have to have consensus. So let's work on that now.
See, I just love S's.
Well, why don't we put it with the climate adaptation?
I agree. I
climate adaptation and reduce our carbon footprint.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so it's going to be this. It's going to be and then climate adaptation to reduce our
carbon,
our carbon footprint. Okay. Now I am taking notes, but I'm hoping someone else. Oh, you're recording. Okay, good. All right.
Maybe instead of where am I? Climate adaptation and. So we're not only doing climate adaptation to reduce the carbon footprint. There's other things involved in that. So maybe instead of put and
reduce our carbon.
Yeah. Thank you very much, you guys, for engaging in that.
All right. What about fire safety and that stuff you brought up? Are we good there? Does that fall under emergency preparedness activities?
Yes. It does. Yeah. I think I'm done with mine. So thank you for hearing me out.
Now, the one thing I can suggest around that, Mary, is, and especially from the standpoint of the fact that, fire is a huge thing right now, you can add it as a comma after storm. You can have fire emergencies because you may want to draw specific attention to it. I don't know. That's a suggestion. What do you think?
I think that would be great. Anybody else?
Sue, Tiger, Mike, what do you think?
Agree.
I'm good with it.
All right, so we're adding fire in there after storm. Perfect. Okay. Are we good?
So before we move off of this piece, what I'm hearing is the desire to create maybe like a pie chart type graphic that has probably the shorter description, like fiscal sustainability and engaged community or whatever around the wheel. And then below that will have the definitions, essentially. Does that sound
Yes. Yes. But I'm sorry, it took me a minute to process that last piece and figure out where we were putting fire. Can we just please go back to that for one more second?
Mm-hmm.
You said to include the word fire after storm. Are you referring to in the second phrase where it says responding to storm emergencies?
Yes, responding to storm, fire emergencies, blah, blah. Nope, you don't feel good.
I feel like those are different things. I feel we're going to respond to fire emergencies. That's why we have our fire department. And we're obviously going to do that. When I hear Mary bring that up, what my mind goes to is prevention. And that's what I'm hearing in the community, and the anxiety and concern in the community is we can't do a lot of things, including, the concerns about traffic and having more people in town because we have such a risk of fire, or we need to focus on prevention. And that can mean, more than clearing space, defensible space. It can mean, exit pathways and a lot of different things. We're not going to specify that in the goal, but I feel like that isn't really responding to a fire.
So I'm gonna do what Tiger did and kind of go back to when these were originated and think about the condition of the community at the time. So we can actually look at this one a little bit closer, and I'm gonna thank you very much for that, Subi, because I think it's important. You can actually eliminate maybe some of this verbiage. Maintaining a safe community includes supporting our first responders. Then we pull them out and we name them. Responding to, maybe take out storm and fire and just have emergencies. Protecting people, property, but I don't know what all you might need there, but I would suggest emergency preparedness and prevention. Maybe you add your word prevention, because if that's something that is resonating within your community, that might be helpful. Although, frankly, I think preparedness is prevention, but it might be something you want to think about. Take a look at that one a little deeper then.
I would add prevention there. I agree that emergency preparedness covers it all, but I think people want to see it clearly.
Mm-hmm. Same way that carbon footprint elucidates climate adaptation, or provides a slightly different focus.
Yeah, to me, preparedness means that when the emergency happens, we're prepared to deal with it, rather than that we're proactive in preventing it. So adding that prevention sounds helpful.
So do you want prevention in front of preparedness or after?
After.
Preparedness and prevention activities.
Yes.
Okay. So it's staying the same. We're just adding the word prevention in that one spot.
Preparedness.
Are we taking out storm and fire?
Mm-mm. I don't know if we were even putting in fire. I think the reason, when you say, let's go back to why this is in here, I think it may have been reference to El Nino storm emergencies at the time this goal was written this way, but those are an ongoing reality. So
are we leaving storm and fire in then?
Well, if we just said respond to emergencies.
Who's that?
Sounds good.
That was our fire chief.
That sounds good.
Was it?
Yeah, I agree with it. I agree. It should be
responding to emergencies.
Yeah.
Got it.
I was actually just saying respond to emergencies. Take storm out of it and just say respond to emergencies, and then you can, the rest that you talked about would fit in at the end.
But except we have to say responding.
Thank you,
Chief Myers, because we have to have parallel construction. Yes, Tiger? They all are active verbs.
Sure, we'll go with that. I was into the writing the story part more than the actual grammar. Grammar was never my strong suit. I hold a degree in English, but grammar,
Okay.
Okay, so we got it?
All right. It is 1:00. What do you think? Are we good?
We're done.
Yeah.
All right.
Move on.
Perfect.
Celebrate, Mike. Woo, celebrate. Woo.
Everybody remembers everything Kevin said before lunch. So we're going to go to, we're going to start now on the deliberation. And here's where we're going to be. I took your responses to me about what were your highest priorities based on that moment in time for you. And I have transferred them to the Google Doc. All right. Now then, this is where flexibility comes in, and we have Mike Perez out there to help us keep on track with that. And that is that we are going to, I'm going to pull it up here. So can you guys all get in your Google Doc, please? And it's the one that, let me see if I can find it. It's not that one. Let's see if it's this one. Uh-oh. This would not be good if I can't find it. And I seem to have lost it. Dang it. All right, hang on. Hang on a minute.
Google Docs.
I'm going up to my bookmarks. Oh, there it is. Did I do that or did somebody gift it to me?
You did that.
Oh, wait, now I've lost my Zoom meeting. Okay. There we go. All right. So look in this document, and I want you to take, and I, just so you know, I can't see you anymore. I should be able to, but I can't. Let me see if I can get this smaller. Nope. Okay. All right. Somehow I've changed everything. So take a look at the Google Doc, and you each notice you have a column. Now, in those columns are kind of your last words around the projects that you gave me. So look at your own and look at everybody else's. And then this is where we're going to start. Now, by way of, just a second, by way of process, we have an open floor on how you may want to do this, but you'll notice that the left-hand column that's named projects is empty. I was thinking that could kind of be our playing field. Now, we did discuss maybe using a whiteboard with sticky notes, kind of like what we do in person, but because we're not in a regular Zoom and we're in a webinar, we don't think you guys could have access. So that basically would not work.
Stacy, are we going to make it so the public can see this?
Oh, that's a great idea. Then I wouldn't have to go back and forth, except I will need to work in there.
You can work at the same time.
I'm trying to get this participant thing closed. Okay.
Sarah's got it. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Now, I don't think I can write on it through Zoom. I have to write on it through the actual document.
Yeah, right.
All right. Well, my problem is I don't get to see you and see the document. So that is a problem. Somehow that got messed up. And now I've lost it again. This is insane. Okay, let me see. I'm going to go up here to this one. All right, I see what's going on here. Somehow this is all in its own little screen thing here. Okay, I can go back and forth. I'm going to give you a few minutes here to digest the information that's in front of you. Why am I not seeing?
Stacy, do you want Elizabeth to maybe call you and help you, or?
Well, I think here's the Zoom. I think I'll be okay.
Okay.
As long as I don't need to see you when we're working in the document. If you guys will just, I know whose voices are whose now. So, but yesterday I had the document and you guys all on my computer screen. And here's something else. You can go in and change your stuff. If I didn't, if you've changed your mind, you can go in and
So I can go in and add a little to this?
Yes.
Okay. So there were a couple triggers that I heard today from the public.
So somehow this is in my Finder and it's missing a plug-in or something, it said. But I'm okay. I would like to have this be just a document though. You know, I'm going to ask Sarah to send me a different link. Sarah, if you would send me the link in an email, and I'll try to get this set up so I can do two things at once instead of just one thing at a time. Well, that's pretty fast there. Just want to see my Zoom meeting. Huh. I'm going to mute me some because I'm talking to myself.
So, Kevin, I have a question for you while we're doing this. When I hear little or comparatively, like specific issues that come up, like the spring over at Rockaway, would that be more appropriate to maybe send you an email about that concern and get feedback that way? Or does that somehow fit into the overarching goal setting?
Well, I don't know that that's a simple answer. That's a very specific project. The city's aware of the situation there. And rather than the several $100,000 that infrastructure project would cost to fix, the operational fix is to do regular street sweeping there. That's a spring that originates on private property and then comes down onto public property. So it's tricky, and Director Peterson could talk more about an actual project. We have a lot of capital project demands and needs, so it's really more a budget conversation about priority projects, and the council approves the CIP annually. But that kind of very specific project to a specific street and specific neighborhood, compared to other capital projects, is not one that rises as important, although it is important. So, sorry for the long-winded answer. It's not a simple sort of yes or no or here or there.
No, not at all. And I'm just, kind of wondering when I hear things like that, is whether or not in this exercise it gets incorporated. But it sounds like something like that really gets deliberated probably by staff more during when you're talking about capital improvement backstage. So I guess to those ends, it's helpful for me to know that staff was listening acutely to everything the community was saying, just as we were, so that even if we're not addressing something that's specific in nature, but not necessarily one of the bigger projects that are going to be going on this list, somebody is hearing them. At some point, it'll be discussed within the context of a bigger thing like a capital improvement program. And at that point, that's where it's more likely to be addressed. And, if not, we cross that bridge when we get there. Does that sound kind of accurate?
Yeah, I mean, at a high goals level, it seems that very specific infrastructure improvements like that fall into our whole, vision, conversation, and financial sustainability to be able to achieve these infrastructure projects. So, rehabilitation of streets that need to be rehabilitated, which would, for Rockaway, would be a huge project, very multi-million dollars, but would fix that problem, right? So.
Somehow my computer is developing a mind of its own, which is my greatest fear with artificial intelligence here. And so let me just remind everybody about less is more, remember? And as you're adding things to your list, Michael, look at your list. It was like 3 things. Now look at it.
Stacy, are you highlighting them to show?
I am, sorry.
Oh, that's so awesome. No, so you're putting them, you're grouping them.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And this is why Eyes love
that.
She's a C. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
But this is our
For about 30 seconds.
Huh? Oh, he said he'd be back. Okay, now then. This is making me so mad.
I have a question, Kevin, if that's okay. So the Assembly bill about data, or law enforcement data, that passed, or can you tell me?
Yeah, I'll have Chief Steidel talk about, you're talking about the racial profiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the short answer is that's been passed and it goes into effect early next year, and Dan can update more.
Okay.
So why won't it let me have this screen?
Dan, can you go ahead and?
Yes. So I assume we're talking about AB 953.
Yeah.
The data collecting. Yes. So yeah, as we spoke about last year, the AB 953 was passed some time ago, and there was a structure that was put in place by the legislation that required, based on the size of the law enforcement agency, when the data will be collected and when reporting is required to the state. So for most agencies in San Mateo County, the data collection date starts January 1st of 2022 with the first report to be delivered to the state being in 2023, which would be the 2022 data that is being collected.
Okay.
AB 953, as we spoke, does cover a myriad of details we must collect, primarily surrounding pedestrian stops and vehicle stops, contacts that are made by officers. We are currently in the process countywide of working with our vendor and in the development of with the vendors working on the development of the software that's going to allow us to collect that data in the records management system that's utilized by our by the law enforcement agencies in San Mateo County. So where we are right now with that is we are, it's for lack of a better term, it's a hot and heavy topic that is currently being worked on right now by all of our agencies.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now, as soon as you're finished, I want you all to let me know, because the next step will be we're going to have you each go through your columns and talk about what those things mean and where they are in your priorities. Okay? it looks like things have kind of slowed down. Are we ready to start talking? Nope, Armadillo's still working. I was trying to figure out who was who. I was going to type in under your name who you were so you knew, since we had such an issue yesterday with everybody needing to know who they were. I don't know who Pumpkin. Let's see, we've got a blobfish. Wait, what? Where did who's the blobfish? Is that you, Tiger?
I don't think so. I have a hunch, but I don't think it was me.
I think
although the color matches, so there was also a bat, so I was wondering about that too, but
Mary did, okay.
It's really sad that I don't even know what I am.
You're the armadillo, I'm pretty I don't know who Pumpkin is.
I can start typing again to see if that jogs anything. No, see.
No, type again.
Type again?
Yeah, it's Pumpkin, anonymous Pumpkin.
That
Mary's
me?
Armadillo. Mike is Blobfish.
Mike is the Blobfish? Sorry,
oh,
Mike.
I'm Blobfish.
Oh, maybe you weren't typing on Mike's then. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm Blobfish. Oh, wait, Mike is wait.
Who's Capybara? That's what I want to be.
Capybara? I don't even know what a capybara is.
It's a little...
It's an ROUS.
A what?
What?
Rodent of unusual size. Nobody here is a Princess Bride fan? Seriously?
Yes, I am. I just forgot.
I am. I got it, Tiger.
Thank you, Michelle.
Who's the gopher? Somebody's the gopher. All right. Tell me when we're ready. I'm going to wait for you guys to speak up.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. If you will note, and this was exciting to me, although you've now changed it all up, I was like, oh, wow, these guys are in agreement. We're going to be done by 2:00. Now you've added things.
Nothing is that easy in Pacifica, even when we're getting along.
And so shall we start where there's agreement, or do you all want to just go through and run through your columns, and then we'll start doing manipulation? Now, remember, we're talking about what's on this sheet for now. So if you're going to take something off or add something on, you need to get it there so we have our plate in front of us that's accurate, okay?
Stacy, can we move the things that were agreeable, that we agree on, into the project list so they...
Okay, that was the question. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do it after you talk about it? Because there's the potential, and I don't necessarily want to open this can of worms, but there's the potential that the words that are written are not the same meaning. You know, we're assuming that it might be the same project. But
okay, I see what you mean. Thank you.
So I don't know. I mean, that's more of a question than a statement.
One suggestion potentially could be to take the bullets from the continuing column from the presentation that I provided and put those under projects, see if there's council agreement that those are going to continue, because a lot of these items that are in here are covered by that list.
All right, I'll do that real quick.
And then you could take those off.
If I just put library, would that be enough?
Can you just cut and paste that list, Stacey?
Well, I don't have your screen. I don't have that document.
Can I can do that. I'll work on
you can edit, Kevin.
I'll do that.
Okay, good idea, Kevin. I like that idea. And you've got your screen right there. I have your screen printed. I don't have it to cut and paste it. Okay.
I have to go. I'll be right back in 1 second. I have to get some.
Let's do this. Let's take 5 or 10 minutes to allow Kevin to do that, and then we'll all take a quick break.
That sounds great. So I can't see what time it is.
It's 1:25. We'll be back at 1:30.
1:30. Thank you.
Council members, would you please look at your columns? And if something in your column is in Kevin's column under projects, and we don't need to talk about it, will you take it out of your column, please?
And if I could just offer one revision to my list, you know, the Anza pump station rebuild, it doesn't necessarily need to be on the council priority list. I mean, it's an essential project that's happening and will be completed. So, you know, that's just one point. It could be removed from that list.
Okay, thank you.
With something like the city tree program evaluation, and I noticed it robustly on the agenda, but there were 3 like specific things brought up by the community, and the part I don't know is whether or not those 3 specific things are encompassed already by city tree program evaluation, or whether or not that should be brought up so that it falls under that heading. So that was kind of why I stuck that in there.
Okay.
Well,
Great question.
Let's talk about that. No, sir.
Yeah. I mean, if now's the time, we can talk specifically about that, and Director Peterson can weigh in. But as the description in the agenda packet says, you know, the tree evaluation is a 2-phased project. And the first phase is to really look at, and we've already hired the consultant team to do this, to look at all of the ordinance issues, the heritage tree ordinance, and make revisions to that. And there's other elements as well. But the second phase is more of the development of the urban forestry management plan and evaluating the cost issues, et cetera, related to vegetation management and such, and that's a future phase. So I don't remember specifically all the components related to tree comments that were received from the public, but
I do.
we're embarking on a really significant undertaking. This first phase is going to take over a year to complete, and I'll let Director Peterson fill in any details.
Okay, let's take a minute. I want everybody to finish with their columns, and then let's get where Tiger started us, okay?
So we're removing everything in our column that's on his list?
And unless it's got a question like Tiger had, where I want to know that the 3 things that I heard the public come up are going to be a part of what's on Kevin's list. All right? And we can clarify these even more as we move forward. I just am going to try. I'm trying to do more with less by uncluttering our columns.
Everything on my column, like at least half of it is just a matter of clarification, and then I can take it off. I just want to.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm not sure it's what I meant.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, clarify your assumptions, I believe.
Wait, where did that come from? And now, what's your intention with that statement, Tiger?
I just figured it's all part and parcel, and I wanted to underline it a little bit.
Okay. Tell me when you're ready so we can let the process begin?
I'm ready.
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 Ready?
Okay. Did I hear from you, Sue Beckmeyer?
Yes, I
Okay.
said ready.
All right. So who wants to, Tiger had a question. Did Kevin answer it, or do we need to have Lisa step in there?
Well, so, and being mindful that folks are watching also, because Kevin and I already talked about getting an arborist on board, but maybe it would be nice if Lisa talked about that for a moment. But the three other things that really stuck out to me, and it's quite possible that they all fall under the phase 2 of the tree program, but the 30 trees every year that were requested, the canopy goals, and the dedicated tree fund, they all sound like they could be under the second phase, but I kind of wanted to make sure that those were all things that were encompassed by what we're already doing, or that are being evaluated under the auspices of what we're already doing.
I have the same question.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure what was intended about a dedicated tree fund. Tree maintenance costs money and brings in very little money. So if it were an enterprise fund, it would always run in the red. So I think
the intent was that there was a line item set aside budget-wise for trees every year, and that there could be some process for accepting grants and or donations to that effect.
They were also wanted to include any tree permit fees.
Yeah.
Would go into the tree fund also, so there would be a revenue side to that.
Oh, right. Thanks. I forgot about that.
And tree permit fees are used for covering the administrative costs related to processing the trees, and they don't necessarily even cover that full cost. But we budget each year, for the hazardous tree program. But Director Peterson can probably respond in more detail to some of that.
Thank you, Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. Yes, so to respond to Councilmember Big Stick, a number of those elements are going to be covered in our phase 2, which is our urban forest management plan, such as the canopy goals, number of trees. This first part is really looking at the ordinance, and we're going to be doing a very robust public outreach. So during the first phase, we are actually going to be gathering all the public comment on it, including those comments that are coming from Tree City Pacifica, as well as the public, as well as the commissions. We're going to have a study session with the council. It's going to be very robust. And as the city manager mentioned, this is going to be over a year process. So we understand that it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of time to get everybody's comments and to roll those into particular ordinances for the city. And then in the phase 2, we'll also be very robust, and we'll respond to some of those other comments that the residents made. Concerning arborist, as you know, Aaron Clark did retire. He was our onboard arborist. Currently, we are using a consultant arborist when we review trees. And moving forward, until we had a specific arborist on staff, we would continue to use a consultant arborist on evaluation of trees and tree removals. So hopefully that answered some of your questions.
I have one question about that, Lisa. They talked about ISA. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So there's a process through the International Society of Arboriculturists, and there is specific processes that they lay out for evaluation of trees. Some of those evaluations are, I would say, greater or more intense, and they also cost more money for an arborist to do. One of those is the risk assessments, which I think we have had discussions about with council in the past. And, there is a desire, I think, to have every tree have this ISA risk form evaluation done. There are some challenges there because it is more expensive for residents to complete those. So it would add quite a bit of cost for a resident to remove a tree in order to have to get that evaluation, also for the city on every tree. Currently, we only do it in very unique circumstances. Typically, we believe other ISA rules that we use in order to do the tree evaluation gives us the right amount of information in order to make those determinations.
Thank you. I really look forward to this process.
Me too. I have a question. I'd like to be able to take one off my list, but I don't know if it's encompassed under the projects goal. Kevin, I have enhanced revenue streams, TOT bond. Does that fit under Vision 2025 and beyond?
Yes. So one of the scope pieces that the council approved for the Vision 2025 and beyond, a chapter of the study, if you will, would be what are viable revenue measures in the future that would help with our revenue stream and our financial sustainability. So things like increasing TOT from 12 to 14% or other such measures is what would be analyzed and listed or looked at as part of that study.
Okay, thank you.
I'm unmuting myself and I'm going to do a timeout here. I need to make sure we've finished one issue before we move on to the next for everybody, including our audience. Are we done with trees? Questions on trees were all answered? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So if you would allow me, when it sounds like there's a little bit of silence, I'm going to step in and I'm going to say, are we finished? So that before we move on to the next thing, we're not eliminating a comment or a concern that someone else might have. Is that okay?
Just then a process question. Are we going to do this by each individual council member? Or if Sue Beckmeyer touches on something and mine is part of that also, I interrupt her time? What's that process?
I don't think we have a lot of time. I would like to ask you how you would like to do it. I think just a general conversation when a topic is up and everybody's chiming in is okay with me. It seems to, you're staying on the same topic at the same time. Mike, what would make you more comfortable?
I have no preference. I just wanted to know the process. That's all.
What do you want, folks?
I think it's beneficial to discuss it by topic. So if I bring up something like I would like to right now, and then everyone can chime in if they have anything to say about that, or they also had a question on their item related to that topic.
Thank you, Sue. And I think your topic was next, as long as we're done with trees. Okay, I'm good.
I'd like to visit the issue about housing, homelessness, houselessness. I see that in everyone's column on some level. And so I don't know if those should all be consolidated under projects, or the projects column is only things that we are currently undertaking at this moment. Because it feels like we did a piece on that issue last year, but it's for me an ongoing issue.
Yeah, and that's a good question. And projects, the label of projects for that column should maybe be changed at this point if we're using it to sort of placehold the council priorities, right? So, just call it priorities, I guess, at this point. Fiscal year 21-22 priorities. If you recall the more complicated chart that I had presented about the work related to the unhoused was in the ongoing column. And, but, so were other things like paving projects or whatever. And so that's not to say that the council couldn't, take something that we are going to work on as opportunities arise regularly, like affordable housing, like the Marymount Housing Project. I mean, if we had another opportunity that arose, I think the council would support, and want the city to jump on that opportunity. So we do that as part of our ongoing business. And so work on homeless issues and, discussions with the county or the San Francisco RV Park about any possibilities related to that property. Our ongoing efforts, I can't at this point attribute a specific, project for that. It's just part of our ongoing business. So I know that's a little nuanced, but good information for the council to discuss about how you want to handle that in your priority listing.
Well, I see in Mike's column, and we need to address the arena numbers. And so do you think those are two separate? I don't know. You see what I'm trying to say? Because I feel like we need a plan for that. So Mike, thank you for putting that there.
Well, I think I kind of went more from broad to specific goals. Okay, plan for arena numbers. We know we don't know the exact number, but we know it's going to be 16 to 1900 units. Okay. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be teeth in it. Now you don't make it, oh, sad, too bad. Okay. Now they're talking about withholding street paving funds or withholding different funds and buckets of money, which we sorely need. So we need to have a plan for this. And so that's why I went into zoning in single family areas. Do we want to require new construction of single family homes to require an in-law unit? South San Francisco is going to an 4-unit apartment house on single family lots. That's housing and homelessness. And I just think we need to really look at that and get a grip on planning for the arena numbers and how we want to do it. I mean, I want to rezone the airspace above Eureka Square, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And tiny houses. I mean, be honest with you, I've heard about them, but I never heard that they've been implemented elsewhere. I want more information and see, do they count towards the arena numbers? So that's what I want to do, is have a specific plan for arena number and input from everybody.
Mm-hmm. And how does that correspond to what's on our ongoing list from the other slide that says affordable housing initiatives, funding our program opportunities to assist the unhoused? You see my point?
Yeah, exactly. So maybe I can start, and then Assistant City Manager Waremeister can chime in with some specifics just to capture information around all these issues that were just mentioned. One is, and Tina can speak to this more specifically, in terms of planning for arena numbers, the next step in that is related to updating our housing element. And that specifically is, I guess you would say that's sort of your plan for where such housing could be developed. And that's something that we will do and have to do. So I guess it's a valid question about whether the housing element update should be, I forget the timeline exactly for that, but whether that should be on the priority list. Planning for ADUs and our pilot program and the grant we received and all, we're progressing on ADUs. To move to tiny houses, that's a fairly complex topic that there's probably some policy conflicts with trying to incentivize ADUs when you're talking about tiny houses. And ADUs count towards your arena number, but tiny houses, because they're on wheels, do not. And so why don't I stop there and just have Tina fill in the necessary details.
That would be great. Thank you.
Before Tina starts to talk, one of the things I want to remind everybody of is in your use of acronyms, not everybody knows what those are. So please try to, at least at the very beginning, give us a sense of the word and then add the acronym in, please.
Accessory ADU is accessory dwelling unit, and RENA is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation.
Thank you.
Before I start, I wanted to check, can you all hear me? Because I was having some trouble.
Yes.
Okay. As City Manager Woodhouse stated, the plan for the RENA numbers is the new housing element adoption. And so that is due to the state as an adopted document, done, reviewed, kind of packaged up in a bow by the end of 2022 to be effective by 2023. So what would be helpful to me is to know if some of these strategies or tools, rezoning, for example, to allow or to require an ADU when you build a new single family dwelling, if those are things you want to do, the council would like to study as part of the housing element, that's great to know now so that we can start looking at that. We're already starting to study how we can possibly meet this huge RENA number that could be coming our way. And if there's one of these strategies that is something you'd like to look at sooner, then I would say that would need to be separated and put on the work plan as a separate item that you would want staff to look at in addition to the housing element. Kevin's absolutely correct. The housing element as our RENA plan is statutorily required. So that is going to happen and has to happen whether or not it's on, it's a huge effort. So it may be appropriate to put it on the priority list, even though we need to do it anyways. Just to address tiny homes quickly, that's a word that could mean different things to different people. So when the council adopted the 2019 building code update, the council adopted an optional section of the building code, the California building code, to allow tiny homes. So you did that, and they're already allowed in Pacifica. The difference is they need to be on a foundation, just like a conventional home, it's just smaller. And there's different code exceptions for like loft sleeping, for example, that you might see in a tiny home that you wouldn't see in a conventional single family dwelling or conventional ADU. So that is already allowed in Pacifica. What's not in the California building code is to allow tiny homes, using the terminology that our speakers use, as a permanent dwelling at this time because they're considered recreational vehicles. And so what their request is, just to put kind of a finer point on it, is not really a zoning change, but they're requesting that the city council adopt amendments to the California building code to allow these types of homes. And they're strapped down, so they're earthquake safe and structurally sound, but they are movable and they can be moved later. So they may not count for RENA. I just wanted that to be transparent to the council. So that's the difference there. And the council did talk about tiny homes maybe 2 or 3 years ago in goal setting. And at that time, no other community that we were aware of in California had already done a code amendment to the California building code. It's a really huge endeavor. So now, fast forward, we have, as the speaker said, several other communities in the state that have done that. So we have something to work from if that's one of the council's goals that you'd like to pursue. It's not plug and play. There's still going to be a lot of staff work, a lot of city attorney work to write those codes. But I just wanted to clarify that difference, is that it's really not allowed currently under the California building code, and we would be adopting a local amendment for that. Rather than, it's not just a zoning or a planning code that needs to change. So I think I touched on everything, but let me know if I forgot something.
When you do the research, you asked us, to kind of like tell you what things we would maybe like to see specifics on. I would really like to explore the option of every new construction single family home a required in-law. Because there's all these cities around us that are putting fourplexes and 4-unit apartments on single family lots. Now, I think Pacifica wants that, but I would like to explore the requirement. Maybe even, do we want to change our zoning laws where there's, other than infill projects, single family with an in-law, do we want only density housing? And look at that. Okay, apartment houses, et cetera, because we've heard of several projects that are being looked at or possible coming down the road of single family home developments. And those are kind of the way of the dinosaur right now. And maybe I was talking to someone that's actually owns a house in Sacramento, and they're putting an ADU up there, and they were not even aware we had an ADU ordinance. So maybe we need to look at some sort of marketing and marketing of ADU, what our ADU per unit program is. Also look at the potential of amnesty for existing constructed things. Now, the existing constructed units, if we do an amnesty, they would then count towards the RENA numbers, if I remember correctly, right?
Correct.
Okay,
I vote for that too.
Yeah, so amnesty, marketing of an ADU program, zoning in single family areas and density zoning, or that kind of thing.
And I think to tag on to that, I know there are measures moving through the state legislature. In general, we want, at least I do, to have local control over that as much as we can, because every community is different. The lot sizes in Pacifica may be different than the ones in South City. I know what they adopted in San Francisco regarding multiple units on one lot were only for corner lots. Sometimes it's only in transit areas. So I can't say I, blanket favor density over single family with an ADU, because I don't know enough about the parameters of it yet. And I need to know what would fit for Pacifica.
Right. I'm just requesting, these are ideas and I'm throwing them out so we can all get educated on them.
Yeah, definitely.
Information on.
Yeah, this is really helpful to know that in this early stage, even before the RENA numbers are finalized, what areas you're comfortable exploring, because we're already working with 21 Elements Group on looking at all of these types of programs, and there's a wide variety of cities in the county. Some of them are big, some of them are smaller, and some of them are more excited about more housing, and some aren't. And so it's really good to hear from you guys what areas you're interested in exploring for our next housing element. So thank you.
Yeah, Tina, I'm not capping on you at all on this, but the 8 years I've been on council, all I keep hearing about is the 21 elements. And it's kind of like the check in the mail syndrome. You know what I mean? I don't know when this guy's walking down from Sinai with the 10 Commandments, but it really is like, been talking about it for 8 years and nothing happening. So
I think it's an ongoing process, though.
They are, I think they're kind of behind the scenes, and I have to say that all this great work that's going on with, the county Home for All. I mean, they're behind quite a lot of this stuff that we're working on, and they give us a lot of resources where we can take them and create, some of the staff reports that you'll see from us on housing. And so they, we can talk to individual council members more about what they do, but they are behind the scenes, and you may not see them a lot, but they are doing a lot of good work in San Mateo County.
And also kind of like maybe to help get some low-hanging fruit is I would really like to open some sort of dialogue with the school district to find out what is the issue with the workforce housing and how can the city help facilitate doing something with that or helping them along, because it seems to be languishing, and I know some of the issues, but maybe there's something the city can do to help move that along and facilitate that.
Okay.
So if now that Mike brought that up and we've discussed it, this is my process question. Do I take that off my little column? Because that's exactly why I had it on there too, Mike.
I was going to ask, or sorry, Mayor Beckmeyer, you might be talking about the workforce housing, but my broader question was, given that a lot of these ideas fall into the housing element, and the housing element process needs to have an element of scoping and hearings with the council, and Tina can speak more to that. Should the housing element be on the council priority list?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
I think so too.
As the umbrella priority within which these different ideas about ADUs and tiny home legality and more would be vetted.
I actually think that's worth a whole study session just on that issue.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is consensus-wise, everybody agrees that the housing element is going on the priority list. These subtopic areas will be a part of that general discussion and be included in a lot of the scoping process that comes about with the adoption of the housing element.
Does the topic of tiny houses come under the heading of housing element? Because it sounds like the ones on wheels wouldn't apply to our RENA number. Ergo, would it be a part of housing element?
So I would suggest that if this is something that you would like to explore as part of the housing element, even though we're not sure if it would count for RENA, it's still a housing solution. And so it's still something we may want to consider. That would be my suggestion. I was going to
ask another clarifying question, if not, but if it falls under the housing element, I'm comfortable with leaving it there.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we are adding the housing element to the priorities for FY 2122, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. Kevin, do you want to handle the column or do you want me to, or is Sarah doing it?
I just added it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So now, if you felt like your issues around housing or whatever pertaining to this are dealt with, take them off your column. Okay? All right, I'm going to shift over to a couple of folks we haven't heard from for our next issue, if you're ready. And Sue Vatterloss has got a very short column now. I wasn't sure if the RV issue pertained to the housing element or not.
You mean the SFRV park issue? Excuse me, Stacy. Is that what you're referring to?
I think that's what she just took off. I saw RV before it disappeared.
I
had that same question because that's also on Mary's list.
Right. So
I don't know if
but Kevin said it was ongoing.
So, okay. Oh, right.
I mean, I think it's worth clarifying direction. Again, we don't have a specific, unhoused project that we're working on, but discussions with the county and SFRV, like Mary said, is ongoing. Our ordinary operational interaction with PRC and trying to get folks housed and our role related to that in the continuity of care is ongoing. And without a specific project, I'm not exactly sure, what you would have on your priority list, but that's for the council's discussion.
So it's back to you, council. Did he clarify that for you, or do we need more?
If we're talking about homeless issues, I have a little bit more comment to add to it if we're talking about independent of specific projects.
I'm asking.
Were you going to say something?
I was going to say that I do know that it's ongoing, but we have a lot of work to do on the whole of that. And especially hearing the words, they are disappointed in what we're doing.
Yes, and that we failed.
That we failed, and that we have been trying different alternatives, and we're working every day on something to fix the situation. And I'm sorry that certain people think we failed. I really liked Tiger's comment at our last meeting, and he said things work at the speed of government. The speed of government is not tomorrow. It might be next year, because everything takes a long, long time. And it's not like everybody's daily life where you think you're going to look at something and it's going to be done tomorrow. It's not. So I think people have to take into consideration that all of these processes take a long time. So sorry, did I digress off of the subject? But
I was just going to say is, I had a conversation with Don Horsey this week about the RV park, and then the connotation's been made, the political will. I would almost like to throw out for discussion, do we want to pass some sort of resolution or letter from the city council that the city of Pacifica would encourage the county of San Mateo to purchase the SFRV park?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Put that on our agenda, vote on it, then there's no equivocation from Redwood City that we aren't doing anything or don't have political will.
Or buy a hotel here. They're saying that the hotel they bought in Half Moon Bay is for Pacifica and Half Moon Bay, but our people here don't see that.
No, they don't. And
so,
I have to
add that to the resolution or letter we vote on at council. We send that. Agendize it. We can't. It's too late for Monday, but the next meeting.
And I have to put a little asterisk on buy a hotel here, because I have some concerns about where that might be.
Okay, I have a question. Just because I'm sort of an outsider here, but I want to make sure that we're not in the weeds and that we're not moving away from what we're supposed to be doing and giving the city manager direction on something that, just clarifying, not saying don't keep talking, but I want to make sure that we're still on task about developing your priorities.
Mm-hmm.
Are we?
I think we are on task, because this is something that Redwood City has told us they don't see the political will. They, they're dicking around with it down there in Redwood City. And you know what? Let's just send out a resolution. We all go on record, yay or nay, and then we send a letter down to Redwood City, and they can't throw that in our face anymore.
Okay, so that does not go on the priority list though, right?
No, it goes on the council agenda for a decision to be made and voted on.
Okay. All right. And so Kevin, we've heard that. And so let's go back to the priority. Sue and Tiger, you were talking about something. Did we resolve your concerns, or are we still there?
It seems like a good time for me to address my point about homelessness under my column. And frankly, to Sue Vaterlaus's point, when I entered into this, there's my initial quote there at the top of my column that, to my sensibility, it looked like we had so many projects going in, and I figured a little more would shake out, but I'm not sure between recovery and the big picture projects that we need to see through to fruition, how much wiggle room we would have to start new things. But that being said, I have had homeless issues, houseless issues on my mind coming into city council. And it was like one of the two big things that I wanted to make a push toward. And initially, the way I was looking at it, I figured it might be too much to put on the agenda. But then after hearing the public speak, that's when I put it on the list. So what my idea is, and I'd like to do a thing, we need to come up with a short name for it, communal roundtable or something like that, where everybody's in the room. You got the 8 people at the table with a mediator, and everyone's having the conversation. Because independent of projects, I really think that it's an opportune time to have community dialogue about houselessness. And to the community's point, I think that the Unhoused in Pacifica Task Force was a great opportunity to take steps past where it went, and then it kind of fizzled out, which is what it is, but not necessarily that mechanism, but starting with communal conversation, communal feedback, getting everyone in a room just to talk about this major issue we have in town, I think would be a really nice way to start maybe unearthing some areas of this we're not quite looking at yet. And that being said, it's clearly not going to happen until after COVID. And I'm still looking at it as something that, maybe toward the end of this year or, even March of next year would be the appropriate time to do that, which is why I didn't initially put it down to begin with. But then hearing the community, I figure now's a good time to bring that up, that I think it would be really nice to have at least one of those meetings, if it's successful, maybe a couple more, to start seeing if there are means that we're not seeing yet to start addressing the issue more proactively from a communal place, as Up Task Force initially was, and now we can maybe recreate that a little bit in a different way. So that's what I got there.
I'm going to clarify and ask Tina, is this something that is a separate issue that's not going to be dealt with under the housing element, or will this be also one of the bullet points under there that will get addressed?
I see this as a very specific, what I understand Tiger to be describing as a very specific and targeted community conversation. For sure, we do discuss housing or unhoused resources in the housing element. But as I'm hearing Tiger speak, it seems like it's something different.
Okay. So how might we, go ahead.
I put it, based on what he just said, I put it under what we were first talking about under goals on social sustainability. For me, that's kind of what a fit for what he's describing. And I would just like to add to that, based on the feedback and the outrage in some quarters in the community on how the Unhoused in Pacifica Task Force was conducted, that it would, we're not designing it right now, I know, Mike, but I just have to say it needs to be a public process that is open and transparent, because that was a huge hit and became a huge distraction around, not give the energy spent on that could have been spent on focusing on the issue, and it wasn't.
Okay, so with that said, I'm going to have to defer to you as to what that might look like for your community. Is that a priority? A community, for lack of whatever terminology, a community dialogue or conversation on fill in the blank, unhoused, houselessness, what? How do you want to, Tiger, tell us what you want to see, and then I'm going to see if everybody else wants to see the same thing.
Or would that be, I'm sorry, Tiger, but can I ask a little question? Would that be like an ad hoc committee that could put something like that together?
I don't know that it needs to be an ad hoc committee so much as, so let me put it this way. I don't know how those meetings have come together in the past, and whether or not what got those meetings to happen was an ad hoc committee.
Community conversation on homelessness.
It was Home for All. Yeah.
Like we did with Home for All.
Yes.
To educate. And one of our big issues here is the not in my backyard issue, and everybody wants affordable housing. Everybody wants to house the homeless. Everybody wants a safe parking space, but no one wants it in their backyard. So it's a big education issue, I think.
Right. And that may be the case, but I'm initially just looking at it as, we have the second highest homeless rate in San Mateo County, according to the counts. And so with that in mind, I think that just having the handful of experts in the room to say, here's some actual data, and then after that, community members sitting around the tables, either telling their stories or giving their ideas, or sure, if they're coming from a place of, I don't want it in my community know-how, and that's the only way I'm going to look at it, that's a part of the conversation, right? But just fleshing out a full conversation, getting everybody's thoughts on that whiteboard and seeing, if we can make something of that, I think is a very helpful place to start, because some of these things like a homeless encampment is not going to be taken care of by a housing element or an ordinance or, so I think just bringing everyone into a room to discuss is a really good place to begin.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Kevin to jump in here, and I'm going to ask him if this is something that would be maybe a more formal city council study session that would allow for a focused dialogue and conversation on what Tiger's talking about, where you bring in experts to give you information and to learn from, as well as have that public participation around the issue. Kevin, are you there?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm just trying to process everything I'm hearing. I mean, it could be structured in many different ways. I think what's important is for the council to clarify what is the goal, what is the outcome. Homelessness is a wicked problem that's not going away, and the city and city staff have been working on for years and years. Preceding me, we then went through the Unhoused in Pacifica Task Force process, which was a community conversation. They held a meeting. The Home for All conversations, tabletop conversations that occurred, was a great opportunity to segue that into conversations the community and the council were going to have related to housing densities for the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan. It was all kind of part of that continuum. So if the priority is hold a community conversation about unhoused issues, to have that conversation and spread information and understanding, that's one approach. But I don't know what that is. I don't know what the next step is after that. And certainly holding a Home for All type conversation is a large undertaking for the city. So it rises to that resource level in doing that. To be
so then I'm going to ask this question, and this is kind of a buffer between what you're saying and then what Tiger's saying, and that is, I'm not sure because I'm not there, but I'm wondering if there's information Tiger thinks that the city doesn't have, and I'm wondering if maybe that information is there, but people just don't know about it from the result of those conversations.
I think it's both. And I think to your point about it being a resource issue, that's why I initially didn't think I was going to bring it up during this meeting. And that's why I'm also suggesting that if we were to do such a thing, if we're putting it on this work plan as late as March, I'm kind of pushing it to the back of the work plan, not because I don't think it's important. I think it's vitally important, but I think it's something that, I want to make sure that safely the community can come together over. And then after that, what I think has been missing from this process, as Sue B stated, one of the major problems with the UP task force was because there seemed to be that lack of transparency and truly a lack of, community being able to process together. It fell on these 10 shoulders and it got undermined, arguably specifically because the community didn't really have the opportunity to engage in that process at all. So I think on the one hand, yes, I'd like to see what PRC strategies look like rather than city strategies. I'd like to see what information the county has to offer that maybe we haven't as robustly looked at yet. And frankly, I'd like to hear what community thinks are suggestions that might help us alleviate the problem that we're not necessarily as inclined to analyze from a city staff perspective, things that are potentially more innovative than what we normally have to work with from our perspective. And so I think that, you know, on the one hand, yes, information is important, but also that we might actually find some solutions that otherwise we're not going to find unless we give the community an opportunity to have a real dialogue from these varying views in real time to do it seems like the thing we haven't done yet, which might be vitally important.
Okay, Council, your thoughts?
I'm still I understand the intent, but I'm unclear on exactly what the goal is. So like I would maybe suggest, since I know this is something Tiger and Mary are both passionate about, that maybe we ask them to do a subcommittee to clarify their goals and maybe procedures to move forward to bring it back at a later date. Because it's also something I think that should be done face to face, not in Zoom, the community dialogue,
And
so we have time.
A big piece of it, right, is to reduce the stigma so that folks can open their minds to like hear new things. So I agree with I agree with you, Mike.
So where do we want to put this?
So
not on the priority list, but back onto the council's shoulders for a little more information?
Well, I guess the question is, we're talking about the goals for 21-22, right? So is the goal then to design a community conversation about homelessness? And if I were to build a work plan related to that, the first step would be a council conversation out of which, you know, at a council meeting, out of which could come appointment of a ad hoc subcommittee of council members to work on the design of that meeting, targeted for spring of 2022 or whatever, you know, post-COVID restrictions timeline would be appropriate. I guess that's how I could see that working. The council independently could direct an item be agendized for council conversation before next fiscal year, you know, but then I don't know how we factor that into the fiscal year 21-22 council priorities list.
I got a little lost in there somewhere, but the first part you were saying about the conversation bringing us to the ad hoc sounded like the seed that might germinate well to what it is I have in mind and what it is I think will be helpful anyway, and what it sounds like Mary might agree with me on.
So if I heard you correct, Kevin, you would like direction today to put this on the agenda for us to appoint a council subcommittee to meet and kind of clarify the goals and objectives and procedures to carry this conversation on post-COVID.
No, I am not suggesting that. I was suggesting, as part of this goal setting session, the council's deciding whether we put an item on the FY 21-22 list to design that conversation. I'm not looking for things to do between now and the end of June. We already have a huge list of things to do.
I'd like to suggest that it go on the 21-22 list because as we all stated at the outset more than 15 minutes ago on this topic, we're already working on this. It may not be evident to everyone in the community, and there may be some in the community who have such an urgency around this that we can't do it fast enough. And I understand and I respect that, but we are working on it. And then to broaden that conversation, it sounds to me a reasonable thing is to put it into next year when we can actually meet, because we can't even meet now, really.
Agreed.
So Kevin, I'm going to suggest that you put the verbiage on there however it meets your needs with respect to the conversation you've heard the council have. So because there's two things that were important that I heard in this clear discussion, and that is that we're already doing things. Our public doesn't know we are. And so just having it on this list, I think, will at least absolve you of some of that worry. And then also, I believe it was Kevin Miker or Tiger that mentioned, and this is a caution, whenever you put something on your list about doing something and then you do it and you don't have the resources for it, you're going to come back with a public that's sort of like, why are you even doing this if you don't have the money to carry on and carry through with it? So just a caution about the image of what you're doing and the fact that it then turns into lip service because you can't accomplish anything. So,
but Stacey, I think that's a chicken and egg thing, because we have to have a plan in order for us to qualify for funding. So we have to come up with so if we want funding, we have to come up with a plan. So which comes first? So I think this is the start and the beginning of a plan to catch the egg of funding.
Right.
Does what I just added capture what the council desires? Design and implement a council conversation with the community about homelessness, spring 2022.
Looks pretty straightforward and clear to me. And just so the council knows, we're running out of room in that column.
Yeah.
So remember, every time you put something on that list, you are shifting your workforce. And, we have to kind of look at that from a manageable standpoint. The staff and the city manager have to carry forward with it. So,
and we're at 13.
But we could always have Kevin use smaller font.
No, you just stretch out the column.
I see. We'll eliminate.
You can't just stretch out the staff is the point.
Yeah, you're right.
And so remember, the law of diminishing returns, if you give them too much to do and there's too much on their plate, you're not going to get much of anything at some point.
Okay, can I talk about something then? Are we done with that one?
I am.
Yes.
Okay.
Me too.
So there's been so much talk in our community about parking solutions. Like, is that something that we talk about here, or like Pedro Point, Sharp Park? People are having a hard time. Fairway Park. So I don't know how to address it or where it belongs. Maybe someone can help me out with that.
Well, I'm going to say an observation I've had on that, in that sense, is it seems to be generally tied with the comments I've heard, tied with visitors parking in town.
Yes.
And so what does that mean? I don't know. Maybe it means there's a place that we direct the work to be done on that. Is that part of open space, for example, with its relationship with GGNRA, et cetera? I don't know.
Okay.
Parking also is involved with ADUs and additional housing.
True.
So there's a widespread parking issues.
Mm-hmm.
I think you also just get into the fact of, kids can't move out of the house now because it's so expensive to live. And then you also have to pay $3,000 a month rent for a house. You might need 3 different roommates with 3 different cars, you know what I mean, and stuff. So it's a very in-depth issue. And I don't know, with one, you need land to build parking lots, and then 2, you need money at what was it recorded, $55,000 a space?
For space. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know that we've addressed, at least in the initial plans with the Sharp Park specific plan, when we talk about density, we were addressing on-site parking or not, and have, what would need to be incorporated to address some piece of that. But that doesn't do a thing for tiny homes and ADUs and junior ADUs.
I'll just add that, if I could add.
Please, Tina.
Please.
Most of the state law around ADUs is not permitting parking to be required. Or that if somebody wants to convert their garage, for example, that they can go ahead and do that without having to build another garage. So, it's just good to know that this is your concern. And when we do have the discretion to discuss parking and potentially require parking or make that recommendation to you, we will. But just so you know, the state has other ideas about whether or not parking should be required.
I also think this is tied into mass transit and Samtrans also. And I don't think, I just became aware on Friday that there's been a study of I don't even know the exact title, but it's county directed study of transportation on the coast, which I asked Kevin about it, and he wasn't aware of it. So, and I had never heard of it before. So we weren't apparently counted as part of the coast. But I think we need to look at how much input we can give to Samtrans Reimagined or something like that as a starting point for this if we want to tackle this.
So I'm hearing some people want to tackle it one way, some people maybe want to tackle it another way, and I'm going to ask you: is this a priority that goes on this list that everybody, from a consensus standpoint, thinks that you need to start dealing with? All right.
I mean, we do, but how do we balance?
I think we put this on next year's goals. Because I think we have so many priorities right now that's a huge issue that, we could get rid of all the other issues and deal with parking.
Yeah. Because
our parking and lieu fees are too small to build parking structures. We don't have enough left in a fund for it. It has right now to do with a lot of tourism, which we want tourism, but the neighbors don't like people to park where they live. So again, it's difficult.
Okay. And
so I would just like to ask one question about this. Is this something, and I'm sorry, I did not get the background, so I'm not exactly clear on what your Vision 2025 and beyond includes and what it looks like, but is this something that might be a part of that as a whole that you're looking at, or no?
Like parking structures? Money for parking structures?
I don't know. I'm just asking, is this something that, because you're dealing with tourism, which is economics, which is a lot of other components here, I'm asking, is that something that would be a component of the other discussions
Kevin,
that are in your Vision 2025? And Kevin, I apologize. I did not get the background on what the purpose is and the content of that document. So if you want to just hop in here a minute and see if parking fits there or where.
I think a vision or goal about parking does, but parking is a very project and area specific, challenge to address. So when we do a specific plan, for example, it will address, it will study the parking need and plan for that.
Right.
So it's in terms of the Vision 2025 scope to that, you could imagine that each development area needs to have capacity for parking, right? I mean, visitors is an important economic component to Pacifica.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm going to add to that, Kevin. As we develop locations where we're actively bringing visitors, we need to also focus on parking because they have to park somewhere. So we've discussed this with regard to the Pedro Point Trailhead project. I think there's a designated place that there's an intention to have a parking lot, but right now it's like a grass field that people park on sort of ad hoc. I think, if I even know exactly where it is. I know we've got a problem in Fairway Park West. So I don't want to wait a year to address the problem in Fairway Park West, but does this rise to the level of, is it equivalent to the infrastructure problems or priorities?
That's a good question. And I think at Open Space, we've been talking a lot about that area, right?
Yeah.
With the GNRA and the park services. So maybe that conversation can cook in Open Space and then
I think so.
See what comes from that. Okay. All right. Thank you.
What's the conclusion? We're not talking about parking on the priority list.
It might be a work plan issue for Open Space Committee to keep as an ongoing agenda item. It sounds like, I don't think we're in a position today right now to make those decisions, but it seems like that's a logical place to focus it for where we are right now.
At least for Fairway Park. So that's where the discussion is based around, is Fairway Park. So.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you. That answered the question.
Are we done with that topic?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm kind of feeling like I need to have a check-in if we're going to have a little break here, or kind of where we are with this, because it feels like I need a break pretty soon.
Okay. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take at least 10 minutes now so people can move around? We've been sitting here for a long time.
2 days.
And so let's be back at, how about 2:50?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to step in. Sarah's going to put the screen back up, and I'm going to ask everybody to take a quick look at your column. If you've had a change of heart or a change of mind on something that doesn't need to be there anymore, or we've already talked about it, would you do me the favor of moving it out so that we don't get confused? Please.
Kevin, does plastic cups fall under the heading of climate action plan? Because if so, I can take it off right now.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't think plastic cups, maybe Tina can talk about whether it's part of our food service ware ordinance.
The food service ware ordinance currently says that compostable cups are strongly encouraged. So plastic, I think, is not outlawed, so to speak.
Right. So if we were to update that ordinance to outlaw the plastic cups, would that fall under the heading of climate action plan, or would it be a completely different beast?
Completely different.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
two empty columns. Progress.
I have a couple of questions about a couple of items on my short list. On my short little list, it's much shorter than it was.
Yeah.
Gone. The reason I put these, can I speak to that right now?
Sure.
The reason I'm specifically focusing on litter management in commercial areas and flag policy, because these are two areas that we do not have a specific language or direction from council, and therefore we are limited or certain actions cannot be taken. So I realize this first of all, have to have consensus from council that these things matter enough to put on the work plan. But I wanted to state that I don't really know how much work it is. I know we've been doing great things with litter management. We have a new agreement with Recology, et cetera, but it stops short in that we do not require commercial vendors in commercial areas to have and maintain litter trash cans on their property. And it sounded to me like to be able to do that, we have to have an amendment to the ordinance or something from council. And I think we need that because I'm being advised by our Recology of the Coast, wonderful Chris Porter, that we're going to have a serious problem at Pedro Point after Memorial Day at the rate we're going. So if it takes an ordinance or something, I think we need to focus on that. So maybe staff can tell me what it needs to be able to know better how much work it's going to take.
So I don't anticipate that being a lot of work to do. We do need to see if we can find some benchmarks for other cities and see if they have a minimum can requirement, and probably go off that. So just to clarify the issue for everybody. So our ordinance does state that litter is a problem and is not allowed, and does require private property owners to maintain their properties free of litter. But the method is not as prescriptive. So if you happen to have a commercial center where maybe the uses are not ones that produce a lot of litter, maybe they're clothing stores or something like that, where maybe you have a lot less litter than a center with a lot of restaurants, maybe you need less cans than one with a lot of restaurants. So it may be dependent on what types of uses they have. But in any case, right now, the requirement is simply don't have litter. And it's not, you shall have this many garbage cans for the public to use. Obviously, just to be clear, our ordinance does require commercial garbage pickup, like the bigger cans that you would put in the back of the center for the entire center. But I think we're talking about here the cans that are more at the pedestrian level, where people walking through your center would have a place to drop their trash. So that's the difference there.
Especially with all food being takeout. Mm-hmm. And then people sit outside and they dump their garbage right where they are, or they try to find a place to dump their garbage and there isn't one, especially on Pedro Point.
Mm-hmm. So what's the solution?
Oh, I was thinking also I think we should really try a more proactive sign management program and stuff like, please leave no trace, or something to the fact that this is our home, please don't trash it. You know what I mean? That kind of simple to the point messaging on the beaches and Pedro Point, especially, I could see where that is going to be an issue. And also you have flag policy. Can you clarify exactly what do you mean by flag policy?
Well, Mike, can you hang on a second? Can we finish the thing on litter first and then move to the flag policy? Is that okay?
Yeah, she just brought both. She mentioned both of them in the same breath. That's why I thought they were connected. That's all.
Oh, okay.
One related piece of information to the litter strategies, because that's been on the council's work plan for the last 2 years, and we've implemented various things. But if you recall, part of the duties of the limited term management analyst that we were to hire was to work on some of the litter programs like the packet in, packet out, and or related signage, like Councilmember O'Neill was mentioning. So currently, we still have council authorization to hire that limited term position, but because that position will both do economic development activities and environmental sustainability activities, we're going to bring the Chief Financial Sustainability Officer on board, then hire that management analyst, hopefully sometime this spring, and then move forward on sort of the detailed work related to signage and such. I guess the question, it would be one more of timing and staff capacity regarding revising ordinances related to cans in shopping centers that Director Weremeister, Assistant City Manager Weremeister / Director Weremeister could weigh in on as to whether that could be done, this fiscal year. So hopefully that information helps as well.
Did it?
Yeah, I don't think that absent, shopping center owners having some issue with it and, that creating a lot more work, it is a fairly straightforward ask. And I think I need to think about some of our other priorities this fiscal year, but yes, I do think it's doable, and I can talk further with City Manager Woodhouse about that.
And I see it on the slide that Kevin presented under the ongoing column, as you just mentioned,
right.
Litter strategies. So maybe it is just a facet of the ongoing work.
Okay. Can it go off?
It can go off.
Okay.
I think so, yes.
All right. I'm going to let you manage your column, and then I'm going to ask you to come back to your flag policy.
Okay, I'll go on that one, or if someone else wants to go, and then I'll take a turn later since I just had one.
I was just thinking of bringing up, business recovery, outdoor dining ordinance, and plan for business assistance from COVID. I think that's in all three columns.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I have planned for business assistance from COVID, Bill. I know we don't know exactly all the bells and whistles and bows that we need for that COVID bill, but I really would like to start a dialogue so that we can, if we get a check from the federal government, we can process it and get it out to the businesses for assistance as soon as possible. And I don't want to have to, I don't think we need to sit on it for 6 months. So I would really like to have some sort of plan for how we're going to use this COVID bill assistance money to help our businesses, especially the restaurants. That's basically it. And then in regards to my pop-up food truck permitting and outdoor dining ordinances, I think we have to evolve our planning codes and everything else to the 2021 business license.
Michael, time out. I want us to take an issue at a time and get it off of the screen if we can. And so let's talk about the one that you just mentioned with respect to the COVID assistance and the business plan and so forth. It looks to me like there's three of you that have that as something you want addressed. So how might we include that in the priority list, Kevin? Is this going to be tied to the funding that just came out of the Senate I know it's gone back into the House now, but is it part of the recovery plan from the federal government?
Yeah, once we learn what the details are of the federal relief package, which is hopefully sooner than later, we will need to work up a process to regarding that. And I would envision that that's happening hopefully sooner than later and would be rolled into this year's budget process. Because obviously that funding relates to our revenue loss relief. There are other aspects of that federal relief package that are direct business assistance, I believe. So there's a lot of components to it, but to Mike's questions, that's just that's just a budgetary process that we're going to have to go through immediately when that becomes available. So at this point, I guess we don't know the exact timeline or what the strings attached would be, but I don't know that we need to have it on the work plan for next fiscal year because it might be all determined and done by that time.
Does that correspond, Mary, to what you have under business recovery?
Yes.
Is that what you have too, Sue?
My thing is more about an ordinance. It's a different thing. I mean,
Okay.
it's a different thing.
So,
Okay.
well, before we move on, hearing Stacy's issue about one issue at a time, for Mike, for your item about the relief money and how a plan to use that, does that address that?
Well, I know we have our budget shortfalls due to COVID, and I know it's going to be pretty restricted. That it has to be, if you've spent it on COVID, you could use this money for COVID, something similar to that. But I also want to be sure that we have some sort of plan for business assistance because that, to help with their rent, to help with their payroll, et cetera. And I just want to be sure we look at that. And I understand where you say it has to become part of the budget talk, but the budget talk we're talking about now is for the 21-22 budget. And if, assuming we get the money sometime in April, I want the money, the money gone out of the city's coffers by, June 1st or something, that we can turn on a dime and get it working to help the businesses.
Right.
Yeah. So you're talking about an immediate action and task for the city, not a fiscal year 21-22 priority.
Yes. Right. I mean, I realize this is for 21-22, but again, the opportunities come up, the money is there. Let's not hash this over for 3 months while we have 3 businesses closed because they can't afford to stay open. I wanted, we have them, we get the money and we basically pass it through quickly.
So, Mike, what I'm hearing you say is that you want to make sure that you are ahead of the curve with respect to criteria and process for disseminating those funds. So, Kevin, what I'm hearing you say is that doesn't necessarily need to go on our priority list. That's something that we can take care of right away.
And you're talking a portion of the funds. You're not saying all the funds.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, we can't afford to give out all the money. We have our own needs also, but I think I want to do something for our businesses.
Okay, I was just clarifying.
And I'm talking about our small businesses. We come up with some sort of, if you get grocery receipts of more than X amount of dollars, you don't qualify for it. So we're not subsidizing Safeway, Rite Aid, McDonald's, and a gas station. I'm talking about the mom and pop stores.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Kevin, how would we handle this?
This is one of those, the city being flexible, a funding opportunity, relief package comes in from the feds, and we need to prioritize it, jump on it, and make it happen.
Okay.
And ideally, if that, we could find out next week that we're getting X amount of dollars and we need to come up with a plan, and the council needs to approve that plan, immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Because that weighs in heavily on our own budget for next fiscal year as well. So it's an immediate task. It's not a fiscal year 21-22 task.
Okay. So, Michael, are you comfortable with removing that from your column? I see Mary took hers off. Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to be sure I wanted to share my urgency for this.
Yeah, and if we find out next week that money's not going to come to states and counties and cities until, July of 21, then we, we could still come up with a plan for when it's going to come, but we just need to be nimble about how we do that.
Okay, so we've had Sue's, Mary's list is empty, or no, hers isn't, but we're gonna jump over to Tiger on the plastic cups real quick, and then we'll come back to Mary and we'll keep going, okay? All right,
Sure.
Tiger, take it away.
Yeah, and Lynn Adams brought that one up. I remember when the plastic utensils ordinance came down the pike, I think it was a couple of years ago. I was actually surprised when Deirdre said that she didn't think it was the right time. And to me, in my mind, I have plastic perpetually closely linked with cancer. And then there's all the other poisons that get leached into air, water, and earth. So I like the idea of banning the plastic cups. What I don't know is how difficult that will be to implement. And I'd like to do it sooner than later. It's not the most pressing thing on my mind either, but if we could add that onto the list of things you can't do in Pacifica, to me, that would be a good idea. And that being said, I appreciate that creates issues for businesses, but I also, again, closely link anything plastic with cancer. So that's always weighing heavy on my head too.
So can I make a comment on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that there's probably alternatives, I hope, because I'm thinking about all, like the boba tea places and such, to have corn taterware type cups, right? Biodegradable cups. I mean, we're not going to not have what looks like a plastic cup
right
going. Okay, let's be clear. And then the other, I just want to make sure that's what you're thinking too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, because then what also came to mind is, are you saying we're banning red Solo cups, right? Are we taking it to the level of like nobody in Pacifica can have a plastic cup? Because that really addresses like Safeway sells them, and that's a different animal. So
and thank you for asking that question, because that didn't even occur to me. No, I'm thinking in terms of businesses specifically, or restaurants. If Taco Bell is still using plastic cups for their drinks, that would be, get the biodegradable kind going. I'm not thinking about customers purchasing plastic cups for home use at this time. I'm thinking more in terms of businesses.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And
Tiger, I would maybe. Sorry, Sue.
Businesses right now are suffering so badly. I get where you're coming from with the cups, but they're already suffering. And I would put this one off a little bit too. I mean, I'd like to see it happen, but sometime later, when the businesses have recovered some from what they've gone through right now.
Actually, I can tell now my brain is starting to get more tired than it was when we began. What occurs to me all through the pandemic is I've probably personally been using more plasticware this year than under any normal circumstance I would let myself use it. And I don't know if we've been giving some businesses a pass because of what's been going on, or they've been supposed to be using the right one the entire time and just haven't been. I'm certainly not going to be calling any businesses out by name. It's been hard on everyone. And I've been letting myself and my own personal habits slack while we're through this period. So definitely, I totally agree with you. If and when we do this, it is post-pandemic. But it's absolutely been on my radar since the original ordinance went through. And I'm happy to discuss it at this time. And if we put it again toward the back end of the list, so that it's still well on the radar, but we're not doing it tomorrow, great.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
And I'm gonna pop in really quick and just make this comment. You have your climate action plan on the priority, and certainly as a fossil fuel product, it might be something that could be, looked at from the standpoint of biodegradable and that whole thing is a part of that. But if you're looking at post-pandemic, then I'm going to suggest that it's not on the 21-22 priority list at the moment. Or no, you all want it on there. Tiger wants it.
Well, it seems like other things like in-person meetings was kind of a post-pandemic-y thing too, that again, it's something to be relegated kind of to the back. So it was specified spring 22. I have no problem specifying this also as a spring 22. That's what I mean.
So what would, go ahead.
Tiger, I was just going to say, I'd like to maybe amend your suggestion to serving ware, because like McDonald's has their, pancakes they do, and that it's a styrofoam serving tray, that it has to be a cardboard tray, as long as there's a biodegradable alternative to the instrument. You know what I mean? Cup, plate, whatever.
Great idea. I love it.
And so did our single-use plastic, did we pass it? Yeah, we passed the single.
Yeah, we passed that.
Yeah. And so what does it include? I have to look it up.
Straws and
utensils?
Utensils, yeah. I don't think it even includes lids.
So can we just amend that then?
So,
that works?
Tina, can you clarify? I thought that the ordinance did include clamshells and that kind of thing.
Think so too.
I'm looking at the ordinance on my iPad right now.
Thank you.
It does say no restaurant or retail food vendor shall use, distribute, or provide to its customers plastic cutlery, plastic beverage straws, or plastic stirrers.
Yeah. That's it.
And then there's prohibited use of foam polystyrene or solid polystyrene. So food vendors are prohibited from providing prepared food to customers in foam polystyrene or solid polystyrene disposable food serviceware. And they also should not be used in city facilities or by any departments.
So to add cups to that would presumably be cups and lids, would be an additional thing. It would be an amendment.
Right. Currently, it just says that nothing in this section shall preclude a restaurant, et cetera, from offering non-plastic disposable food service or encouraging non-use of plastic lids, cups, or plastic containers.
So we're saying taking encouraging to the next level.
Right.
It sounds to me like, and I would like to say that it does feel to me like this could fall within the climate action and the management analyst position too. Could, I think, if I'm understanding it correctly, Kevin, perhaps with the spring 22 timeline that could overlap. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the ordinance revisions we're talking about a ban on plastic foodware, or right? So that's kind of a planning and city attorney ordinance type of work. But in terms of researching, gathering, the management analyst would be related to that.
Okay. And with regard, so we're talking about working on it in spring of 22, recognizing impact on businesses. We also, I would think, would have, provisions for existing stock that they've already purchased. They can use it up or whatever. I don't know how that all works, but it feels like it's something we can work toward, but not implement right away. Is that meet with what you said, Sue Vaterlos?
Can I ask, just because I think it'll come up as a question, the county adopted a model ordinance that goes a little bit farther for what they call accessories. So that's your spoons, your forks, your knives, even ones that may be compostable, that in order to reduce waste, they have said that the customer must affirmatively ask for them. So if you're picking up something or having food delivered to your home and you intend to maybe use your serviceware at home, you would just be throwing those away likely. And so that the customer must ask for those before they're automatically given. And they're promoting that cities adopt this ordinance. They also have more stringent reporting requirements, which I'm not very familiar with, or how onerous that would be to staff. And so I just wanted to ask if that is something you want to consider at the same time.
I think uniformity throughout the county would be a good goal. So I'd like to look at it, but I don't want to necessarily commit to it right now.
Exactly.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so one question, thank you all for that. One question I have for you is, I don't know specifically, it's been a while since I've been in Pacifica, but along the lines of things like this, at least where I am, it creates a lot of community opposition, maybe not in your area. And so when you start looking at things that could be controversial, remember that not only when you put it on the work plan does it create that additional task, but it can also create additional work just by virtue of the topic and the subject, having to have more meetings, having to do different outreach. And so just something to put in the back of your head. I don't know if you can tell or not, but I'm trying to be pretty protective of the amount that you're piling onto your plate. I'm really talking about the law of diminishing. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. So that's going on there. Kevin's putting it on. And Tiger will take it. Oh, he already did. Good. Thank you.
Does that capture the council's direction?
Anonymous hyena.
Evaluate plastic foodware ban, including cups and lids.
I think you should probably add in there per the county ordinance. You know what I mean? We don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
Not per the ordinance, but examining the ordinance first, because we need to know what it says.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Going, gone. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay, now I can't remember who I was going to next. Was it Mary?
Mary.
Sue, Mary. Okay.
Yeah, it's me. I just didn't know if this was going to be coming back around, Kevin, because the last that I understood, we were waiting to see what happened with the state or with the county or about flavored tobacco.
Yes, Chief Steidel has some good information, or the latest and greatest information about that.
Thank you.
Good share.
So good afternoon again. So what has occurred, you may recall that I believe that we didn't proceed forward with this with council with our own ordinance, similar to what the county and several other jurisdictions have regarding outlawing or prohibiting the sales of flavored tobacco in the community. That was a result of the state passing SB 793. That was Senator Jerry Hill's bill, which outlawed it, the sales of flavored tobacco and other components within the state of California. However, as of about a month ago, a little over a month ago, the tobacco industry has been successful in getting enough signatures for a referendum, which will go on the November 2022 ballot. Okay. In essence, putting SB 793 on hold at the very earliest implementation would be November 2022 if that referendum by the tobacco industry fails. So as it stands right at the moment, there is no flavored tobacco law on the books, the state books in California.
Thank you.
And are we to interpret that if we were to try to do our local ordinance, we'd be a fairly big lightning rod for the tobacco industry, or?
I'm not certain of that. I mean, there are quite a few jurisdictions of the state that have their own flavored tobacco ordinances, and there are actually quite a few now within our own county that do, as well as the county. So, I'm not sure if we would be the target of big tobacco. I think big tobacco is focusing on the state law, which would, of course, cover the entire state.
And going back to, thank you, Chief. Appreciate you. Going back to what Mike was talking about, continuation with the county. What did you say, Mike?
Continuity.
Continuity. Yeah, that's what I would put I'll add that on there too, in case you guys, now you can talk about it.
So are we talking about creating an ordinance at the local level or what?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think, everybody?
It was an interesting topic when it came up because it's one of those topics where I read all the stuff and I went into the meeting and I said, I'm going to vote for no flavored tobacco at all. And then some groups came forward that talked about the cultural aspect. And I thought that what we decided at the end was that it's the tobacco stores that are the issue because they sell to minors. And they are not allowed to sell to minors. And there is a law about that. And the vaping issue does have a lot to do with the minors and flavored tobacco. So there's two sides to it.
Right. So what's the definition of flavored tobacco? Because are you talking about the loose tobacco covered in the syrup with the flavor that you stick on a hookah? Or are you talking about the flavored tobacco that you load into a vape pen and use that way? Or both?
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you. So if I may answer that, I think it depends on which law you're looking at. I believe the state law, I'm not sure about the county ordinance as I sit here, but did cover the cartridges, the flavored vape cartridges. There were also some exemptions in that law regards to hookah and certain things that are cultural, as we have heard from some of the community members when we last brought this to council.
Depending on which version of that it is, I may or may not be in favor depending on which products we're excluding, you know.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking about if we're in favor of it or not. We're just talking about revisiting it. Right? Because we're not voting on that tonight, obviously.
Okay, so I'm gonna pop in here and I'm going to ask you, are we getting too far down into the weeds, or is this something that's like a broader scope issue that needs to go on the priorities?
And if I could just say one thing before people answer that question, there's already something created. So the staff has already done work on it, just so you know.
Well, to clarify on that, what the council needs to consider regarding new ordinances is the, staff time and city expense. We haven't drafted an ordinance on this.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay.
We put it on hold to see if the state or at the federal level was going to take care of this instead of us locally.
Gotcha.
So while it's not a huge effort to bring forward, it would probably be a two-step process for the council to discuss the types of things they would want to include in the ordinance, and then for staff to go off and the city attorney's office to draft that ordinance and use whatever county or other resources already exist. So we spend minimal time drafting that and then bring it back for council approval. So it'd be a two-step process.
Okay.
I have no problem bringing it up to the council and discussing it, and I would be very much in favor of plagiarizing the county ordinance.
So we put it on a future agenda and take the first step, followed by the second step.
Yeah.
So the goal will be for the city attorney and the city manager to research and bring something forward for the council to consider? Yes? No?
Yeah, I would just call it flavored tobacco ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Kevin, are you adding that to your list?
This is not my list. This is the council's list.
Yeah, you're
because you eliminate a lot of this.
Let me just reinforce the fact that the council's the decision maker. You're the one taking care of a lot of this, you and your staff. So I'm trying to be cognizant and conscious of it.
Yeah, no, I know. It's our list.
Okay. Yes, let's be inclusive.
We work together.
That was my Fast Times at Ridgemont High reference, by the way. I think our time.
We're at 15, you guys.
All right, so Mary's column is empty, Sue's is empty. I got to go to the bigger document here, but here's where I want you to. I want to get into the fact that we are now at 3:27. We're doing very good here. We have a half an hour. I know everybody's tired, so let's go now to Mayor Beckmeyer.
Okay, so I'm going to say the majority of my words are going to be about the outdoor dining ordinance. I'm going to focus on that one, and I'm going to say I just want to clarify what the flag one is first, because Councilmember O'Neill asked about that, and so you understand what I'm asking for, and I'm also willing to postpone this to a future year. But what's important is that, to me, on this item, is that we have members of our community who would love to see the rainbow flag on our city flagpoles at certain times of the year. And because we don't have a flag policy as a city, we can't do that. We can't honor that request. And without a flag policy, we have exposure to we need to have clarification on which types of requests we would entertain and not. And I don't know what that takes, but all I know is when this question came up, the answer was no, because we don't have a flag policy and we need to be consistent and careful. So it would need to be on the work plan to get a flag policy in order to be able to respond to that type of request. And that's an important one for me in terms of inclusivity. And that's why I put it on there. And I'm willing to postpone until a year when we're not so busy and continue with our current practice, which is to do a resolution. That said,
proclamations, yeah.
Yes, that's what I meant, proclamation. Sorry, I'm getting tired. So the other one is...
Before we move on, I'm going to ask that, Sarah, would you please make sure that the department heads and the city attorney can speak when they want to jump in? Some of them are not able to unmute. Thank you. And if you are having trouble, please text me and I'll do what I can. All right. Sorry to interrupt, Sue.
No problem. So I amended what was in the column. It said outdoor activities ordinance, and I changed it back to dining because it was with specific regard to the outdoor dining that came up as in response to COVID, in response to our need to have no indoor dining. And so we, under our emergency response to the pandemic, we've been able to have a short-term ordinance to allow this, and there's interest in extending that and having that be an ongoing thing. But it would take more work and different work and on the part of staff to devise that, and I don't know what it would take, but I want to bring it forward because it's an economic development goal.
And I'd kind of like to jump off that because these two are both related, is that yes. The economy, when a lot of our planning stuff was written, was back in the 60s and 70s, right? And I know it comes as a shock to a lot of people, but the world's changed. There's now internet, there's now food trucks, there's pop-up businesses, which are happening every weekend, but we're noted as being unfriendly. And I just really think we need to look at like special event permitting, pop-up permitting, food truck permitting, and outdoor dining ordinance. So I really think we need to adapt our codes to what the economy is in 2021 if we want to continue to grow.
So both of these fall into that same category, and I'm not sure how to, it sounds like a work item, and I know the list is long. So what do the other council members think about it?
Pretty darn important to maintain our economic development. If it's easier for businesses to have that space, then we're going to be doing better on that front.
that I also think with pop-ups, you have like, there was a whole article Kevin had mailed to the Economic Development Committee about these people that were corporate people on weekends are apparently here in Pacifica making pizzas at a pop-up. I'm assuming they have health department and everything else, you know what I mean? But there's also food trucks and permitting that, you know, I just think we need to update the whole thing, not just outdoor dining ordinance to the 2021 economy.
So a combination of all three: pop-ups, outdoor dining, food trucks.
And special event permitting also.
Okay.
So, I mean, I agree that we need to look at these, but can they be done together, or is it like three separate things? Tina, I guess that's a question for you.
And also city attorney.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it'll be a big effort. I think initially, at least, they can be looked at together. I have a feeling there may be parts that are more controversial than others. So in order to maybe, move forward with part, we can separate them later once we find out if and what will take longer, so we don't kind of hold up the whole thing. But I think initially there's some similarity between many of them, maybe with special events potentially being one that could be taken separately immediately. But yes, we can look at these together.
And I would just add, Madam Mayor, that it is just hearing these tasks that would require a lot of not just staff time, but legal time in researching and drafting. Even when we're looking at samples from other communities, what I want to make sure the council understands is I always review that to make sure that, those findings or the legality that apply to one community certainly could apply to our community. So I just don't want the council to think that, if there are samples out there, this is an easy task. And just, without diving deep into the specifics, just hearing it and thinking about it, I can tell you that I think that would be a big task for the city attorney's department to deal with all of those projects.
I have an idea. Maybe we could swap something out. Because I think the business aspect, I think that's super important. Like more important, sorry to all my prevention friends, but more important than the flavored tobacco. I mean, I don't know if that really matters, but could swap something is what I mean.
Thank you. I'm scanning down the priorities list.
Good cooperation.
Hold on. Michelle, you want to jump in?
Well, I was just going to add that with regard to the request to assist businesses, that is actually a request that a lot of cities are going through or asking of their staff. So there is a lot of work that, we can all pull from other communities. So that is something where, as the city manager said, we are clearly going to be looking at that. And, I'm sure I'm going to be looking at that for a number of my other cities. So in terms of legal demands, I actually do not think that would be as big of a legal demand as the other projects that we were just talking about, for what it's worth.
But I would, just kind of being proactive here, I think what we're talking about with this is an investment for future sales tax revenue and visitor service businesses if we want to have that, because right now, if a food truck wants to go to Pedro Valley Park for some reason, okay, just grabbing something, I have no idea if it's permitted, how do you do it or whatever,
in case it helps, one thought I would have at packaging this is to call it business assistance economic development initiatives, and probably start with a study session with the council to bring forward an early assessment of, you know, the factors that relate to outdoor dining or parklets, or the factors that relate to food trucks, or the factors that relate to, you know, special event permitting, and, you know, have that discussion, get more specific direction about what we really want to develop the ordinance about, you know, because they might be different ordinances that need to be revised. And as was mentioned earlier, when you talk about parklets that take up parking spaces, you invoke the whole parking conversation in areas. All to say, I would just, if that sounds amenable to the council, business assistance, economic development initiatives, and then we have an initial study session to define that further, the initial components being what Councilmember O'Neill was recommending, and then we take it from there.
I like that. And what I like about that also is the ability to add this to the, or it's already on kind of the work plan of Economic Development Committee, but they could assist and be an interested party helping to do research or bring that forward. So yes, I like that.
I'm okay with that. And I was going to echo what Sue just said about, I think Economic Development Committee could definitely be a vetting board for maybe doing the initial cut of issues and suggestions. So I'm okay with that.
Me too.
Okay. So now we're going to ask you to take that off of your list. I'm going to look here at the other document and see where we are. So we have, I'm gonna go over, because the other two are kind of philosophical, I'm going to look at Sue Beckmeyer on the more tangible street repair and paving, plus increasing the funding. In case you couldn't figure out my code there, Sue.
I got it.
Can I ask Sue a question before you move on to that one?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Can I ask Sue a question before you move on to that one? Just because you briefly touched on the flag policy and then you took it off, and I had this lingering question, just if the staff time was prohibitive enough that we're dismissing it for the time being, or is it something that's relatively simple to accomplish and wouldn't take that much staff time? Just, I didn't hear an answer to that.
I think it's a city attorney question.
Yeah, and I can speak to, you know, generally it's a good question because it's more complicated than meets the eye. If you remember when we developed the street banner policy, more complicated than meets the eye, right? So there's staff time involved. I would view this as, you know, the city eventually should upgrade its flag at half staff policy, or actually develop a flag at half staff policy, which, you know, a flag policy could also include flying of other flags. What makes that more complicated is the criteria from which you choose, you know, when you're going to fly other organizations' flags. And Michelle can probably weigh in from her other city experience about the complexities of that. So it's not a huge undertaking. It's just another one of those things, right? That you know, is it on the list and we try to get it done when we can, or is it not on the list for this year, but maybe we get it done because an opportunity arises, or we just wait till next year, right? It's up to the council what the council wants to direct on that.
And I agree with that. I don't think it's a big undertaking. It would just be determining, you know, how much control does the city want to allow for others to determine what should be on the flagpole? Because the key is going to be, is the council desirous of making the flagpole, and I may be getting too much in the weeds, and I'm trying not to, but does the council want to make it a public forum or does the council want to retain exclusive control? That question really, and we can't discuss that today, obviously, but that is the question that will require some discussion with the council in, an open meeting to determine where do you want to go with your flag policy. And then depending upon where you want to go, that's going to add or detract from the complexity, if that helps. It may not be complicated. It could be very simple, but it depends on what the council is looking for, which goes to Kevin's point. There are things that the council may want to do that creates more complications, that requires more time and effort.
And I mean, the other component to the flag policy is then the implementation of it. So how frequently are requests to fly different flags coming in, which requires the city staff time to fly, public works staff essentially to fly them for that period. I don't know how, is it once a year? Is it 12 times a year? Is it 24 times a year that we get different requests?
Right. And who is going to make that final determination as to the request?
Okay, now we are in the weeds. Let's look at it from the overall standpoint.
You kept me muted, Stacy.
I asked.
You kept texting me. Okay, so thank you. I appreciate those comments. I think it also helps the council clarify, what is and isn't easy. We think it's easy and then it isn't easy. So I'm going to let that one rest unless you are all going to speak up and say, no, don't.
I like the simple part, and I wish we could just do the simple part and see if it becomes complex and then not do it if it is. But that's...
I say let it rest. We have...
Yeah.
Okay.
Let it rest.
That's why I took it off. In favor of things that we've just added to the bottom of our list around flavored tobacco and the expanding plasticware ban. We have to prioritize, and I'm willing to let it be maybe next year.
So briefly, the rest of our process is this. We're going to finish up with our columns.
Thank you.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to go back through the priorities very quickly. And we're going to see if there's something on there that, we're going to ask Kevin and we're going to ask the staff about it. And we're going to sort of look at it again, unless everybody's agreeable, it's manageable. I liked Mary's comment when she said, can we take some things off? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so I think we were, before we had that brief question, just a joke. We're all getting tired. Okay, so we're going to go to the mayor's column, and we're going to try to get the last tangible thing off of there.
Right, and that is on there because I have brought this up before, and I don't feel like there is an answer, and it is, how do we address roads and streets that need significant repair, but because they need such significant repair, they never get on the maintenance list because they're beyond maintenance. They're basically make a whole new road, and which is extremely expensive. I understand that. And so I don't know if this falls under Vision 2025 and beyond, but it can't go on forever that we go, we just can't pave that road. We just can't do it. We don't have the money, because we don't. And I get it. But we also have tax-paying neighbors in those communities that need their roads repaired or replaced, or in one instance that I'm aware of, paved for the first time ever.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
I bring this forward because it is a serious matter that is so big, and we don't have the money that we're not dealing with it. And I don't know where it fits.
And you're right, Mayor, in that this is such a large ticket cost item for infrastructure funding that in that sense, and we know it's one of the top, few comments or sort of goals generally in all of Pacifica's history, that it fits in Vision 2025 that way. I mean, maybe there's an infrastructure revenue measure that's necessary. As Director Peterson has explained in the 5-year paving program, that whole thing in terms of maintaining the quality of existing streets, but the tens of millions of dollars required to rehabilitate streets and a plan to do that is a really large infrastructure ticket item. And, you know, we have bitten off, you know, each year, like if there's some one-time budget flexibility to allocate an additional $750,000 for a segment of street, like we did on Lindemar or Monterey, et cetera. We've sort of fight those off as we move along, but it does fall into that bigger picture. How are we going to pay for this in the 5 to 10 year planning horizon?
I also think it will be important for our community to actually see that we're going to be addressing this, whether or not we can do anything about it right now or this year or next year. But if it's in writing somewhere that at least we're going to be talking about it and addressing it, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
So when we see on our list item 4, Vision 2025 and beyond, I don't know that that says to the public, that includes figuring out a strategy for rehabilitation of roads. So perhaps the goal request here is to make sure that Vision 2025 and beyond incorporates that, which it sounds like it already was going to anyway, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I guess the challenge there is not wanting to presume what the vision is. The council already knows and has numerous items, you know, coastal infrastructure protection, streets, et cetera, that are part of the vision. So we kind of assume that's going to be part of the vision, but the whole process begins with a lot of, you know, taking the city's existing goals and vision and then factoring in community input. I'm just, you know, laying my cards down thinking that, you know, paving is going to be part of that.
Mm-hmm.
The Vision 2025 scope of work is more a process-oriented one. It doesn't specify what the vision is because the process is to determine what that vision is.
So I don't know what to do.
Well, go ahead, Kevin.
I mean, I was going to say, I like Council Mayor Pro Tem Beer's, you know, suggestion is if the council is all on the same page about some of the big ticket infrastructure items that are part of council's goals, you know, we really can explicitly build that into the starting point for the Vision 2025 discussion. So things like, you know, we would expect to address how streets can be rehabilitated. We would address how, you know, coastal infrastructure can be protected. We would address, you know, housing or whatever the, you know, whatever the list includes, and kick off with that.
So are you suggesting that you now know it's an issue and it will be part of the 2025 discussion, or we actually need to stick it over there on that work plan as a reminder to put it in there? Did I just talk to myself?
We all know.
Was that a question to Kevin?
We're all thinking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it was I guess it's a question to all of you as to, do you need it to be specifically written out on your 2020, 21, 22 priorities, knowing you're not going to get to it, which, okay, that's fine. I think that's troublesome. But, or is it just something that you have on a kind of a sticky note to remind yourself to talk about it for the 2025 vision and beyond? I don't know the answer. That's a question.
You know, I don't know the answer either, but it occurs to me that, you know, a lot of us had in our lists that we moved off right away, things like completing the general plan update. Again, this is a thing that we've known and previous councils have known for years has needed to be done. And in some members of the community have recently been reiterating this frequently as if it was an unknown thing. And it wasn't an unknown thing. It was absolutely a known thing. It's just a didn't get it done thing. It's very difficult to tackle that. It's not as simple like we just need to set aside some consultant time and get her done. If it was easy, it would have been done long before now. There's a political piece to it that takes, in regard to the issue about, housing, there needs to be the statement of political will to get it done. And I feel that is why we've had that multi-year project. It has now clearly become about general plan update because it takes a long time to do it. And so for me, the rehabilitation of pavement is a similar vein. It's not like we don't know it needs to be done, but it's so big that it does, I think, take putting it on your to-do list to force yourself to figure out a way to get it done.
How do the rest of you feel? Mary, Tiger, Mike, Sue?
I was just going to say, if it's the streets, I'm assuming you're talking about basically East Sharp Park, Pedro Point, probably parts of Valamar and Rockaway. Yeah, that it's not rehabilitating, it's actually building. And if I remember from the report from Lisa, to actually build that street is like 4 times more expensive than it is to repave Lindemar Boulevard or slurry seal Lindemar Boulevard. So we are talking about a big, because that's a lot of miles and a lot of street. So I think the first thing we should almost do is just find out or get a ballpark estimate as to how much it would be to do that before we decide to put it on a 21-22 thing or a 2025 thing.
Maybe the finding it out is the project at this juncture.
Well, we know from our PCI study, we know the dollar cost, and I'll turn to Director Peterson regarding this, but we know the dollar estimates to raise PCI, which includes, it's in the $50 to $60 million range. So, I'm not sure what we would.
But Kevin, this isn't raising the PCI index. This is actually rebuilding and building streets versus raising the index.
Well, that will raise the index.
That's part of
we'll raise the index, but if we repave every street in North Pacifica, that would raise the index. But this is actually building a street.
Right. That's what I'm saying is that we know that the magnitude of the infrastructure project to rebuild, rehabilitate, and repave streets, which is measured by raising the PCI, is a tens of millions up to $50 to $60 million scope of work, and so does the city want to spend money to kind of cost out specific projects, on specific streets? Or again, going back to the Vision 2025, I was just looking back and it's in the report. The purpose of that project is to tell Pacifica's story of the many priority infrastructure projects and enhanced programs and services envisioned for the mid to long-term future. And all along, I think we were all presuming that paving is a priority infrastructure project for the city. And so it would be part of that vision. But what the council is deliberating about is, well, how do we make that statement that is part of that?
I think we could have priorities that we would like to have done, but aren't in the foreseeable future? Because I don't know, unless the city wins the giant lottery, where we're going to come up with all the money to do all the projects we've already set aside as being really important.
Also, as part of the Vision 2025 was also looking at bond measures and things like that, right? Multi-infrastructure measures. So I guess we just
I'm gonna bring you back to the purpose of this priority list. This is for 21-22. And so you have to be very specific about what it is in order to include it on this list so that it can actually, the whole point is to try to accomplish this. Right? So
well, it sounds like from Kevin's description and statement, I think he did state what I think we all assume, which is that roads and street and beyond, I'm talking beyond the 5-year street plans that we do, because we have a funding source for those. That's the money we get and we can reliably count on, and we make a plan of how to deploy those resources. This is, we got a problem we need to face and address and find funds for, and that's what Vision 2025 is for. So like what Mayor Pro Tem just said, I agree, it is going to outline for us what our funding options are. And revenue measures are absolutely one of them. So it's already baked in, it seems to me. It's not like we're going to go through the 2025 process and forget to talk about streets. Right?
You just have to make sure to tell speak to the community about that.
Right. So
we are at 4 o'clock. We're at 4 o'clock. This is when you kind of wanted to be done. So I just want to ask you if we need to deliberate more on this, or can we make a decision about whether it goes on, or we're gonna, it's incorporated into something else.
Incorporated into something else.
I agree.
Division 2025.
Is that consensus?
Yes.
Okay.
And none of us will ever forget this conversation, so that when we turn our attention to 2025 and beyond, we'll be working on it.
Put it in your sketchbook and then you'll refer.
I can draw roads on every page.
Oh, look, we're not going to forget it. Look at that. Oh, magic is happening. Things are disappearing. Mike's column's empty. Yay.
Mine won't, I can't, it won't let me erase. Oh, there we go.
All right, so now we have one more item. Tiger, tell us what we're talking about.
So this was precipitated in my brain by Diana Seeger's comment, and the note I put down was cultivating diversity on community boards. So I took her comment to heart, and I was also thinking about the conversation we've been having about policing lately. And the bottom line is, as I look at pretty much all the boards in Pacifica, I seem to not be seeing a lot of diversity that's particularly obvious necessarily. And I think that equity is important. And that being said, I also, I was trying to think about what a solution to that might look like. And again, kind of riffing off what I think Diana was saying, and Diana, feel free to shoot me an email if I'm getting this all wrong. But I think what I came to as the most logical conclusion was that one of those community task forces where that aren't Brown Act beholden, I think that this is one of those rare instances where if the community gets together and decides what a really good approach to solicit diversity from the community would look like, I don't think that it would be derailed, because I think it's about as innocuous as it gets, as the community surveying themselves to try and bring diversity into the picture. And so that's where I landed in my brain. So that all being said, if that triggers any comment from anyone else, I'm totally open to it, but that's kind of where I'm at with it right now.
Totally triggers a comment for me, Tiger, because she was also talking about mentoring programs for mentoring for civic engagement, right? And just on the side note, we just got a grant to do civic engagement here in Pacifica with young people and people of color.
Oh,
so
tell me more.
I will.
Not
on the
now.
side, I will definitely tell you.
Not now.
Okay, cool. Tell me more later.
And I was going to tell Diana that too. So.
Right on. Okay, so I don't.
That's great news.
Cool.
Right. Okay. So equity and inclusion, all good stuff. And we really need to start focusing in those arenas as local government. All right. Now we're in the home stretch, gang. 2 days later, we're in the home stretch. Yay. Okay. Let's go to the one column. If you want to take off everything else, Kevin, or you don't even have to, we'll just go to the document. And I'm gonna small you all and go to the document here. And we're gonna briefly run through. I smalled my screen there for the Zoom. You have 16 projects.
There's, sorry, Stacy, to interrupt. I wanted to raise one thing, which is one of the council members mentioned this. I had included the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan in the completed column in my earlier presentation because our current schedules, we anticipate those to be adopted by June or July. But they're high profile and important. They've been around for many years of work on them. So kind of a question for the council, which doesn't change staff's workload at all, is do you want them to be on the list for fiscal year 21-22? If they are on the list and we do complete them by July, then we've got an early checkoff on them being complete.
Yes.
So that's just a question I wanted to pose.
Please put them on the list.
Yes.
Definitely.
Sounds good.
I think we've come close. We've come to about this point in the past, and then it just went away. And that, I don't think the will of this council is for that to happen, but I think making it explicit is a grand idea.
I just lost the document, but I don't think I really need it, unless I can't read this. Okay. I don't know where it went. Maybe it's there. Oh, found it. Okay, here we go. Kevin's adding those two things that we will ultimately be taking off. Here's what I would like you to do. I'd like you to take a couple of seconds, maybe a minute, and go through there. Kevin, you too. And if there's anything glaringly troublesome that we need to talk about further, or that needs more, or that should come off, we're going to have a minute. We're going to finish up with this, with the list. There's 18 projects on there. Kevin, would you do me the favor of, or Sarah, can you highlight the ongoing ones that are on there so we know what's new versus what we're already working on? Is that possible to do quickly?
Well, sorry, can you take out the Anza pump station? It's already.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I had said earlier we could take that one out.
Oh, here we go again, Zoom. Won't let me have everything up on the screen I want. Okay. All right.
Your request was to highlight
What's ongoing, what you're already working on. I wanted to separate out what we added that's not already there. I kind of have it in my mind, but I want everybody to be able to see it.
I don't know whether to highlight the economic development one or not. We're doing a lot of work on economic development, but
I don't even see it. Which number?
Number 15, you mean?
Oh, okay.
I kind of think you shouldn't highlight it because I think we're just made a scope of work.
Yeah, this
based on our conversation, I think it's a little different.
Okay, so there's 7 new projects.
Yikes.
And so what I'd like you to do is I would like you, and I can't evaluate it. I'm going to have to defer to all of you and to Kevin. And I'm going to ask you, based on more with less, where are we here? Have we put you above and beyond? Because there's also about a handful or at least 2 or 3 items where you know they're coming down the pike that you're going to stop and address, such as the COVID relief bill and helping your businesses. There was a couple others in there. So what I want you to do is I want you to look at whether this is realistic or not. With this caveat, when you put something on a list and people see that list, there are expectations attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right? This is where I get to play devil's advocate a little bit.
Okay, should we be thinking quietly to ourselves or should we be speaking at this point?
I think that thinking quietly to yourself is not really easy for me to facilitate.
That's a good point. Then I would like to say something.
Please.
I think that the items that are not highlighted on this list, well, the items that are highlighted are important too, but just focusing as you asked us to on the ones that are not highlighted. It seems to me that these are reflecting clear messages from our community about what they need and want. Perhaps with, maybe it may not be completely clear to the entire community how the quarry site specific plan relates to that. But certainly wireless communications facilities, housing element, homeless, foodware, tobacco, and then number 15. That one, those two, those more, to my mind, and a way of thinking, longer term development of economic base in Pacifica is how I would describe number 9 and number 15. And so those aren't obvious necessarily, or like, well, we don't need to do that. Yeah, we do. Have you seen those 2 lines that on Kevin's graph that don't align in terms of our revenue and our expenditures and the forecast for the future on that? So for me, that's what 9 and 15 are about. That's my comment at this point.
And what's the point of the comment? Do you want them under economic development or what?
They need to stay on the list and they're important because that is such a crucial need for us for the sustainability of the city of Pacifica.
Okay, let's be clear. I'm not saying you have to take anything off of this list. I just want you to look at the reality of, is this accomplishable? Is this, where does reality begin and fantasy start if that's a part of this? And I think those are questions that your staff has to answer. Now, there's also another step to this where Kevin comes back with an item and you kind of adopt the priorities and so forth. I'll let him speak to that more in detail about how he approaches that. But I want you to look at this and see, is there, you've got 2 things here that you've put off till the spring of 2022. Thinking again, that's when you're going to be dealing with this list the next time. Usually we are in the spring of 21 right here. I don't know. Good points. If everybody is in agreement that 9 and 15 do not get discussed, they stay on this list, then I would ask you for consensus by letting me know that, and then I'm going to have Kevin highlight that in a different color. or Sarah, whoever is the aardvark or whoever was making all those changes.
Say that again, that we're not going to accomplish those items?
No, that that everybody is in agreement that 9 and 15 are staying on the list for this as a priority.
Yes.
Yes.
There's consensus.
But let me just ask a clarification question. The quarry site specific plan, that might be able to be, can that or must it be postponed until after the quarry reclamation is done and the quarry reclamation policies and stuff? Or can they run concurrently, or do they have to run consecutively, Tina?
So the quarry reclamation planning documents, the environmental document and the entitlement permit, they will be running separately, and they are already well underway. The EIR is we anticipate it being published in the next couple months. So they're separate, but at the tail end of the reclamation permitting process, the quarry site specific plan can start while that's going on.
So, and your estimate for the reclamation plan is it's going to take what, about a year?
The actual work of the doing the reclamation itself, that could take many years based on what they have now said. For the actual construction component, yeah.
So am I correct in assuming from what you just said that a quarry site specific plan designed now might not have anything to do with the reality if it's many years away, such as we'd like a hotel there for transit occupancy tax, but who knows in 5 years, is it only Airbnbs and the hotel industry's tanked? So it would be better to wait for the specific plan to be done at a later date when it actually has a chance of possibly being implemented.
So I think that there is good reason to start early and try to be visionary about what we think is going to, what we think the site can support. I think that it's got a long permitting process. It does need Coastal Commission approval. And so I think starting now, and it also may need a vote in Pacifica as well, if it's to include residential. So I think, I understand, I get what you're saying, Mike. But I do think that starting sooner rather than later is still a good, a good plan to do.
And I'll just add to that the owner wants to do this and is currently on board with doing this as soon as possible, and not kind of sequentially with the planning documents from the reclamation plan, and the progress on the quarry site specific plan directly relates to the financial sustainability that would be envisioned in the Vision 2025 document as well. So the timing is aligned well in moving on that.
Okay, so here's where we are. We have 17 projects. We have 7 new projects. And of course, we all know that a lot of this is interrelated to kinds of things that you want to do within the community to move yourselves forward. So I'm going to pose a question to your city manager. And I'm going to ask him if this looks like he can put on his cape and don all of his superpowers and that his team can get this done.
Yes, I want to remind the council that, this is not everything we're working on. We have that huge list of items that's in the ongoing column that we continue to work on. But this is a feasible work plan, and the scope of each to be accomplished during the fiscal year is what we work on between now and when council adopts the goals, because that also relates to, the budget impact, et cetera. So we bring that back as another step in the budget process. But this is a feasible work plan from my viewpoint to make progress on all of these.
You mean we're done? We're almost done? Wow. All right. If we don't need it, can we take the document down so we can all see each other again, please? Or at least so I can see you all. I'm going to ask everybody to put themselves back up on the screen that's present. I want to see your smile. I want to make sure you're all awake. Especially the guy with the dog in his office. All right. I am so impressed at the great work you did. It's extraordinary to have been involved in the development of your goals and then to come back and see the progress that you've made. And then also see, as I believe it was the mayor that said it takes a long time to get things done, some things on there that we were talking about when I was last in the community. So it does take time. But the one thing that I want to really commend you on is that you've done some really good work over the last 12 months. And I hope that your community has had the opportunity to really recognize how much you've shown up to get things done. So please, would everybody give themselves a round of applause? All right. Now, there's one of you among yourselves. Thank you, Sam. And, oh, there's Lewis. Oh, I remember. Okay, so sorry. My emotions got away with me there. Here's the thing. Here's my pep talk for you. All right? The thing is this. You are doing good work. The fact that you are all still on the roster means you're doing good work. And I really appreciate all the things that you're getting accomplished. What I would really, Sarah, can you put yourself up there too, please? Because you're a part of this team. There you are. All right, thank you. So here's the thing. I really want you to know how much I, as well as a good portion of your community, really appreciate everything that you've done and the accomplishments that you've made. One of you among your ranks has a very special card, and that was, I believe, Mike O'Neill. And Mike O'Neill's card is, Michael, tell it again.
Celebration.
Celebration. And so I'm designating him and all of the I's in the group to make sure that you start doing a little bit more of that as you get things done on your list. So you will have to hold each other accountable. I will check in, and I do have spies in the community to find out how you're doing. So I want to do one little thing here. It's called Una Palabra. And for those of you that have worked with me before, you know that that means one word. And it's kind of a one-word closure about how you're feeling right now, in this moment, about everything. And the everything on my list is last year, the work you've done over the last 2 days, and the year that is ahead of us. So just putting all that mush I just told you into one word, what would your word be? And you can have the same word if somebody comes up with it first. So unmute yourselves, and we're just going to have a nice little conversation here, okay?
Accomplished.
Optimistic.
Hopeful. Grateful. I was going to say the same thing.
Excited.
Whoa, say that excitedly.
Inspired.
I want to say cohesive.
Teamwork.
Focused.
I'm trying to make it so I can see Lewis. There's like a big thing of writing in front of his pretty face here. Okay. Did everybody weigh in?
I would say impressed.
Grateful.
Encouraged.
Is that it? Did everybody get a chance? Okay. So I have been so blessed, that's my word, to be able to come back into this community, albeit over, a wire and a screen. And my last word, I'm not going to whine that I'm not there and that I didn't get any of the presents that everybody got or that I didn't get to get hugged. I'm just, I'll stop my whining and tell you great work. And I want you to know that as somebody who's been among your ranks, that I know how hard this year has been. And I am grateful for all of the work that you've done to keep your community safe and moving forward. So know that there are those of us out here who admire you beyond belief. And I'm going to let the city manager close us. That's all I've got. If you have something else, let me know. But I'm way ahead of schedule. I'm only 23 minutes over.
Hey, before Kevin goes, after lunch was when I was having technical difficulties. I just wanted to thank whoever is responsible for lunch. That was really a nice touch, and I'm very, very, very nice, very grateful. Thank you.
Wait, what? You got lunch?
I could be the only one. I don't know.
No,
we got lunch.
We got lunch. Thank you.
Deputy City Clerk Elizabeth Brooks worked with Stacy McLaughlin to arrange for the lunch delivery.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Stacy, you did a great job of facilitating all these squares for 2 full days.
I have to tell you, I am so out of my comfort zone. Thank you for that, Mary. I appreciate that.
Stacy and Sarah and Elizabeth were kind of the dream team on this. I think for all of us, it's one for the memory books and record books, doing an annual goal setting process on Zoom. I hope we don't have to do it again. But it just kind of shows our resiliency throughout this entire year to get all this work done, make progress on all these, and still allow for significant, community input, maybe more community input than normally happens, because people don't have to leave their homes. But it's a unique process. We miss all the interaction, the human interaction, and I'm sure we're all just waiting for Kevin to shut up so we can all turn off our screens.
No, I want the next gift to be a back massage for us sitting in a chair for 10 hours.
You are troopers. Let me tell you, you've been doing this all year long. I was lucky. I've facilitated a few things over Zoom. And if it wasn't for Sarah and Elizabeth making this happen, this gray hair would have been even more gray.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone.
So we'll be in touch. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Adjourn the meeting.
Bye.
So with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 4:26 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Yay.
Bye, all.